now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Live with Roger Hanson. Today is Tech Talk, and we are joined by Mark Worthington as well as Old John, or John Clark, whichever way he wants to be announced. He changed. Welcome, John. He changed his name from John C. to John Clark. You notice that?
I didn't really change anything. It just sometimes I come on here and I'm Old John. Other times I come on here and it comes up with my name. I don't change anything. It just changes every time I come on here.
He did it for you?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know.
That's pretty cool.
You should be able to edit. Yeah, you should be able to edit the name just before you log in.
Maybe then. Yeah, maybe I just didn't really look.
No,
that's pretty cool.
I don't know.
His voice did the chipmunk thing again. That is just so cool. I swear. But on Tech Talk this week, we're going to start discussing a suggestion that was made by Tan during our Minds Table weekend event. We'll be discussing ideas on how to best set up security for your system as well as your network. And again, I'd like to also mention that we'd like to hear thoughts from all the viewers and everything on the subject. So if you're interested in being part of the conversation, click on the Jitsi links that are below in the chat rooms for mine, as well as on my profile. I also have the link on my Rumble description for this stream, as well as it's in the chat too. So if you guys want to join, feel free to join. And I'd also like to add, which I haven't been doing either, Mark and Tan have extensive backgrounds when it comes to IT and technical support, as well as computers just in general. So this is a great opportunity to have a conversation with them. If you guys are having problems with your computers and everything, this is where you need to be, so you can ask them some questions and maybe they can bounce some ideas off of each other and give them to you, you know what I mean? So I just want to put that out there, because not too many people are wanting to click on that link and come in here, you know. There's nothing to be shy about. Just if you don't want to talk, there's a chat over here to the side that you can use. You can chat in the side. Heck, you don't even have to talk. You can just come in here and listen. And maybe in the conversation, you know, you'll have a question or two that you want to bring up. So with that, I'm going to shut up on that, because I'm the talker. Now, earlier in chat, we were having a pretty good conversation about this, and we were talking about it. And I also wanted to mention during chat that if we have this conversation, we also have to mention Linux when it comes to security, you know. And that's when you, Mark, brought up BSD too, and I was wondering if I could hand this over to you and let you kind of elaborate on BSD and let the people know what BSD is.
Okay.
in effect, if you think about Linux, you are only talking about the kernel of an operating system. The part of the operating system that tells the machine what hardware is in the device, what how to start up, what services to begin with. BSD is just another kernel which is used in as an alternative to Linux. Has also been used in Mac OS X, and parts of it is used in Windows as well. So, yeah, it's just really the initial sort of mechanism to actually start the computer up, right? As well as assigning memory and assigning hardware to the operating system.
Okay. Now, in the chat too, you said generally speaking, you can lump the BSD and Linux kernel into the same subject. So, when you said that, what were you meaning by that?
Because it is only kernels. A lot of the software that Linux-based operating systems use, BSD-based operating systems also use. So things like KDE, GNOME, the desktop environments can be used in either Linux or BSD. The various file utilities can be used in either operating system or either kernel-based operating system. Yeah, it is really an alternative to the Linux kernel.
Alright. You have anything you want to say about that, old John? It changed back to old John. That's strange.
No, mate, I know nothing about any of that. Nothing at all.
Alright.
I came here to learn.
I have got a blog article on this where I wrote back in 2018, 2019.
Do you?
Just find out.
Share it in the post and everything, and I can pop it up on here. I can also share it in the chat. I don't know if I want to take a chance of post. Well, I guess I could, but I don't know if I want to chance it by posting it on the Rumble chat. So, so far nobody's been going in there, so I don't see it as being a problem. But now we were talking about also torrents. Now, what are your takes about using torrents on Linux and the kind of security that you need to be careful for? Because it was like I was mentioning port forwarding and BitTorrents, for example. Now, I was asking you, is it risky, in your opinion, to use torrents and stuff like that when it comes not just to Linux either, because you can use torrents on Windows and stuff too, but
depends on what you're downloading, what the torrent contains.
Yeah, that's kind of what you were getting into too.
What were you? I presume you were specifically thinking of something.
No, just well, I know that it's been suggested that when you use torrents, you have to be careful with it because the client can set it up to where they can set up backdoors on your system. You know what I mean? Through the use of torrents. So.
Well,
and
not necessarily torrents. Any insecure software could do that. Well,
yeah.
Possibilities. Yeah.
Now you, I know you mentioned that and everything. You said this really comes down to the individual's general approach to security, i.e. using software that the individual trusts, reading end-user license agreements, having an understanding of threats, as well as having an understanding of their own infrastructure. So with that, when it comes to like license agreements and stuff, what are you talking about with that and the infrastructure?
Well, as far as license agreements are concerned, all software will come with license agreements of some description, and some commercial software may come with license agreements saying that they may open up a port or may access your data in one way or another. So yeah, it's just a matter of being aware of those end-user license agreements.
Now I know on Windows, usually whenever you go in to do stuff like that, they'll give you notifications that this site wants yeah, there we go. On this site is wanting to use this, and they're wanting to use that, and everything like that. Now that's what you're basically talking about right there, right? Where they give you the notifications and then allow you to use, or it gives you the chance to allow them to use it or not use it.
A better example would be with the Windows license itself, with the idea of you need a Microsoft account to be able to install Windows 10 and Windows 11, and the requirements around data protection.
Mark sounds really weird on the audio.
Yeah, I know. I told him.
Okay.
He sounds like a.
Everybody picking up that?
Yeah, I told him he sounds like a chipmunk.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
I know.
It's like
He's
Mark,
okay.
try turn. He's okay from your end?
No, he's not okay.
Okay, 2 seconds.
There he goes. It's sounding a little bit better. Say 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Could be my end. Like,
Orange.
audio's really choppy.
No, that's what microphones, that's right.
It's
Yeah, give me your hand.
yeah, it's kind of jittery.
Okay, I haven't swapped microphones on.
I'm telling you, go in there and cut out that noise suppression. I guarantee it'll stop.
Yeah, it's off. It's audio off.
It's off. Okay.
How about that?
Yeah, it seems like Roger is sounding fine, just Mark cutting in and out. Yeah, so try turning up to avoid the suppression.
Yeah, it's audio off. But to swap microphones.
Yeah, there you go.
Better.
It's actually sounding
Sounds a little better, yeah, already.
Okay.
Now, I just got.
Yeah, I don't want you to listen to the recording later on and
Now.
and not liking what you sound.
Okay,
Just going
so
to do a quick. Just going to do a quick experiment for 2 seconds whilst we're talking about this. What you're doing now, just to make sure.
You said something about a better example. Now, what was you going to say there?
Yeah, I was thinking about the Windows 10 and Windows 11 license agreements in relation when you install Windows 10 and 11. I believe that there is a section in the upgrades.
Using your Microsoft accounts, signing online and creating a Microsoft account, and then accessing and then using that account to log in.
Alright. Yeah, you're talking about like the new ones where you actually have to have a Microsoft account in order to even get on the computer and stuff.
Windows 10 is not necessary, but I think Windows 11 is. I'm not sure. No, I've not done any Windows 11 installations yet.
Okay, now, Tan, before you fall asleep, we gotta ask you some questions. You okay with that? I think he's asleep. He fell asleep.
Hey guys, I think I'm having trouble with my internet. So
Yeah,
give
you're
me a second.
you're
You guys,
falling into the red and the yellow too. So
Hmm.
now, are you okay with talking about some subjects that we've already covered so we can catch you up? Dan? Yeah, he'll be on here in a second.
Yeah, I just have a few issues.
Yeah. Now his avatar's out, so it's really weird. I was having problems like that this morning too.
Mm. Mm.
I'm wondering.
You were blacking out completely.
Yeah. Like right. Let me see here. I gotta figure out where I'm at. I'm actually getting lost in this stuff. So now that me and you've already covered like the whole thing with the Linux and stuff. When it comes to people setting up their computer and just in general looking for a better way of setting security up, what would your suggestions be?
I suppose it all depends on specific use case, but you're talking about the average domestic user.
Yeah.
If using Windows and Mac, especially some sort of virus protection, configuring of firewalls, internal operating system firewalls, installing software that are hidden, getting from trusted sources.
So I think people are falling off. I think there is having some issues going on there. Now, so you're saying that basically everything that's needed is already installed in the Windows programs.
Well, everything that's needed for security, Microsoft does provide options themselves. Yeah. I've not done any recent research on the inbuilt virus detection software. At one point, several years ago, it was not really all that great, but again, I've not done any recent research.
What kind of stuff has stood out to you that you're actually kind of impressed with?
Well, as far as Windows is concerned, that's a good question. I've got to wreck my brains. Windows 10. I don't know, I'm still a big lover of Windows XP, so
It kind of speaks for itself.
yeah, indeed. Small first file, first print that it's got.
No, with me, mostly what I get from security, to be honest with you, is a lot of problems that people have with their security is mostly user error. You know what I mean? It's like most of the time when I've ever had problems, it was always because I downloaded something and wasn't watching.
alright, I'm back, guys.
There he is. He sounds good.
Ah, geez, so was my end all the time.
It was?
Let me.
Well, it looked like
Can
you were
you,
asleep
still hear
there
me?
for a second. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, he went out again.
looks like he's having some issues. Yeah.
That was the same stuff we were having this morning, or I was having this morning. So,
Well-
now, but you know, that's kind of the problem that I was having, or whenever I was first getting into it. Like, especially if you go to do a download, if you're not reading what's being put on the download, they'll download crap loads of spam and viruses and shit onto your computer.
Well,
so.
like I said, being knowing where you download and download from trusted sources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And read. I mean, literally take time to stop and read what it says whenever the download pops up. You know what I mean? If you're going to take a chance, at least read what it says on the front one, especially the first one, the first page, before you hit next. You know, read that sucker. It usually has a check mark in there saying allowing them to download this and download that and things like that. Most people don't even look at that. They just hit next and don't even think about it. You know? Which kind of makes me think too that what was it? Did you see me and Tan's conversation last night on chat when it came to what was that? It was a program that we had. We'd previously discussed it on the round table, and we were saying something about movie night and stuff like that, and rave. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. General.
No,
I did see. I did. Yeah, I did notice that.
no. This is the first time this has ever done this for me too, but my browser actually stopped that dead in its tracks. Like, I went to try to download it because when you go in there, it shows you that you can watch movies together with your friends and all that stuff, but instead of doing it off the browser, they want you to download it.
Which you mentioned things like Netflix and Amazon and stuff. There could be a legal issue there.
Yeah. And they're talking about rave is watching Netflix, YouTube, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, and HBO Max with friends.
I can especially imagine there's an issue, this legal issue with Disney about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah. I didn't even see that whenever you go into the website and stuff and click on it. Like, you know, I'm probably right here. Can you see that? Let me see if I got it popped up there. I gotta go in and see what we got going here. Yeah, I'll do screen share. That way you can see what the site looks like. As long as I don't click on the download part, everything's fine. But let me. Hey, there he is. He's back.
All right, let's try this.
But this is what me and Tan were talking about. This site right here. You look at it, you know, you got the option right here to go in and download it on Windows. So I went and I clicked on it, and the browser just straight up stopped it. You know what I mean? And I should have caught on there too, because they're showing like Prime Video and YouTube Plus and Disney and all that stuff. So I didn't even catch on to that. But it's like right there on the screen.
Yeah, it really is.
It's not too trustworthy.
I've got concern about the legality of it.
Yeah.
being able to access Mac and Android, Disney and Netflix and Amazon stuff.
Yeah.
And technically even YouTube, because YouTube does have a thing in its terms of service, so saying that you can only view YouTube licensed content via the one framework.
Well, the weird part of it is we were having a conversation about it, me, Tan, and Karma. And Karma even went in during the conversation to see if she could find it. And I guess they had changed the name on the phone or something. Because this is actually supposed to be for like Androids and iPhones and Macs and stuff, you know? So I was doing the 8-hour blocks that we have for the 24/7 stream, and I came across that and I almost forgot to go check this out. So when I went and I clicked on it, that's when, or searched it and then clicked on this, that's when it gave the option to use the Windows thing, and I clicked on it and my browser just said, nope, we ain't doing that today. So it just stopped it dead in its track. I was actually glad that it did do that, because first, like I said, first of all, I've never had my browser security actually work like that. It was really weird that happened. So I thought that was pretty strange, you know. So I don't know. And that's kind of where I see a lot of the issues when it comes to security problems, is like people just go in and they click on this stuff and they don't even think twice, you know what I mean? And then later on, when you're having problems with your machinery, you're wondering what's going on. Well, you need to be careful about what you're putting on your devices, because that stuff has got viruses and shit. And the potentially unwanted programs are even worse than the freaking viruses in some cases, you know? He's back. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Ah, much better now. Oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're in the green.
Good day to talk about network security.
Yeah.
I think I might have been infected by a virus or something.
Oh no. He's been doing something. Okay, now.
Yeah, hit with a throttler virus.
Yeah.
I had to switch, so I was using my secondary Wi-Fi network.
Yeah. That's what happens. Now, since we got you back here, you want to go over some of the stuff that we've already rehashed, so where we can get your view on a lot of this stuff?
Sure. What have you been talking about?
Okay, now, first, we're talking about, hold up, let me scroll up, that way I don't mess it up, because we actually went through this pretty good. So, first, we started talking about BSD. Now,
it's the Linux distro, or Unix.
Well, it's an alternative to the Linux kernel,
yeah.
I think.
Which distro is shipping with BSD now, Mark?
This
There's free BSD that was really
free
old.
BSD, full desktop usage, full standard workstation usage, free BSD and BSD. Are the two obvious ones. For
Anybody
firewall
using that?
usage,
I think a lot of people are using Linux-based distribution these days. Yeah.
yeah, but it's more
There was
used it's more used in firewall applications as much as used in things like PF7 and OpenSense and WR3 DDWRT or whatever.
Now, so there was Sun Microsystem has a Unix system called Solaris that they before they went bought by they open sourced Solaris, right, Mark? I wonder what happened to that.
Yeah, I think that's actually used in a Linux kernel, isn't it?
No,
I
it
think
was way
at
before
one
Linux.
point. Okay, at one point it was using its own kernel, which I think was based upon HP Unix. Is that correct on Unix? I think, but I think since they've actually moved over to a Linux kernel.
I have to Google up on speed. It just came up when we're talking about Unix.
Oh, you got somebody
By the
listening
way,
in.
is Mark still sounding weird to you, Roger?
Yes, he's been sounding weird. It's okay though,
Okay.
because it's his turn, because like this morning it was my turn. Like it's and then actually you've had your same issues.
Then I have my say. Yeah, it's a day of cornucopia of network problems to talk about tech
Let's
stuff.
see.
If it can.
Do you think it's those flares that mine keeps blaming everything on?
Yep.
Maybe the end of the world is coming. A solar flare is going to like destroy all technology.
Not the same kind of flares they're talking about, but
Oh, okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
I think you're talking about Bill Ottman's clothes wardrobe.
I was trying not to mention
Allegedly.
Bill Altman. Now, okay, so BSD in Linux kernels, we covered that. Now, on I brought up the subject about
Also,
Go ahead.
just to before we finish that, Mac OS uses the Darwin kernel, which is actually based upon BSD. It has got it's got some elements of the, and actually the Microsoft kernel has, no, actually not the kernel, some of the software that Windows use comes from as a BSD license.
Now, that's interesting that you bring that up too, because there's even a bit of Linux in Windows programs too, isn't there? Like Linux is pretty much everywhere, isn't it?
POSIX, I would say, rather than Linux. POSIX being the family of Unix.
Windows.
The overarching term.
Since Windows 10, they've been shipping a Linux subsystem.
The WSL.
WSL as part of Windows, so you can run a Linux program inside it.
Inside
inside Windows. So inside Windows, you can run a Linux subsystem, which you can install like Linux programs and things like that inside Windows.
Now, see, I could install them both.
Technically, it's a Type 1 hypervisor, isn't it? So it is another virtual machine. It's inside Windows. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's actually cool because, like I said, I mean, you could always install them together, but they were always two separate programs. You know what I mean? Now you're saying that you don't have to have the two separate programs. It's right there on the Windows.
You don't have to have the virtual machine software to run Linux on Windows nowadays. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That really is. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Or any other x86 operating system, or actually Windows 11 is there's non variants, isn't there?
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
you could
Windows 11 will still have the Linux subsystem.
yeah. So you could maybe run an ARM version of an operating system or x86 version of an operating system on top of Windows.
Mhm.
So you could have, I don't know, in theory, Windows 11 installed, and then Windows 10 installed on top of that, and then Windows XP on top of that.
See, now that's what I'd like. I'd like to
Yeah.
put Windows XP on there, get rid of all this nonsense. You
How
know,
are you gonna hold up a Windows XP?
I'm sure I can find it
Torrent?
somewhere.
On
I'm
torrent?
sure. Actually, I might have XP on my old laptop, the one I told you about.
Okay.
It's got the bad battery, and I have the
Alright.
battery like sitting next to it, and you plug it directly into the wall, and you hear
Okay.
like rumbling sound.
Okay.
So
You probably could get an old OEM CD from eBay or something, new old stuff.
Surprised Microsoft doesn't like just let you download it for free.
they probably will.
But it's
No,
it's probably insecure.
Oh, that's true.
Even though it's one of the most secure, it's been out of date, you know, for a couple of years, and
Well, I know.
security vulnerability.
Yeah, again, don't make the mistake of because there's no updates to it. Don't make the mistake that there is no updates, therefore it must be insecure. Because obviously
No,
you can build
it's-
infrastructure around it, and it's what you do with the operating system.
It's a
So-
fairly no. I mean, I'm talking about. I know what you're saying, Mark, but I'm talking about system security vulnerability that are no doubt still exist in Windows XP, even though it's a very
Yeah.
secure operating system.
Yeah, but if you're using it offline, if not connected to the internet and you're using it for a specific
Okay.
purpose,
How what
then-
use can you use a system now without connection to the internet? Basically,
play no
but-
retro games,
But what are these?
using
What are these security issues that Windows has? Just so we
all
know.
right. Let's bring up what was that site? God.
Because we've mentioned
Let's
this.
search Windows XP vulnerability.
Yeah, because we've mentioned this before, but I don't think we've
Yeah,
ever.
CV details. Okay, so here we go. Discovered, published in 2019. How do I sort it?
Are you gonna export it? Oh, see, could not find it.
Well, it's nothing in 2023.
when was Windows XP's end of life?
It was back in. Oh wow, 2000.
SP3.
2019, they still found vulnerabilities in it. It was end of life way before that, for sure.
Yeah.
Surface Pack 3 commercial end of life. Remember, Microsoft always produces a enterprise extended contract, but the standard commercial was in 2014.
Here, 2014 here. There's vulnerabilities here. 2014, 2017.
SAMR. They just mentioned that.
Where do you see that?
Up a little bit. Go up. It was just.
I cannot see your screen because I'm still suffering from this green screen.
I've lost it. I think it might be up one more.
Not able to zoom in on.
I can see it, but it's just I'm wearing
No, I
glasses.
can't.
I'm wearing glasses.
Oh.
That's
Hang
why.
on.
No, for the last couple of times, occasions when I found
introduced a browser's his preview down in the corner. His screen becomes all green.
So 2019 was the.
Yeah.
Oh, this one was in 2019. The security score was 10. You mean the EPSS percentage?
Oh, see, like right here, they're talking about
Remote code execution vulnerability in remote desktop service.
Yeah.
Yes. The RDP, Windows XP is well known for RDP issues.
Yep.
But again, if you are
so that was my. I mean, so if you they found these vulnerabilities in 2019. There's no way Microsoft would have patched these, right? Because they don't update Windows XP anymore.
Yeah.
So
in fact, the RDP issues have been going on for years anyway. They found previous issues, and I believe some of the patches they created for XP actually introduced further issues.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so you scratch XP out of your idea.
But
trying to bring it back
again, you can switch off services.
Yeah,
like
you can
RDP.
switch up internet access and you play standalone games on it. Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
You want, and then if you want to download, install something, install it on a USB drive.
I remember when Windows 7 was released, there was a number of companies who would refuse to install Windows 7 because they created in-house software, and that in-house software would only work optimally with XP.
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously, installing XP would require not only development on the software, but which obviously costs money and resources, but also staff training issues.
So what did they do? They ended up installing Windows XP on a VM.
No, for a long time. For the long time, for the long time, they just left the XP.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have their own in-house firewalls and stuff, and they would switch off services and stuff to mitigate the issues.
Yeah.
I still don't believe them though. They did this same thing with what was it, Windows 86 or 89 or whatever. It was the one before XP.
Windows 95, man. Windows 95.
Yeah.
Well, it was the one where you take the disk, put it in, you can freaking put the Windows on that computer, go to another one, bam, put it on another computer, same disk. So,
I used to do that with Windows XP. When I've worked in corporate organizations, I may have a list of license numbers, and then just manually install the same disk, or maybe a bunch of disks on, let's say, 500 machines.
Speaking of which, do you know that you can run a Linux distribution off of a USB thumb drive? You have a live thumb drive there. You just plug it in. If your computer supports boot from USB, it'll boot up and run off of the USB.
Most modern machines will.
Yeah.
There's also the potential issue of the EFI, and what is the smart? Come on, what's it called now? This machine does it. But some machines actually introduce further security functionality into the BIOSes to stop or to limit the beating of third-party devices or external devices.
Now, when I did that, the issue I had was memory, and to do that, I had to manually set it up through the computer to where you could have memory set up independent from the hard drive on my computer, but at the same time, it's still connected. Does that make sense? Like, you have to mount additional memory for the thumb drive.
Oh, no, storage space. You mean?
Yeah, storage space.
External storage space. Yes, because the thumb drive is basically like in the operating system on it. You can use something else to store your data. Yeah.
Which that's what I was using my external hard drive for. I have it plugged into one USB, and then I take. They had Windows Mobile, I think it was called. You can get it off.
Yeah.
You can get it and then transfer it with oh God, what was the name of that? It was a converter where you could take the ISO and convert it onto the thumb drive and just plug it in. The guy who made it, I really liked how he presented himself. You know what I mean? Because he was like, he's open source and everything, and he doesn't charge people for using his program. And he says that just putting that out there and allowing people to use it and updating it, that's advertising for him. You know what I mean? Because
something like Etcher, which is a front end for DB.
I'm thinking. Here, let me see if I still got it in my in my documents.
Are you sure it's Windows Mobile, Roger?
Yeah, Windows Mobile is an ARM only operating system.
Windows Mobile is like for the phone device, the rugged.
I've got a phone there that did have Windows Mobile on it. I had an old HTC device.
HTC phone.
Me.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think I've used it on here. It's really weird because I've actually had to use it to put installation. Whenever I install Windows, I used to transfer it over onto the disk drive, and I used that. And that was before they had the Windows set up that you could go onto the website and get it.
Okay.
So, I had to use this program, but it's not on here. It's really weird. But yeah, I used to do that. I experimented with stuff like that back whenever I first started playing around with it. Then I got into. Have you guys ever heard of those little Pis on Linux? They're called
the Raspberry Pi?
Yeah.
I've got a couple around there. I've got a few Orange Pies. Actually, I've got a nice, and I can't find it, and I haven't been able to find for a long time, but an Orange Pi with a 4G SIM chipset on that, which I was thinking about using as a sort of phone alternative.
Now, security-wise, would Pi systems be better than using a computer?
Oh,
not really.
The Raspberry Pi is a very small, not very powerful.
I've got a project.
Oh shit! I better get on there before they miss me. See, that's what they do. Let me get on there real quick. Hopefully they know I'm gone. Hopefully they're still there.
It's produced by different companies.
Oh, like the imitation of the Raspberry.
Yeah, different single board computers.
Banana Pi. Orange Pi. Okay.
You got them.
I've got a load of PDFs with specifications that I can upload to chat after this.
seeing.
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, I've got a device called Banana Pie, which is actually a prototype router.
Mm-hmm.
A router.
Yeah, where it's a switch, but it's also got PCIe slot on it, so you can and I actually fitted it with a 4G modem
Cool.
on that.
Yeah,
So,
it's fun to play with those stuff.
See, when I was talking about the Pi, though, there's different functions I could use it for. Because, like, as you guys know, I'm like into retro gaming and stuff like that. You know?
Yeah.
So I could actually use a Pi system.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's basically what it was formed around in the beginning. Because like the guys that started doing all that, all they wanted to do was like use the Pi for retro gaming.
Yeah, people have used the Raspberry Pi to build like portable game retro gaming machines and preload it with like hundreds or thousands of games on there, and then they sell it off of eBay, right? Like homemade game console. Yeah.
There's an issue. There's usually issues with if they had the rights to the license rights to actually produce or to copy those things over.
Right. Who's gonna go after
But I
them?
can
They're
think
like
of.
small guys.
Well, I mean, I've checked that out.
Papa shops.
I've actually seen not one court case concerning video games whatsoever. I mean,
I have seen some commercial products, miniature Nintendo Entertainment Systems and miniature PS1s with preloaded software being all made with those Pi devices.
That's kind of interesting when we get into it and everything.
So basically, it's a Pi that can run Windows. Windows 98?
No, yeah.
Windows XP or something like that?
No, because they all are technically, but you're going to have real speed issues because obviously it's an ARM architecture and you're installing x86.
Well, so but maybe they gotta run, because these are Windows or DOS games, so they must be running like a DOS emulator or a Wine or Windows emulator program inside there.
Well, I was told that Windows 98 works really good with it too. Like
yeah.
If you use
there are some x86 single board computer devices out there. So that will be more of a natural sort of thing for these things. But yeah.
Okay, so we covered the Linux and everything. Now, what we were also talking about is torrents. Using torrents. Oh wait, I bet I gotta get back down here. I accidentally got knocked off, so I had to come back on. I had to get that link. But with you, Dan, do you think that using torrents on Linux or Windows is risky?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're torrent is like a peer-to-peer thing, right? So if you're running a torrent client on your machine to download stuff, your IP is exposed to the hive. So I don't know if you can bypass it with a VPN software or something, but normally it's it's and I mean, I think if you go down to some foreign website and try to download some stuff, they put disclaimer on there that says to something to that extent, don't they? say you might be able to be traced by or software police who is tracking or trying to track software piracy.
Yeah, and we were also talking the opposite of that. Like some of these clients could also set up back doors into your system. You know what I mean? To where when you get it downloaded, they could actually have access to it.
Dan, you were talking about software piracy, but it's also worth noting that certain Linux distributions are provided by torrent sites.
Oh yeah. That's a legitimate use. Yeah, that's a legitimate use. So, yeah, that's a good point, Mark. So some Linux distributions they publish their download through torrent. So that's one legitimate use of torrent. I mean, I think. And why do they do that? Because torrent download is faster than FTP or HTTP, isn't it?
Because
it's peer-to-peer.
You use multiple peers. Yeah, you use multiple sources rather than just one source.
Yeah.
I'm starting to believe that I was the problem to the audio because once I had to log back on, Mark's starting to sound a lot better.
I just changed my mic.
Oh.
Yeah, I just changed my mic back to my camera's mic.
But yeah.
All right. Okay. Good.
So
if you're downloading a torrent client, you gotta know what you're downloading, right? Not some some shady torrent client off of somewhere. You're gonna use some well-known client, right? And before you do that, you gotta research to see who makes them and whether if there's any known report of malicious activities by the torrent client itself. But the danger is more on the stuff that you download, not so much the torrent client that you use. Because that kind of stuff you can find out from a quick search on the internet to see whether this client is fishy or not, right? But the stuff that you download through the torrent and you end up extracting what you think might be a zip file, but it might turn out to be an executable that you're double clicking on to unzip, right? So you gotta be careful because Windows a lot of time by default they hide the file extension, right? So you're clicking on something that you think it's a zip file. You could be executing a program that you just download from the torrent client. So that's good to be aware of. I've never used.
But that goes back to my previous point of only downloading from trusted sources. As well.
Bringing them back.
Yeah, I mean, other than downloading a Linux distribution, because torrent is the peer-to-peer system, right? You just connect to the what do you call that node? That is it's been a long time since I used torrent, and I'm not familiar. So there's one server that you connect to that tells you here are all these peers that are participating in the network, and then it hands off. From after that, the client goes after this peer, and it's not up to you to decide which peer you're going up to, right? It's like whichever peer has the ability to send you the download, the client will download pieces and chunks off of that, if that client goes offline, it'll switch off over to another peer.
Some certain torrent clients will allow you to be able to choose. But generally speaking,
No, that would be after you've had enough experience at using Tors, though, in order for you to know which ones would be more trusted. But like if you're just starting out, it would most likely happen like Tan said. You'd just go ahead and let this person send you their stuff, and then when they go offline, it'll bounce to another person. You know.
But to be realistic, as far as most private individuals are concerned, torrents are used for illegal piracy.
Yeah.
Of course, you've got to be well aware what you're doing.
Well, I told you
place.
when I first got in trouble, or got started, I got in trouble over Mr. Bean. You know, I was like freaking doing that shit with Mr. Bean, taking his stuff, and the next thing you know, I get a notice in the freaking mail saying cease and desist. Because
see? Wow. So there you go. So they can track your IP to your address, huh?
It was directly from Mr. Bean's attorney. Literally.
It would be their lawyer getting a warrant from a judge to speak to the ISP, and then the ISP, based upon that warrant, providing contact information.
I'll tell you what, man. He might be funny, but he's an asshole. I'm gonna tell you that. Right.
Actually, I disagree.
You should feel honored, Roger, that you're contacted by Mr. Bean's lawyer.
That's actually is kind of cool. I never even thought about that.
There you go. Different angle.
Again, I'm not sure if it's one Atkinson's lawyer to be hold some owed of the license.
That's how he calls himself infamous, isn't it?
Yeah, but have you ever watched his non-comedian videos? Like he actually has instructions on how to be a good comedian.
He's been really outspoken about free speech issues recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
been a very big free speech advocate.
I guarantee he knows what's going on, and he knows what he's doing. Like when they sent me that thing, I'm sure that there was at least 2,000 other people that got that.
Yeah,
you know.
Sure.
But I guarantee he knew. He was like, "Look, man, people wanted to steal my stuff. I want to be a stop put to it," you know. And that was back when I first started doing stuff, and I was being stupid.
I think he knows that people are stealing his stuff, but I don't think he knows about you stealing his stuff personally. He just
if he did, he'd come punch me in the nose.
Sorry to burst your bubble, man. But I think he just sees the download and just pick his lawyer on you guys, and then just let the lawyers deal with it.
Yeah, he probably doesn't keep track of it on a daily basis. You know, I'm sure he just says, "Take care of this problem for me." But
yeah.
That reminds me of a good story. You guys want to hear it?
Go.
It's a true story too. Have you ever heard of Lou Ferrigno?
Yeah, he's the Hulk guy.
All right, he's the original Incredible Hulk.
Original Incredible Hulk actor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he likes going down and hanging out on Venice Beach, okay, up on the pier. And there's this guy, he was like he considered himself his biggest fan, all right? So he goes up there and he sees Lou Ferrigno. And you know what he does? He walks up to Lou Ferrigno, and instead of asking him for his autograph, he punches him in the face. Yeah, he straight punches Lou Ferrigno in the face, and you know what Lou Ferrigno did?
What?
He beat the living shit out of him, dude. He beat him so hard he put him in the freaking hospital. And
did he find out why the guy punched him in the nose?
No, listen to this. When he was in the hospital, Lou Ferrigno's attorney went down to ask him if he was going to press charges and sue him.
Okay.
And the guy says, "Hell no, dude." He goes, "Do you realize I just got my ass whooped by the Incredible Hulk, dude? How many people can say that?"
Right.
You know, and that's a true story. I mean, it actually did happen. The guy literally got his butt kicked by him.
So he just went and punched Lou Ferrigno just for that, right?
Just so he could get his butt kicked by him.
Yeah, his butt kicked, yeah. And almost died.
He got put in the hospital for it. He probably didn't expect that, but.
So you had a similar thing with
Yeah, I did.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean was gonna kick my butt. I went and punched him in the face, and he decided, oh no, we ain't gonna do that. So, okay, a list of single board computers.
Just to demonstrate, going back to the previous conversation, in fact, the list that's actually
Ambient.
It gives. This is just an example of many different Raspberry Pi or Pi-like boards that are out there. In fact, this is a very limited list. Actually, there's a lot more.
I'm gonna share
Ambient reminds me of the Symbian OS.
that. Now, I'm gonna share these links on the chat so that we don't lose these when in your blog too. Mark has a blog. It's about core components of open source operating systems, and that's when he was discussing BSD.
In mine, okay. I saw it.
Yeah.
Now, what's your take on that? What do you think about that?
Ugh.
Do you
Sorry, I'm
think-
posting the link. I didn't read the article. Let me read it.
Oh, you didn't read the It's like, oh, not another one.
Another 1,000 words.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So it's an article that talks about the components of an operating, it doesn't necessarily be an open source operating system. Yeah.
No, it can be any operating.
Component of an OS. It's got a bootloader. Yep. And then the kernel, and then the command line interface, Windows Manager for operating system that has a graphical user interface. Okay, yeah. Okay. I think the core component I would say are the bootloader, the kernel, and then the operating system services. Then after that, you got those things that are on top of those.
Obviously, with since Windows, was it Windows XP? The command line interface was actually built on top of the graphic user interface of desktop environment, rather than the other way around.
I see. That's interesting. Yeah.
With all modern versions of Windows and Mac, modern versions of Windows, the graphic user interface is the login manager is the first thing to load, and then
is that right? Now, how? Because you don't necessarily all the time boot up to the graphical user interface. If you boot up in system mode or safe mode, it goes into a shell, goes into the command window. That can't be on top of the Windows Manager.
No, actually, no. From Windows XP, even if you go into safe mode, it will still boot into the graphic user interface first, won't it?
Now, what's the deal with the X or the X.org server?
X.org is
Windows
what manager,
X is the windowing system on the Linux system. Called X.
I kind of got a little bit of that, but it kind of cut out. What did you? That last part you said?
Okay, so I said X is the Windows Manager, the windowing, the graphical user interface manager on the Linux.
Okay.
Or Unix.
Okay.
Where were you seeing the X?
It's up by now.
Yeah, it's mentioned Windows Manager section.
Windows Managers.
Okay.
Of course, recently we've had the introduction of Wayland, which is an alternative, newer version or an alternative to X and X.org, which I believe companies like Conoco, the owners of Ubuntu, are actually using instead of X.
Okay. And it's used with the BSD for the GUI, for the graphics interface. That's pretty cool. Okay.
Yeah, so X was it. Yeah, X is when it was there in the Unix days, way before the came.
And I'm still actually using X on my workstation because at the moment Wayland, in my opinion, Wayland isn't suitable for productivity use. It's not as stable as X.org.
Yeah.
Or
Xorg, is this Xorg the open the free version of X window?
No, it's the same thing. It's also named X11, isn't it? It's got
Yeah.
3 or 4 different titles to it.
Right.
Just to confuse people.
Right.
Okay. See, you guys are geniuses. Like that's some good stuff right there. Now, do you think you've covered enough on what you wanted to about BSD?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, move on. Let's move on.
Okay.
What else?
So, this is where you came in, basically. So this is where you came in, basically, and I was asking Mark from what we've discussed now, okay? We've actually went off into a different area, too, before you came along, but, like, from all this, when it comes to security, what's your best advice that you could give somebody who's just a regular uses regular computer when it comes to setting up a good security for their computer system?
Okay, for Windows, first thing I'd say is never to use the administrator. Just do all your setup on your administrator account, but then switch to a non-admin user to use the system for the rest of your normal use. Okay? Unless you have to install stuff, you almost never need to get into the admin mode to do stuff. That way, if you get infected by any virus, it'll affect only your user account. It won't damage the whole operating system. It won't wipe out your OS to the point where you won't be able to boot up anymore. Right?
Right.
So that's even the better approach than using any antivirus. Right? Just use Windows with a non-admin user. Then you can say that's how I set up my my dad's computer. I log in as an administrator account that only I have access to, and then I create a non-admin account for him to use. So before this trouble, sometimes he's got fired. He downloads stuff unwittingly from his email stuff that just ended up either clogging his machine to the point where it's basically just sitting there. It's spawning a service process. It's sitting there, and every once in a while, it throws up a browser with a link to some ad, right? Some ad service that's running on there, and so it's just picking up. Sometimes he doesn't know where it comes from. Sometimes it takes him up to a porn site.
There you go.
So enough of that. Or just let him use his non-admin account to do his stuff. It's been fine for years in that setup.
Yeah. And see, I even forgot about that too. Like that's probably what I need to do on this, because I haven't done that in years, to be honest. It's something that I know should be done, and people just overlook it. You know, don't run your computer on your admin account. Set up a alternate account and just.
Well, I mean, if you know what you're doing, then it's fine. If you know what you're doing, then
it's better to be safe than sorry, though. I mean,
yeah.
Really, it is. That actually is a tip that people should actually be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Dan,
Yeah.
you raised another interesting point there. Not only should you be vigilant about what websites you go to, but also vigilant about what you download and by your email.
Yeah.
We all get spam, and sometimes there might be, I don't know, some offer that includes a PDF document or an executable.
Or they make it look like it's a PDF document,
Mm-hmm.
but you click on it and it turns out to be an executable. Yeah, like I said before, on Windows, sometimes they don't show by default. They don't show you the file extension on the Windows Explorer, right? So it might so the bad actors are using that fact to lure people into clicking links to programs that want to do stuff.
Yeah.
And not only that, things like PDFs and JPEGs and MPEGs always tend to have a couple bytes free in the beginning of the files, which malicious code could be injected into. PDFs especially. We've seen this in the past with things like Microsoft Word documents, where there's been code injected into it. So once you've downloaded it and tried to open up in, let's say, Microsoft Word or your PDF, Adobe PDF viewer, rogue code is included within the first couple of bytes.
And yeah, so then the other thing, the other thing is on the email, sometimes click on the link is also dangerous, right? You might be thinking you're clicking on a link that opened a website is harmless, but that link could open up to a page that has JavaScript that exploits some browser vulnerability that might be on your system, and that script will download and automatically execute some code on your machine that you're on.
And see, that's something too that I have an issue with, because I know that's true. And another thing is that you got to think about too is like, and Google is notorious for this too. They actually took that information and allowed it to be used in their advertising. You know what I mean? When it comes to, you know, but now people know when you're opening their files, when they send them to you in emails. Like, they know how many people have at least opened the file. They know how many people have read what they've sent, how many people have watched it. You know, it's insane that they're doing that stuff, and they're encouraging it, because that's how a lot of people.
Yeah, which probably is a violation of the EU GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, and possibly illegal under the California Consumer Protection Act.
But is there, if you're an end user that are using Gmail as a free service, there might be a different terms of use that.
Yes, but if you are a EU or an EEA resident, then even Google has to apply. All countries technically have to be GDPR. So if you're accessing the service from an EEA country, then yeah, those services have to be GDPR compliant.
Okay, so you're saying if somebody's using Gmail in the UK, they won't see those ads that are relevant to the email content that the user is viewing?
If it's taking data from their own system, then technically that would be a violation of GDPR.
No, I can specifically say when it comes to Google, it's AdSense. You know, they're the ones who are notorious for that stuff. Like, you go into your Gmail and you open up an email, and
Yeah.
AdSense will literally tell the people who advertise that email how many people have opened up that email and what the
Which is a
percentages are.
possibility,
Mm.
which is possible a general data protection regulation violation. There's an interesting thing at the moment. You both are aware of the YouTube ad blocking issue at the moment, where YouTube is forcing people not to use ad blockers on their
Yeah.
service. There's an argument within the last couple of days that it's meant to be being reviewed by the EU, saying that for YouTube to be able to recognise there's an ad blocker, they've got to be able to review what is on your own local machine, i.e. the ad blocker being installed on the machine.
Yeah.
That in itself could be a GDPR violation.
Yeah. I never even thought
Because
about
they're
that.
reviewing what is on your machine and then taking that information without your consent. Especially if you are actually not logging into YouTube. If you're looking at YouTube from an anonymous account or a public accessible.
Now, with my YouTubes, it's kind of tricky on that. Like, my main account, all right, it's enforcing the non-ad blocker thing. But like when I go to certain, I have 4 branded accounts, and then my main one. And on some of the ones that are branded, it hasn't been implemented yet. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering if they've put it into full effect yet, because
obviously I'm only talking about EEA countries, so European Economic Area countries. So
trust me,
with maybe the exception of California, the rest of the states are not valid as far as this issue is concerned.
It's going to become a bigger issue. I can tell you that right now, because
definitely
people just aren't going to tolerate, being invaded like that. And like you said, how do they know that you have an ad blocker?
I don't know, because the majority of users will just want to have access to a service and will just use that service irrelevant of the agreements. We've seen this with Facebook, we've seen this with social media platforms just generally. People will agree to a terms of service agreement without reviewing it, just because they want access to the content, and then when they are banned from the content for violating the terms of service, they start crying about it.
It's the same everywhere. Here on mine too.
I know.
But Roger, if you are concerned about Google violating your privacy, why don't you switch to some other mail program?
Well, I mean, I don't have any problem with them. I'm aware of it. Like, the one thing that I have a benefit that a lot of people on Gmail doesn't is the fact that I know how to use filters. You know what I mean? If I don't like something coming into my email, it just goes straight from my inbox to the freaking trash. And then when you put it in the trash, make sure that the file's not opened. You make sure that it's not read, and that's in the settings. And automatically, if the filters pick up on that or certain keywords, that email just goes straight to trash. But you see, most people who use Gmail don't know all that stuff. You know what I mean? And it
But
took me a long time to figure that stuff out.
do you examine the trash bin once in a while just to make sure there might not be anything
Well, yeah,
legitimate?
I have to.
Yeah, that's my use. Yeah.
You once it gets too out of control, you have to go in there and use your trash like you do your inbox, because eventually, if you don't go in there and keep track of it, it'll start deleting the mail after 30 days. So
Yeah. Right.
I always make sure that it's happening. So, but it's worth it rather than getting a lot of this other stuff. Like, they're sending me emails about Schiff, running for president or whatever position he's going for. I mean, why the hell would I be getting
How do you
emails?
how did they get a hold of your email?
I don't know. I mean, I'm
You
not.
signed up to
Signed
something.
up for some free stuff.
Yeah. Or you've signed up to something that says we will share this information with our trusted partners.
I bet you I know what it was. It was for that Young Turks. The Young Turks.
There you go.
Okay.
They're shifty little Green Party political lobbyists, basically. I'm sure you've heard of him, or whatever.
Yeah,
his name
I'm
is.
aware of the Young Turks. Chang something or another.
Yeah.
Yeah, a extreme left winger.
He had this thing going where they were wanting to do a constitutional convention to get money out of politics, and I was curious about it, so I started reading up on some of that stuff, and that's probably where it came from, now that I think about it, because he's the only liberal email that I get, and then I get a whole bunch of crazy Republican stuff too. They drive me just as crazy, if not worse.
Why did they email you? Asking for money?
They want you to give them money, and they want you to vote for them on election day. So mostly they want your money though. So they know everything. They know when you're online. They know when you're offline. And it just seems odd that it does that on Gmail, considering they say how great the security Gmail has. They're like, oh man, you can set Gmail up on your servers and it'll protect all your information.
Who says that?
Yeah. Read the terms of service. You might find that once the emails
no one ever.
Are sent to Gmail, they automatically become the property of Google, LLC, and Google can scan and monitor content.
Well, not unless. Now, what if I'm paying for the service now, right?
Again, read the terms of service agreement.
Yeah.
Read your contract.
And see, they have different levels of Gmail, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. Like, do you know there's confidential documents from the United States government in Gmail? They have the personal contract with the U.S. government for
More than likely.
all of the confidential stuff. So,
I mean,
if the government of the United States used Gmail for their email service, then
that's how they busted Hillary.
No, that was because...
I thought Hillary was running her own email service.
Yeah.
Right.
As we've seen with in the UK with COVID scandal, a lot of politicians were using and still are using WhatsApp. So a Meta platforms, Facebook service for a lot of their own internal communications.
See, I wouldn't do that. I mean, being honest, I've tried that WhatsApp out, and it just that's some crazy stuff.
hence why a lot of the communications have been leaked.
Yeah.
Really? Because WhatsApp boast end-to-end encryption, don't they?
Yeah, but generally speaking, it's been leaked by civil servants or
By the people who
No.
receive the message.
Yeah,
Okay, you guys are
Yeah.
bringing up a
yeah.
good subject here. Now, since we're talking about leaks and we just discussed Gmail, what is the story that Ryan was talking about when he was talking about the Fediverse and Mastodon and Gmail using the Fediverse being incorporated in with Gmail? Have you heard about any of that?
Not Gmail.
He was talking about it.
Facebook, I mean.
No, he was talking
Facebook.
about Gmail. He's like, back. It wasn't the notice about. Well, it might have been. No, it was the one with Jack and his brother Bill, and they were talking to that one guy on.
Oh, yeah. Alex Gleason.
I've not
Yeah.
seen that one. Yeah.
They were talking. They were talking about the Fediverse being incorporated into Gmail and stuff someday.
Well,
I think you might
potentially.
Oh no. So I think you missed the context. I think the idea was that he was talking about Gmail being an open protocol, right?
Mhm.
Or not Gmail specifically, but email, right?
Yeah, so
Anybody,
free and
anybody's
something,
got a
yeah.
mail server of their own. Anybody's got a mail server like Microsoft mail server is able to talk with any other SMTP server that will receive email on behalf of their users, right? So Microsoft is able to send email. Microsoft server is able to send email to Google Gmail server, and they're like they just participate in this SMTP protocol, and it works. So he's parallelizing that concept with the concept of the Fediverse, where any social media network is able to participate in this Fediverse, and they do their own thing so long as they subscribe to this. What is that protocol, Mark? Activity Pub.
Activity Pub.
Yeah, Activity Pub protocol, and it just.
I did
Work.
raise this in the Minds Canary room maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, with Ryan, talking about terms of service agreements.
Yeah.
So in theory, a active club user can access Minds content and can create Minds content without agreeing to the terms of service agreement.
Right.
So what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, so that's the nature of this protocol, right? Just like if does the Gmail have to subscribe to Microsoft Exchange terms of service in order to receive mail from the Microsoft server? No, they don't.
No, but if you're using Gmail as your client, then or if you are publishing stuff directly to Gmail, using as your client, then it's a bit hazy.
They don't know anything. So these people who will publish their content on the Fediverse through ActivityPub, they don't know who would be potentially consuming their content.
Right.
They don't know. They don't know.
No analytics,
Right.
basically.
It's like a push. It's a push kind of a methodology where you just publish your stuff onto the
Fediverse.
The universe, the Fediverse. And then anybody who's able to consume it can. They don't care.
Bunch of
So
barbarians.
what is the concern then? Would Minds have to change their content policy then, so that it won't be a problem in that kind of a scenario?
They
Right?
were
'Cause
they were also,
they won't-
they were talking
they-
about identities too, like identities
Yeah.
when it comes to logging in. Like, say I turn around and I create multiple identities on the metaverse, I can come into Minds and create accounts for each of those identities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't be able to
no.
monitor them.
No. If you go into Minds and you create your own identity that mirrors the one on Mastodon, for example, then you would have to adhere to Minds terms of use service, because you're actually actively using their service, right? That's different than you publishing your content on Mastodon and somebody else on Facebook is able to read it.
No, I mean, like, I could actually create multiple identities on Mastodon and then come into Minds and set up an account. Like, you know how you checked out that...
But you're setting up an account.
Yeah.
You're setting up an
But you
account on Minds, therefore you are
Yeah.
You won't be
liable by the...
you won't be able to take advantage of Minds perks in that situation.
They said they were having issues trying to sort that out, though.
Trying to sort that out. So you think?
Yeah.
It might be. So, but the thing is, if you just publishing your content and somebody view it, it's fine, right? It's another thing that people are interacting with your content, right?
I have to. There's another issue there. If you are, let's say, a Mastodon user and you're publishing porn, and there's no way of automatically on Minds, there's no way of automatically putting not suitable, not safe for work tags to that content.
Right. Yeah,
Therefore,
that's something they have
technically
to deal with.
violating the content. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not. They're not violating your content policy because they're not using your service. But you have. I mean, mine.
Yeah.
Mine
You are
has to work out.
Mine is violating their own terms of.
That's right. So
mine is
come up
violating their own content policy.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
So
because
mine has to
mine
come up with a solution to deal with this, so that the users will.
mine says, "Fuck that. I like porn. I like porn." They're like,
Alright,
great.
as one of them used to say, I like porn's coming off of Mastodon is not even good porn.
But as far as the staff concerned, as far as the senior staff concerned, like any social media senior executives are concerned, social media companies are all about using their numbers, and if they can demonstrate that they've got more and more users, so it's a bit of a hazy issue.
That's definitely an issue, Mark, you brought up that they have to deal with. I mean, Minds user definitely will not want to. I don't know, unless you consciously subscribe to a Fediverse user, it won't show up on your feed, right? So it might not be an issue.
So it's the registered user that's creating the link that would be liable in that case.
Yeah.
So Minds user that's creating access tab.
The Minds user that are subscribing to this Fediverse channel that published not suitable for work content. Yeah.
Yeah. And see, you guys notice how I just kept my mouth shut and let you talk? See, I'm smart.
Also, going back to the
know from experience that
No, man. I mean, you guys
shooting
are
your
like,
mouth up about mines will get you in deep water.
yeah. No, I mean, it's even better than that because like you guys are actually talking good stuff, man. If I was to say something, it would have just ruined that whole conversation. You know. So I just like hell yeah, man.
Just going back to the email analogy for a minute.
Yeah.
I've got my own. I've created my own email server on a third party server, which I own the contracts to. So I receive mail from Gmail. I receive mail from various providers. But I have not personally agreed to those terms of services from those third-party providers.
Right.
It's interesting.
So, yeah.
And it happens. So you create a mail server on edworthy.com, and people are sending you email at mark@edworthy.com. Spammers, scammers, they will send you mails like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I get quite a lot of. Stuff, but I've got really good filtering tools.
Yeah. They technically they're liable, but how are you gonna go after them, right? Like they're like nobody off of the internet.
It's the invisible man.
Yeah.
Yeah. People and then they might send you emails off of some fake identity that you have no way of.
Yeah. I would have to go to get a warrant for each of the providers.
You need to talk to Mr. Bean.
And then, it would be very, very long-winded and complicated.
Contact Mr. Bean. He'll give you all the information. That man's got his freaking business straight. I mean, I'd say he had me. He had me pegged. He even knew the address to send the freaking thing to. So.
But to keep on with the email analogy for a little bit, right? Nobody ever since SMTP is invented has ever been sued. No email server provider has ever been sued for content being sent from another email server, right?
Yeah.
True.
Right.
As far as I am aware. There's never been any legal cases.
And see, I found the same thing out when it comes to these emulators. Like we had the conversation on my gaming, and I got curious and I checked it out. There's no lawsuits. There's nothing. No criminal charges concerned with any of the emulation games.
Just to be specific, in the US, maybe civil cases, but potentially in the UK, it could be a violation of the Computer Misuse Act 2010, I want to say, which is a criminal action rather than civil action.
I've never seen even a court case, like any kind of court case at all. I mean, like blah 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 versus Sega, whatever. I've seen absolutely no court case involving a lawsuit or criminal case whatsoever.
Yeah, potentially there may be some cases, but it's not sort of cases that the general public will hear about it.
Slightly different issue because these emulator makers, they're making emulators for really old that Nintendo is not making money off of anymore.
That's true.
so
how can you sue if you're not profiting?
They're not losing any profit, right?
Yeah, but that's not the issue. The issue is with copyright and licensing.
Yeah.
We all know that Nintendo likes to keep renewing its copyright on its content, and now that there are things like the 99-year copyright rules, you have a copy of Super Mario World, and you from 20, 30 years ago, whenever it was made, but it could still be under Nintendo's copyright.
Now, see,
therefore, it's a violation.
From what I've had experience from, like there's some consequences, okay? Like with the Mr. Bean thing, all right? Consequences for me using his content was my internet provider was going to tell me, no, you're not allowed to use our services anymore, all right?
Right.
So, and it's
Okay.
even like with the emails, okay? You could say you can no longer use our services. But like with emulators, what are they going to get you with? You know what I mean? I mean, if
Yeah,
they can't sue
yeah.
you for monetary value, then how are they going to stop you from using their server? You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, but it's not the emulators that come to you. It's not the emulator productions. It's the
right,
rights holders of those games
right.
Right.
that could sue you, and that could be a financial penalty.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah, yeah.
they could probably go after the ones who are distributing those ISOs. So.
Mm.
Yeah, I was going to say possibly not distributing the actual emulators themselves. This goes back to the old YouTube DL court case in the US that happened 3-4 years ago, where YouTube DL, a piece of software that allows for YouTube content to be downloaded to a local machine. The music it was actually the music industry in the US.
Napster.
The organisation. No,
Napster.
it was the trade body, the lobbyist organisation that went after the creators of YouTube DL. YouTube itself was actually originally blamed for this,
Okay.
but the resulting court case made a precedent that it's not the software creator that's liable here, so not the YouTube DL or emulator company that's liable. It's just the people that are using the content,
Oh wow.
so who are downloading the content for use. Yeah, so in an emulator case, who are actually providing access to the games themselves.
Yeah.
That comment I said about Napster, I was mistaken. Now that was Facebook, right? Zuckerberg split apart from the guy who created Napster, and I believe later on they got in trouble with the music.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but if it was
Like
I don't know.
Zuckerberg. Don't think it was Zuckerberg. I don't
Yeah.
think it's Zuckerberg.
Or no,
This was before.
Zuckerberg.
This was before even Facebook.
John
was
Parker,
Zuckerberg.
right? The Napster guy.
Yeah. Now he actually partnered up with Zuckerberg, and Zuckerberg was originally the partner of the guy who started Wikipedia. And they went their separate ways.
Okay.
Right. I see that.
I mean,
Wikipedia.
this is still at the time that Zuckerberg would still be in university.
Yeah, he was a little punk. He was just running
Yeah,
around.
he was just a kid at the time.
He was having
If the Wikipedia article is correct, they did meet up.
yeah, they were buddies.
Yeah.
He broke his negotiations with the guy who started Wikipedia and was going to go with Napster when it come to music and stuff. And the guy who started Wikipedia said, "No, I'm not going that direction. So you can go that way, I'll go this way," and that was it.
Right.
Yeah. I thought that was,
Wikipedia's business case is totally different from what Napster was.
He also
It's a
founded.
totally different business model.
well, you got
He
to
also
remember Facebook. What Facebook was originally supposed to be. I mean, they only started getting into video within the last 5-6 years, maybe 7.
Mm.
So, I mean, they were all about just hanging out and chatting with their girlfriends, stuff like that.
Right.
That's why I got so
Mhm.
pissed off when they did what they did with their notebook. When they literally deleted everybody's notes off of Facebook, and this goes
Oh
all,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and that should have
This
at
goes
least,
back to the sort of ownership issue,
Yeah, yeah.
where these companies actually own the content that you publish.
right.
Mm.
And this is going all the way back to like 2005 too. You know what I mean? Like this is an entire library of information they just wiped out.
Mhm.
It's,
Did they not give the users advance warning?
they gave the advance warning, but there's so much information. There's no way one user could freaking pull that much information off their computers. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, you should have reviewed the terms of service every time there was an update on that.
Yeah, yeah. You know when Google used to have this blogging service called Google Plus,
they
which
still.
they-
Oh no,
they-
I remember that. Yeah, they
which
took
they
that
ended.
off.
And then
Mhm.
before they ended, they sent an email to all users that here's how you can export your content
Yeah.
before it goes all gut.
Interestingly, under EEA GDPR, there is a right to to be able to access and store your own data locally.
Hmm. Now I've still got my
which article.
I've still got my branded accounts from Google Plus. Those are the branded accounts I have on YouTube. So they started
I-
out.
A few years ago, when I moved over to mine, I exported all of my Facebook data and kept it on. Right.
How'd you do that?
The Facebook gives you the option of exporting that data.
Oh, so you can literally just export all your data from Facebook over to Mines, and it's on Mines.
No, not to mine.
No,
Oh.
locally.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
okay.
on a local folder
Oh,
for
see,
storage.
There's an interesting GitLab ticket on Minds actually that talks about GDPR and be able to the right to forget and the right to be able to collate your own data,
that's
which
cool.
is done for you.
Well-
thing in future, yeah.
Okay, so we've got like 6 minutes before 7 o'clock. You guys want to call it quits, or do you got anything else you want to
Yeah.
discuss?
I guess we can stop on the hour. Go for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
what's your thoughts on
Coming
this
up to 1 o'clock my time.
before we get out of here? What's your thoughts on this? We'll go between the two of you.
On what? On this topic that we've been discussing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good topic, but I think originally I didn't want. I mean, you were asking me about security, and I was just talking about. We haven't talked about how to secure your account.
Well, that was something that I was saying you need to talk about, Dan. Like,
Let the conversation go where it goes, right?
Well,
We had good discussion.
That's the network
That's a very short
security thing.
conversation.
It could be. No, the network security thing could be extremely long. It could be. We could go over days.
we can go over that next week. Then
Man,
that'll
I would have thought, like, if you say on Windows you have to do all this stuff and blah blah and this and this and this to be secure. On Linux, just
stop
don't
downloading porn.
don't use the root account.
Yeah, but we could go into subjects such as external firewalls and gateway devices and yeah, it could become an extremely complicated subject.
I wanted to talk about this thing that might be useful for somebody like a normal consumer user like Pharma with her small kit.
Mhm.
Protecting your network from unwanted content.
Yeah,
But maybe
Okay.
we'll talk about that next week. We're running.
I think that should be the top priority of it because she's definitely having issues with security and stuff. So I think we should make it a part of the conversation next week. At least start it out and go, and hopefully we don't fall off track.
Yeah.
You need to take charge of that, Tan. I mean,
Keep ourselves in. I mean, the conversation is good.
yeah.
So if we run out of time, we'll catch it up next week.
And we'll dive into that and make sure that we do it because that is a good topic. But I think we covered a lot of good stuff here too when it comes to security. To be honest with you, and like emails especially, people are suckers for emails. That's something that I think everybody needs to be paying more attention to.
I don't know how technical old John is, but I think he might be interested. He's got a small kid.
Mm-hmm.
He might be interested in the conversation. Invite him next week. Tell him we're going to be talking about ways to keep our network safe from child safe content, including keeping our kids. So here's a little sneak peek of what we will discuss this week. Keeping our kids safe from like unwanted content like pornography and stuff like that, and how to practice safe online activities so your children doesn't get lured to some like weird child attacker somewhere, right? On the chat that might be playing games on Discord or Roblox, and some weirdos just start up a conversation with them and promise them stuff, meet them somewhere. Oh, that's very dangerous. So
So things like adult parental controls and parents being aware of what their children are doing, even if necessary, monitoring what they're doing.
There you go.
Okay.
It sounds like we have a plan for next week.
Yeah.
And just so you guys know, I don't know if you caught it or not, but John said he had to get off because he had to take care of his kids. So he would have been here if he didn't have to do that. So I want to say thanks to John too on our behalf for showing up. We appreciate him being here because I know he's going to watch this. He's been coming in, I think, for the last two of them, I think, maybe. So.
Right, cool.
If that's it, then I guess we're done.
That's it for Tech Talk. See you guys tomorrow for the Minds Roundtable.
Roundtable's tomorrow already?
Yeah, man.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's been a long
even today, as far as I'm concerned.
It's been a long week.
It's been crazy. I didn't even realize it was tomorrow. So.
You were planning to sleep through all day?
I was trying to go to sleep today. My biggest deal today was staying awake. So.
You made it. Now it's time to go to sleep.
Now it's time to go to sleep. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh man, that's awesome. Oh, puppy. That's so cute.
So let me go grab my coffee and I'll be right back. I haven't had a chance to get that yet. I got caught up in all these conversations and I looked down and it's like 11:45, so I didn't even have time to grab the coffee yet.
You've been all over the map today. I see you, Skype, Minds here.
They blew me out of the water.
That's what's up. That's what you was looking for.
Yeah.
That's what you started for. Yeah. So that's good.
I'll be right back. Tan's here.
Right.
There we go.
Hi guys.
Hi everyone.
Just sneaking in to say hello and then I'll drop out.
Okay.
It's 1:11. It's 1:11 and today is the 10th. So collectively it's 1:11, and it's 1:11. Wow, that's heavy thing. Oh, he's cleaning my pool. Let me go. I gotta be right back. I gotta ask him something.
Hey, actually, since you're here for a short bit, this would be a good time for you to throw out your introduction.
Okay. Oh, but you didn't start recording, did you?
Yeah, I did. I just before you came in.
Well, okay, before you go then.
All right.
All right. What week are we on?
I think we're on
What?
13.
We're on episode 13. Okay, so here we go. Right, ready?
Right.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roger Hanson's weekly Minds Roundtable live stream. And we have on the line Mark Edworthy, Karma Love, and Roger Hanson, and myself, Ken Hai Tran. And this is our episode number 13 on November the 10th, 2023. And welcome. If you're listening, you're watching, or if you are watching the replay, thank you for watching. Let's have some fun.
All right. Thank you very much. Did you see all the activity we had this morning, Tan?
We're talking, so Mr. Robot and all that.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about vegetarian.
Oh, yeah. No, it's even more than that. Well, Mr. Robot's going on pirate radio tonight, but besides that,
Oh yeah.
besides that, we've got like an interview set up for Sunday with George Ramsey from Texas. Then two other guys want to come on to the new 10 a.m. Show that we got over the last one that me and Mark did.
Okay.
They actually reached out to us and wanted to come on to the show.
Cool. On Rumble, it seems like you get more exposure on Rumble than on Mine's live streams.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Yeah.
it's actually from Skype too. That's the weird part. Like
Okay, that's good.
the guy that told or contacted me, I forgot his name. What was his name again? Karma
George Ramsey? You talking about George or Naroki?
Naroki. His name is
Yeah.
Naroki 5.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
He's dope. They're real informative.
Oh, John was recommend that to you. That guy?
That was
Jaffe.
Jaffe did.
Oh, Jaffe was that.
We know him from Jaffe's
About
show.
child custody laws.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alright.
And then talking about old John, John helped me get in contact with that guy that said that he saw the Satan and everything when he was a kid.
Uh-huh.
And he's going to be available for an interview too. He's getting things organized in his old or in his new apartment and everything. And after he gets his system set up, he said he'll be good to go. His name's Kenny Reck.
How come you have a show at 10 a.m. but my show's at 6 a.m.? Huh?
Because of John.
You see how he does me? If I want to host at 6 a.m., you get to have it.
But didn't you want to do it at 6 a.m.?
It's because
No, I didn't pick none of this stuff. I just
follow his order.
We just did it because of John's schedule. He's got the boy that he's got.
Oh, his baby. Yeah, that's right.
So.
Hey, you got to ask those other guys to come on one day too. They'd probably be fun to have. Yeah.
That's kind of what I was thinking too after we did that, because I was like, it would also be a perfect timetable for people over in Korea and people over in New Zealand and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're flip side, so it's early for me. It's starting to wind down for them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that is actually a good idea.
Mark's the expert on that.
Just as I was saying, there might be a conflict next week with the
Tech Talk. He was asking you to go.
Not the Tech Talk, the other one on Thursdays.
Roger's real time.
Oh yes, on Thursday they have the town hall, don't they?
Town hall, yeah.
Yeah.
Might be a conflict there.
No.
Roger, you might. Why don't you join the town hall?
Because I don't like those people.
Oh my gosh! Well, at least you were straight.
Wow, at least you're being upfront about it. Yeah.
I
respect your integrity.
They like just ripped me off for like $97, dude. I mean, shit. Somebody comes in freaking. somebody comes and steals shit or steals your wallet, what are you gonna do? Freaking go to their town meeting? I mean,
Well, you
No,
go to downtown meeting and make a scene.
steal your wallet and throw a barbecue with your money. You gonna eat the food or you gonna tear this shit up, right?
it all depends if they did it with my food stamps or if they did it with cash.
You got food stamps?
No, I don't have food stamps.
Oh, I was about to say, yo, let me buy some from you because like food stamps, you get double if you.
Oh, that's the way. That's the way.
I-
That's the way everybody deals in that stuff. But I want interest, man. I like.
Oh, see, no.
Yeah.
What's the point? You already getting free money. No.
Yeah.
I've been trying to give me some food stamps. It was at 50 for 25. Yeah, you know how $50 goes a long way, especially when you pay $25 for it.
Mm-hmm.
$50, get 100 food stamps for $50. Not that, I mean, like, yeah, no one on this live stream sells or purchases food stamps. Just put a disclaimer. We just know about these things from people we've spoken to.
Yeah,
From
that's
people
right.
who listen. That's it. We just heard.
What did you say?
Look. See, here you go, Mr.
What did he
Politically Correct. No, it's not a federal offense if I give my friends some money in
Do you know?
exchange for
Do you know how many
food.
people? Do you know how many people are on the food stamp task force?
I know, right?
They
Probably
said,
Mark
they said
only.
that they said they only have 12 agents, I believe, and that was like over 15, 20 years ago when I heard that. Like they don't have
Please,
shit.
make people buy food stamps.
They don't have shit for like an actual task force that goes after people that do that.
All right, guys. I got a jet. Yeah, Roger, you go get your coffee. We'll be back in a bit.
Thanks for showing up and doing the introduction for us, okay?
Okay, man.
I'll talk to you later. But let me go get my coffee. He was right about that.
Okay. Are you going to the show? Oh, I'm not even going to be there. I have a show tonight. I was about to ask you where you going, but I'm not even going to be there. Hey, baby. You're so pretty. You sound a bit far away. Would you step away from your mic?
No, my mic's over there. Should be.
You sound like a distant memory. Hi, pretty kitty. You're so pretty. Why are you up here? What do you want? Oh, you want food? Hold on, I'll tell your brothers. I'll be back, guys.
Alright, I'm back. Okay, I'm back.
I'm back.
That ego.
Yeah. He's something else. He really is. I mean, Jeffy is unique.
Indeed.
I think that's why him and Robot would get along. I want to hear them together on the radio or on his radio show together. I think it'd be interesting as heck. Because, like, me and Robot have basically agreed that we disagree on a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? But I still love listening to him talk, you know what I mean? He just says some cool stuff that I like to hear. So, I had to make that clear so he understood that. I didn't want him to think I didn't like hearing him, because I do. He's got a lot of cool stuff to listen to.
I might be able to join them this evening or this week, tomorrow morning, in fact. Or something. Not sure yet.
We need to get him to come on to Tech Talk sometime too. Be a little bit more active. He actually knows a lot about the stuff we're talking about.
Yeah, about conversations with them in relation to stuff.
What? Karma have to go somewhere?
I think so.
Let's see, like right there.
Feed the cat or something.
Right there, your audio straightened out perfect. It did that last night too.
Okay, yeah, it's because I swapped over to the microphone that's on my camera.
Yeah, there you go. It's a lot better. Now that microphone goes straight out of the camera?
Yeah, I've got it's a dual microphone on the camera.
That's cool.
With its own noise suppression circuitry, but the noise suppression isn't all that great. That camera was actually built for sort of its intended market use was for office conferencing.
Yeah.
So big sort of office sort of multi-use conferencing.
I think it's better than the other ones, to be honest with you. Just from the way you're sounding, it's really nice.
It's just that the background noise split. It picks up a lot of background noise.
But hey, just so you know too, because of your background, since you mentioned that, like what you got behind you, I'm using the picture that I pulled from yesterday's video to use you as a mask.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put a different background behind it, and then stick you behind a desk.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna try that. I'm getting to the point where I need to start practicing on masking with Blender, and I've almost got it down perfect on After Effects, but I really do need to get better at it on Blender.
Only problem with those sort of ideas is when it comes to things like hair, as an example, a lot of it's cut off because the diffusion sort of thing.
Just for future reference, so if anybody gets in the conversation with you, tell them they need to use the compositor. Okay, use compositing when they do masking. Because a lot of them, like, you know how they use the green screen, like Tan does, and it has those little wiggly lines around them. It's because they don't have a compositing system set up to kind of snap to the body. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So if they had that, it would be a lot better. And I think like the stuff you have to pay for has that, but I'm not sure. I'm just, but I've heard they've had that. But like if I go into well, After Effects, they automatically do it. Like, it'll literally snap to the edges of your body. But,
Okay.
But in Blender,
I'm just not a fan of Adobe software anymore because all the software as a service cloud sort of rubbish that they do.
well, you heard me on my take of it. I think they're a bunch of thieves. You realize how much stuff they've stolen from open source?
It's technically not stolen.
Well,
the point of open source is to be able to reuse code in the first place. That's the purpose.
And then they use it and then sue you because you used what they got off of open source. So
depends on the license agreements.
That's the reason why I get to use Blender, is because they felt guilty about what they're doing, and they put out Blender as an open source, a free program.
Blenders are different, produced by a different company altogether.
Who gives most of the funding to Blender, right?
It's a multitude of companies, I believe.
The biggest one?
I'm not so. I would argue organisations like the people that produce GIMP, the graphic image manipulation program, the open source graphic editor.
Find out real quick.
I can't remember. Yeah, I have to.
That would actually be a good thing to bring up. Blender. Sponsors, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Who sponsors it? Blender Development Fund.
Blend. It's a. I think it's a 501 charity. 501c charity technical organisation. The Blender Foundation.
Industry. There we go. Industry support for Blender. Tangent Animation, Nimble Collection, AMD, Aleph Objects, Development Fund sponsors. Miss Jank. No, that would be Blender Market, Cambridge Medical Robots, Valve System Workshop, Blend for Web, CG Cookie, Ifedi,
AWS, Meta, platforms, Google. Adobe. Inside sponsor, but so is a lot of other companies. Steam, Activision, Roblox.
They even have Tangent on here. I didn't know they were a part of it. AMD. They're into the chips, the CPUs.
Yeah, CPUs and GPUs. And also I think they do provide just non-corporate sponsorship as well, so just end user sponsorship as well. I think as an end user you can donate to them.
Now, do you find out how much Adobe sponsors them?
If they are 501, then that information should be maybe publicly available.
Now this is just industry support. What I'm reading right here. Apple joins Blender Development Fund. So Apple's involved in it too. Let me click on the development fund. Maybe that's where most of them is. Oh wow, they're at 143,000 on a monthly contribution. 3,672 individuals and 36 corporations.
Not sure if you're going to be able to go breakdown.
Credits, patron, Meta, AMD, AWS, NetEase Games, Epic, Mega Grants. Well, Epic Gaming, that's what that is. Corporate Gold is Blender Market, Blender. Wait, hold up. Yeah, these are credits. Corporate Gold is, Adobe, Blender Market, Blender Kit, Google, Decentraland, and Adobe. And then Corporate Silver is Steam Workshop, Studio Kara, Giant Software, CoreWeave, Roblox. That's
Eaglesoft.
Activision. And Reolution, and CoreWeave, and Cason. That's interesting. We don't care about the corporate bronze. They didn't even.
I don't know. I can see a couple of companies there that are of interest to me. Linkage, Eaglesoft.
Yeah, Fox Render Farm, CG Slab, CGCookie.com, then Vast, Ranch Computing, MCM, or NUM, NumFum, whatever that. I think it's
NumFum. NumFum? Yeah. I think so.
And then another one next to it.
NumFum, yeah. Website setter.
Now this is Egosoft, and website setup, Polygon IQ. They used to do games, didn't they?
Polygon, yeah, they are a game production.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're an actual developer. They are three-dimensional 3D developer.
I remember a long time ago, I think they did the one where you had that little circular thing that you had to run over the pipe, I guess, and if you touched the edges, you lost the game. Had to start over. And you had to go through it was weird, different obstacles and stuff, and you had to stay away from the centerpiece and you had to guide it, you know what I mean?
Didn't they create the engine for Portal? Valve's Portal game.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's the one on Steam right now, isn't it?
Yeah. I think the actual production house was Valve. And I think they did a lot of the graphical engine for the game.
My son tried that out. I thought it was a pretty interesting game. You can actually create portals and jump through them, and at the same time fighting other people in PvP. It's real weird. Then they have Fireproof, Bee Water Animation Studios, and then Project Studio Q, Kiska. Now Bigfoot, I've heard about them. I don't know much about them, but I have heard about them. And then Linkage.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So yeah, they've got quite a large sort of corporate sponsorship.
I still say the only reason why why Adobe did that is because they know what they've done. They have a guilty conscience.
Okay, I'm not so sure about that.
You don't think they have a guilty conscience? Is that what you're saying?
All fair in love and business.
I just don't like the whole concept of them taking and using open source to create their shit, and then whenever you use their stuff, they sue you because you're using their stuff they got from open source. You know, I mean,
yes, only part of their code is open source.
Only
probably under things like the BSC MIT license, which they can use in the corporate or commercial products.
Well, it's just like you guys were talking last night about Unix with Linux, okay? Yeah. That kind of goes back to it too, because Unix was always about, wanting everything to be open for everybody. They were pretty.
I'm going to disagree at that point.
They actually wanted their stuff to be in everything. I mean, it was that was one of the reasons why they even set it up. That's why you find a lot of Unix and Linux programs.
Unix started out as a more of a server sort of dumb terminal sort of operating system. Remember back in the 60s, 70s, as far as end users are concerned, computers were just dumb terminals. Much like we see with the so-called cloud phenomena now, where you get things like the Chromebooks, the minimal machines, and you're accessing all the services from an external server.
I can't believe you actually said, like, the cloud.
The cloud, quote unquote, software as a service.
I was like, you said that and didn't even have any kind of emotion. I was like, oh wow, dude, he just did that. You get so
marketing
annoyed.
speak. The marketers are infecting me. So.
Like, that's the first time I've seen you do that. Oh man. But yeah, well, like Linux, okay, I found out what was it, about 12 years ago, that they're even in PlayStations, like PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
I can literally go in and set up a freaking Linux program on a PlayStation 3.
Depending on the version of PS3, I chatted about this, had a discussion about this in a Minds chat a couple of months ago, and it is actually dependent on this version of the chipset that is in the PS3. There's about 3 or 4 different models of PS3.
Oh, that's cool. You know what chipset it is? Because I know how to take them things apart. I can take them apart and put them together. If I have to, I can switch them out. Like, people make it out like it's so hard to do that to a PS3 and shit. Like, they're easier than computers.
I'm not sure. I would argue that how they've include the chipsets and how they've the plates between the chipset and the thermal paste makes it that much more harder for people to meet. But it's possible.
It's like the thermal paste. Believe it or not, it's a lot easier because, like with the PlayStation, they actually want you to spread the paste everywhere. You know what I mean? Whereas on a computer, they say just use a pea-size amount. So I know that sounds weird.
I'm not sure if I agree with Sony's stance on the amount of thermal paste. Most of the technician we paired a lot of computers, thousands of computers in my time.
It just does seem easier, and I know it sounds weird, but it makes putting it all back together a lot easier than because by the time I got everything together, usually the system was already, or the paste was already dried and everything and good to go. Stuff was stationary. So now I haven't done like a PS4 or a PS5 yet, but I'm sure that's gonna happen. There's just no way. It's like two forces that need to meet. Eventually the prices will drop off and people will be selling for like $50 a piece, and I'll just go down to the pawn shop and buy one and end up fixing it.
I mean, I was when I was looking at this, PlayStation 3s are, you can pick up either new, old stock or refurbished stock for about 30 quid, £30 sterling, so about 40-50 USD. And even if they don't work, they make good spares.
And you can fix them too. A lot of problems. I better take that back. They had some that had heating issues that were recalls. So
the majority of the issues with those devices are heat related.
Yeah, I forgot all about that. So you do have to be careful, and some of them it's because of the heat. And I've actually taken a few suggestions off of them, like drilling little holes and then making like a vent. But that doesn't really work all that great either. So
I've seen people add larger fans to them and stick thermal switches on them.
So I think that's cool. That's kind of like a cybernetic PS3. You know what I mean?
And thermal sensors add extra thermal sensors to them.
It's like the cyborg PS3. And make a. Karma said she'll be back in a bit. Oh, I didn't even read that yet. Was she on? Yeah, she was on here, wasn't she?
Yeah.
That's a trip.
I cannot find that room that was related to my discussion. Yes, please. Which room it was now? Several months ago.
Alright. Tan and Karma Love voted up our post. Thank you.
Cool.
Tan reminded it. And the Salty Pep voted up one of my posts for video gaming. Gene Tap. Now, Auto Excelsior, he voted up our Tech Talk last night, so I wanted to say thanks to him on here.
Cool.
Auto Excelsior. Now, he's friends with Bob Dub. He's one of the guys that I want to get an interview with, because if Bob Dub recommended him, then this is somebody I think we should have a conversation with. I was really impressed with that interview, so I don't know.
Which interview are we talking about?
The one with Bob Dub.
Okay. I've yet to listen to that one. There's a few interviews I've actually not listened to.
So
It's just finding the time to do these things.
Mm-hmm. So I want to say thanks to Otto Excelsior. He's from what I've seen, he's pretty cool. He has a lot of quotes on his timeline or his profile that well, to me they just really stand out. I went and I subscribed to him and then checked out his profile. Man, he's got a lot of good stuff on there. So thought that was cool. And then Minds Gaming, that I told you I finally had a conversation with him, right?
Cool. Okay.
Somebody put porn on the writing group, and I tagged the group and I let them know, and I forgot that Minds Gaming was the one who started that one. And he said thanks for letting him know and to just directly message him next time. And then that's when I brought it up. And I asked him if he would do an interview with me. So he never reached back to me, but not yet at least. But
I know he can be extremely busy.
Yeah, he said it was real life stuff that is kind of taking up his time, so. And it was in the writing corner. That's the one I was talking about whenever we were discussing that stuff. This is like one of the oldest groups on Minds, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I just don't like the idea of somebody just coming in and spamming this shit with freaking porn and stuff like that. That just irritates the shit out of me.
Tell me about it. I'm the administrator for the Minds user group, and I haven't actually checked it today, but it's sort of every other day I see some sort of porn or some sort of non-relevant content from that group that I have to remove.
It's annoying. Yeah, like that writing corner is. I don't know if you've gone in there or not, but if you're interested, man, go in there and check it out.
It rings a bell. Yeah, I think I may not have joined it, but I heard other people mention it.
It's really good. All the small writers, and well, there's a couple of them that's actually got a few published books that are on there too.
Yeah, there was a science fiction writer that promotes these, or used to promote these content quite a lot, I think. That has published a few books. I believe he's a member of that group.
You see, I'm telling you, dude, look at this shit. I mean, I'm gonna share this with you. You guys think it's all my conspiracy mind, okay? But I'm gonna show you something. I've got proof. I've got freaking proof now. Hold on, I'm gonna share a different screen. You are about to get blown out of your mind because Roger has just validated himself. Watch this. Now, we're in writing corner, right?
Yeah.
Now watch this. This is it. You guys are gonna find out the truth. Over here to the side. Look at that.
The Ottoman being one of the members, yeah.
He's co-creator and CEO of Minds. And guess who is right there on the top of the list of writing corner. Created by...
I noticed that I think it's a Minds user group that he's the first person that appears in that section.
And looky here,
the Minds community open source initiative.
No, up here, Mine's Corner, Mine's Gaming.
Yeah.
So you got Mine's Gaming and co-creator Bill Altman. And guess what? He's the first one on the list. See that? First one.
I am not going to comment on that.
That's why he doesn't want to talk to me, is because he knows I've exposed his secret identity. He's Mine's Gaming.
No, he isn't. There's a love-hate relationship between those two.
Yeah. Well, it could be just a role. Like you know how a robot gets on the here and he has a conversation with himself. You know that happens.
I've had various kinds of conversations with both of them, and they are both totally different people.
Well, until I know for sure. Now,
funny enough, look at the Minds. Sorry, yeah. Funny enough, looking at the Minds user group the first channel that appears in the membership list is the Minds, the official Minds channel, and the second one is Jack Hoffman.
Hey,
the Chief Operations Officer.
I never even thought about it. Jack could actually be. No, they get along, don't they? The brothers.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I will know the truth eventually. I mean,
I can tell you for sure that there is no.
We've got to have.
There was Minds Gaming and Bill are two separate people. Yeah, in the Minds Community Open Source Initiative group, Bill Ottman appears as the first member in the members list.
Okay, I'm gonna go to help and support, or no, to discover on the groups. And there's a couple of other ones here that I noticed. Well, see, that's the thing too. They really need to show in the descriptions how old these groups are, so that people know which ones are the more well established. You know.
I don't know, I would say that would actually not scare people off, but
well, I mean, just how old the group is what I'm saying. Like they show when we signed up, you know. I mean, like when you create a group, it'd be cool to know what day it was or what year it was, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I couldn't tell you how long ago it was that I created my YouTube channels. I to this day I couldn't tell you which one I created first.
Okay, YouTube doesn't provide a date in the YouTube creators facility.
They deleted a lot of the data they had before, like like their monetization has dropped down to 1 year, and I think they go back like maybe 5 years on the data. Like if you do all time, I've had my channels for a really long time, so like if I hit all time, it'll freaking show the little exclamation mark and saying no data available, because they go in and clean it up. It's really weird like that.
Yeah, if you have a look at the analytics on mines, there used to be a filter for a time span filter for since the beginning of the creation of the token system back in 2018. I'm saying, yeah, 2018, but they've dropped that as well. See 12 months worth of information, but yeah.
Well, it's weird too because like Odyssey, I found out, I was looking through there and I was like, found out that if you delete your archive videos, that's when you get those tokens. If you keep holding on to them, you don't earn from them. You have to literally delete them. Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
that's the only place that I've seen that did that. I guess it's to encourage people to get rid of old archive videos.
Yeah.
I just thought that was interesting. I've never heard of any other place doing that before.
No. Well, I suppose the argument is that video content is related to the amount of storage resources that they've got, and if they can encourage you to remove videos, therefore they have more storage.
And then earn money from it. Hey, that's an idea. Actually,
it's a revenue sort of argument, yeah. Because obviously storage equates to expense.
Yeah, it would actually be a good
probably
idea.
The biggest, which is probably the biggest expense when it comes to these video platforms.
Throw that to mines and see if they like it. Have people go in and delete their old archive material, because that'd actually be a good idea, because like over here in the gallery, all you'd have to do is scroll down on your gallery. You wouldn't have to give them much, just give them like maybe a token for each video they deleted. You know.
Generally speaking, the content that I create, I use YouTube-based videos anyway, so there's no storage issues there.
Oh, they don't have storage?
No. As far as mine's concerned, because I reference external videos, it doesn't affect mine storage as much.
Oh, this is an idea. That is pretty good. I just realized it though too, like I'd say about 2 weeks ago when I seen that on Odyssey. I was like, and it was pretty interesting. Let's see here. Make sure I got everything on the OBS the way it's supposed to be. I keep bouncing around all this other stuff. You finally seen your message where you saying or sounded like a chipmunk in some of the TikTok streams.
Yeah. I had a quick browse through that video just before we started this. And I was just curious to know what, because I changed microphones halfway through that stream, so I was just curious to see compared to.
Well, I know, like at some point, like your voice got better, and it was, you know what I mean? Like it was actually a good video after we got past that point, and then me bouncing in and out, and then Tan. After all that was done, man, it was pretty awesome. Most of the time, I had to just shut up and let you two talk. I mean, it really turned out good. You need to take time and watch some of that stuff, at least towards the end, because that's when you and Tan really get fired up and start talking really good stuff. I mean, like, and then Tan gets to the end, okay, and he says, well, I was thinking we should talk about this, and I'm like, dude, that's kind of what we were supposed to do. You know, I mean, he never said anything like.
Yeah, but we go down tangents and
like but I think we covered a lot of other basics too, because like the email thing is a big issue when it comes to security. I mean, it really is, especially for older people. You know, you were talking the other day. It was Tan talking the other day about his dad. You know, and that's an issue I have with my parents too. Like, they'll go in there and they'll just click on everything. They don't even care if it's in the spam folder or if it's in the inbox.
I'm not sure if it's just an older person issue. I think it's just a common issue.
People can, all they got to do now is just click on stuff. They don't have to actually like do anything. You know, just go in there and click on it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing about Facebook that really gets me, is like, there's no actual like thinking involved in it. Like, now you don't even have to freaking put your password in. It does it for you.
Okay, yeah, depending on how your browser's set up.
Auto save and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's basically just a click world. And the majority of people that I know, they don't even touch their freaking keyboard anymore. They just use the mouse.
Yeah, this convenience over self-security sort of argument, isn't it? People like things to be convenient for them, irrelevant if it causes issues elsewhere.
I think you should make videos on keyboard commands. I think you'd do a good job of it, to be honest.
I didn't really want to go down that entire sort of training video sort of route, because I think that's just very tedious and
on a keyboard commands, just keyboard commands.
yeah. Can you imagine? I know it's.
That did not end good. You'll be back on. We better not discuss keyboard commands no more. What do you think? We better just leave that one alone. That's like a bad omen.
I was saying, can you just imagine me producing a video, an hour's worth of video saying, press Control and B, press Control and A for this function, press No.
I thought it was weird that we were starting that conversation automatically, and all of a sudden freaking Jitsy's like gone for you. It's like, oh hell, dude. That's like an omen. Yeah, don't talk about this. It took you out again. We've been having this issue for about 2 or 3 days now, so. Alright. So I went ahead and paused and unpaused for a second. That could be. Well, I don't know. I'm not getting issues on any drop frames or nothing. So
I think it's.
I was just saying, like, it's been happening for the last 2 or 3 days. It's gotten really strange how it's doing that. I freaking now let me see. I'm done babbling. I don't really have anything. I don't. Let me see if we got it anymore. Yeah, no. George said that he would be willing to do the thing on Monday, so we're gonna have an interview with him on Sunday at 5 p.m. my time. That'd be around, what is that, 10 or 11 your time?
I
don't know.
Never remember. So CST to UTC. So 5 p.m. your time. In fact, which would be 11 p.m. mine.
Good. I was hoping I got that straightened out. I put it up on the schedule for that, like, for BST or UTC. Well,
I may have something penciled in for that day. I'm not sure yet.
Penciled in. You still use pencils?
My scheduled.
You still use pencils?
No, it's just a
I know.
phrase.
I just had to say it.
Pencil in my Firefox, yeah.
You know how long it's been since
like
I've heard somebody say penciled in? I mean, I had to say it. That was my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, we got it.
I'll have to see about that. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I took the time stuff and I put it on a spreadsheet for me on Google Docs. So I wanted to be able to know what time it is in Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and England. East Coast is important because of tan and karma. And my time now is good because of George. He's in Texas. And plus, East Coast is also good because I do gaming with another guy over in Kentucky. So he lives on.
The good thing is that I've set up my phone and my desktop, my workstation with sort of word clocks, and I've just added a couple Los Angeles, New York, UTC, India, South Korea, Korea, and Sydney in Australia. Sydney.
Well, it's cool. It's cool to know that, like, Korea is like in 12 hours or 14 hours away. So, like, if it
14, yeah.
So if it's 2 o'clock a.m. here, it'd be 2 o'clock p.m. plus 2. So that means 4 o'clock p.m. You know what I mean? So as long as I remember that at 12 hours and then plus 2, I'll be good. So 12 plus 2, 14. I know that sounds weird, but I played D&D. Alright? And that logic makes perfect sense to anybody who plays D&D. Okay?
Yeah.
With the stat sheets.
Yeah.
So it's a modifier. 12 plus 2.
So what's that in my time? That's 9. Korea standard time, 9 hours.
So you have 9 hours?
Yeah. So offset UTC plus 9 hours.
There you go. Now see, Jaffe is actually hitting it pretty good too. He's got Robot tonight, and he was talking to old John earlier about doing an interview with him too.
Yeah, I noticed that. So that.
I went and talked to that guy I was telling you about. You remember me mentioning him? The guy that said that when he was a baby and stuff, he saw the devil and.
Rings a bell.
John was finally able to get in touch with him on YouTube. He goes by Kenny Reck.
Okay.
And like whenever John did an interview with him, he was talking about this stuff, man. And I don't usually react to stories like that, you know what I mean? But when he started telling that story, it just sent chills down my back. I've never had anybody talk about scary stuff like that did that to me, you know what I mean? So I mentioned, since I started doing these interviews, I mentioned it to John and said, hey man, is there a way you can get in touch with him? And he said that he didn't have his email at the moment, but he'd try to get in touch with him. Finally he got in touch with him, and we're setting it up sometime this week or next week, so that's pretty cool. Okay, I am going to pause this and step away for a second. All right?
Yeah, I'm going to make myself a quick coffee.
Yeah,
you do that.
I've got to too. I've only had one cup since we started.
Yeah, I've got one here that's gone cold.
Same here. I'll be back. It'll still be streaming. It's just nobody will be here. It's just a recording spot. Okay. So.
Yeah, I'm just going to switch my camera on for a minute.
All right.
Okay, I'll see you in a sec.
All right. I had to get my coffee, and then I decided to take a smoke too before I did that, because it was. I've got to go outside. Oh, here, my dad is on oxygen, so I can't smoke in the house. So I took a smoke break and drank some coffee, filled up the cup again. And here I am. Whew. I cannot believe it. I look like last night when I told you, like, or I asked you if it was actually going to be Friday today. I really didn't know Friday was going to be today. I was like, all the stuff, man. I've done 2 things on the internet every day related to the streams. I even got on with a friend of mine, Rapid Glitch, and we did a Zelda randomizer and recorded it. Okay. Have you ever heard of the randomizers? Like, you know how video games have different things in it? Like you literally use a randomizer and it changes everything that spawns up in the game.
Okay.
It's weird.
Yeah.
He ran into a problem because he wants to go through and do the quest, I guess, for the game that he's playing, and the randomizer changed everything to where he couldn't do it. So he had to figure out a way of getting it to where he could actually go through and do certain things. I think it's going to be harder than what he thinks to do. He had to literally start all over. And the bad part is I hated Zelda with a passion. That game.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I played quite a few RPGs in my time. I found Zelda.
Yeah. Like Mega Man. Why couldn't he play Mega Man? You know, that was a cool game. I really did like Mega Man, but most people who play Zelda at least play Mega Man. Usually. But
I missed that entire generation of Nintendo all my life. Back into the must have been the early 90s, wasn't it? When that was very popular. I was more of an Amiga fan at that time.
Really?
The Commodore Amiga fan, yeah.
See, you had the Commodore going. My uncle actually introduced me to Commodore. I told you about that, how he made the code where you had the naked lady. You remember the old naked lady that danced? Oh, we're losing them. Hello, Karma. You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because everything's acting weird. It just,
What does fellow jitster mean? Why doesn't it just say my name? It says fellow jitster.
It literally like dropped you and then put you back on its own.
Well,
no, I have to manually rejoin.
Yeah.
You see where when I wrote in the chat that I'll be back later and it says be back in a bit? That's
It still says Karma Love for me, but I haven't refreshed or anything, so.
See, mine says fellow jitster.
Oh.
Yeah, what's that?
Hello.
In the world.
I never called myself a jitster. What the heck is a jitster? That's kind of like
for you to have fellow jitsters, right?
That's what they're calling Jitsi users at the moment, I suppose.
Oh, wow.
So are Skype Skype users called Skypers?
Probably.
Yeah.
They're cheesy like that. All of them are like that. They're just a bunch of like Odyssey. They're calling themselves Odysseyer.
Okay. Mindlings. Yeah, mindlings.
Mindlings. Oh my god.
They should call minds neurons.
Mindless. The mindless.
Mindless, yeah.
Mind neurons. That's funny.
If it wasn't for the people on Minds, I wouldn't even be on Minds anymore, to be honest. Like I enjoy just the actual people, you know what I mean, who are on here. Like you'll never find anybody like the people on Minds. It's just like insane. You get like put into a universe that's like an altered universe, you know.
One thing I like about it is because like of all the social platforms, it's like the most connected. Like, you know what I mean? You're not going to get on Instagram and start like a show with like people that you chill with and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's way different. Like I respect that. I mean, maybe you would, but usually like with Twitter, you bring your following. It's people that already know you or know of you type thing. But like with Minds, it really gives you an opportunity to kind of build community. But there was, like I said, Station Head was like, Minds and Station Head are like identical, except Station Head does music. It's really kind of funny how similar they are.
Now, with Twitter, when you mentioned that, like I actually, back when I was real active in my my Strange Stories channel, I actually had a pretty good following there on Twitter. But the only thing is they all freaking just finally gave up on Twitter and went to porn and shit. You know what I mean? Like now, all of a sudden, you go on there and they got like freaking the ads wanting you to be their sugar daddy and shit. You know what I mean? You know how I make that?
Insane.
Yeah. You know how they got that reference to, or I made that reference to like Twitter MILFs. That's who they are. That's where they came from. All of a sudden they started popping up on my Twitter, which is now X.
See, it's funny. They'll always ask me if I want to be their sugar baby. Like, you want to be my sugar baby? But they do that everywhere. Like, I just had somebody inbox me on Instagram asking me if I wanted them to send me money. I just be ignoring them because they be seeming fake to me.
What the heck is that?
What, a sugar daddy?
No.
Oh.
Sugar daddy. I know what a sugar daddy is.
You know what a sugar daddy
Yeah.
is.
That's I didn't know how to react to that. I was like, hell, dude. Now, if I say yes, that means I'm a pervert. If I say no, that means I'm stupid.
Or you think I am.
No, I mean, think about it. Like, I'm a 50-year-old man, dude. I know what a sugar daddy is.
I know what a sugar daddy is.
If I'm 50,
but you're right, though.
If I'm 50 and I don't know what that means, I'm freaking an idiot, man. I mean,
I think it's funny that girls will be asking, like, do you want me, can I be your sugar baby? I would. Wish I would. What are you asking that for? Why would you ask for a sugar daddy? They're supposed to come find you, I thought, not you find them. I don't know, though, because sometimes you watch those movies and them girls be walking them cars down. I'm talking about walking them down, so they do be asking, too. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they are pretty scandalous, though. Like, after OnlyFans, things got a little rowdy, you know.
Like, Mark, do you have an OnlyFans? Do you be? Did you? Okay.
No.
I tried to, but
if
they
I
didn't.
did, I'm not gonna disclose. Did
I
you
tried
see
to.
that? You said you tried to, but because your beard, they won't let you, right?
Yeah, they don't like my beard. I'm not sexy.
You're so funny. Did you hear about that guy who dresses up, the senator that killed himself because he dresses up I don't know, Bubba or something like that. But apparently, he's a senator by day, and then by night he dresses up as a curvaceous woman and poses to a dog. No, but he looks so hot as a girl, you not even believe it. Like, I don't know, he must put on a waist trainer and he puts on this blonde wig, and he's actually a pretty sexy little thick chick. But as a man, no, never. Thank you. But anyway, he's dead now because when people found out that he does this stuff, he offed himself. It's just happened. I actually think I found about it first online, to be honest.
Oh my god.
Yeah, insane, right? Like,
yeah. Well, there's a few politicians that I think are disguising themselves as women, though, because like they had some posts out that just is a little bit too revealing about their personalities. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not talking about like Obama's wife showing her wiener kind of stuff, you know what I mean? I know that's computer generated, but I mean, like,
do you think that's a girl, really, a guy for real? Because I've heard that so many different times, but I don't know if that's just people talking crazy.
It probably is. I think they had the wiener thing on something else.
Just people talking insane.
Yeah, there was another.
I've seen his print or her print before.
I think they did it to Hillary Clinton too, back when she was in office. I think she was senator.
Well, I just always heard she was scandalous.
Yeah, what sort of websites are you looking at?
They were on Facebook, man. I mean,
right, just regular.
I mean, they're everywhere. They got like what's her name? I can't remember. Michelle Obama with a wiener, and she's walking across the stage, and her wiener's popping out and shit. I mean,
disgusting.
I can do that on Blender. I can take anybody's picture and make it look like their wiener's like sticking out. You know, like
okay, so listen.
It's not suitable for work.
Yeah.
Right. Michelle Obama's cock's bigger than Obama's. No, that's fun. The guy is an Alabama, so it was Alabama mayor and Baptist pastor F.L. Bubba Copeland shoots himself in the head after he's outed for dressing as a transgender curvy girl, Brittany Blair, and uploading explicit photos to porn sites.
I wonder if
This is
Copeland, is that a part of that religious TV show that's on television?
See, I don't know. It just says he's the Alabama mayor, but he's a Baptist pastor. See, but you gotta see his picture because, like, he looks way better as a woman than he does as a man.
If you want to, post it in live with Roger Hanson's chat.
I will. Hold on 1 second. I gotta take a call.
All right. But yeah, that'll get the people going. Share that on there. We'll have Robot. He was posting something about a rave or some kind of crazy shit. I'll share a little bit of it on there. It's cool that he did it, you know. That's what I was telling Tan when he does those festivals up there. And where he does those festivals, that's where they shot a really cool freaking... It's actually one of the last sci-fi television series that I watched on sci-fi. Like, I don't watch them anymore, you know, but the one I watched was pretty cool. I think it was called Inception. And
okay, yeah, I'm familiar with it.
And that one was really cool. It was like a female cop that went through time to the past. And she had like, you know how they're always talking about the new technologies coming out, like the suit that's gonna stop you from bleeding if you get shot. And then you'll have like, you'll like have chips that are set up to sit on the side of your head, and that you'll be able to see things that other people don't see. She had all that technology. It was actually pretty cool.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find that secret building in Canada that my brother keeps talking about.
Secret building?
Yeah, there's a secret building up there where you have to be chipped in order to go into the building.
Okay.
And if you aren't chipped, then you're not allowed to get in. It won't open the doors for you. They don't have doorknobs or anything. You have to get in with a chip. Chip secured building in Canada. I wouldn't put it past Canada though. They're really into stuff like that. I mean, they're probably one of the leading countries when it comes to that kind of technology.
Switzerland, Sweden, one of those. Way. There's a lot of research into biometrics and I don't know, cyborg sort of chips under the skin sort of thing.
Now,
IC chips and stuff.
it could be Switzerland too, because they're into all that. I never even thought about that. I'm just gonna do chip secured building then. See if there's something that comes up on that.
Well, I've been in plenty of commercial places where I've needed to have a security card with an RFIC or a magnetic strip or something. Obviously, because I've dealt with things like corporate server rooms and stuff. Needed security cards to access those things.
Chip security, maybe. For whenever they I put building into the search, they start talking about like building chips and stuff like that. That's
Okay.
Secure your SoC building system and chips designed for security. And then building a Titan.
I think the best thing you should really look at is things like NFC and RFIC skin implants.
NFC, RF.
RFID, sorry. NFC and RFID chip implants.
Chip implants. There we go. NF is right there, the first one on the list. Good call. Slight box. This baby will read, crack, clone, and program just about any RFID or NFC tag you come across.
I'm thinking more related to under skin implants.
Yeah.
So
Human chip.
you have a chip
there we go.
in.
There it is. NFID and NFC human chip implants. Biohacking is the next phase in human evolution. Human augmentation with microchip implants is just the first step, but an important one.
I'm not sure if I agree it's the next step in human evolution, but
I should be careful about reading that shit out loud for you. I'm sitting here reading this, I'm like not even thinking, hold on, Mark's here listening to this. I'm sorry. It's off of Dangerous Things. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's transhumanism is what I'm getting from a lot of that.
Yeah.
And see, that's the thing about Google. People don't know they're transhumans. You know that, don't you? Like the founders of Google actually believe in transhumanism.
Yeah, it's a common concept. Amazon doing research into this. Microsoft, I believe, is doing research into this. A lot of universities are doing research into this.
Okay, here's something.
More than likely military. Yeah.
It says NFC, the tech used in mobile phones for contacting payments and contact exchanges, and NFID used in product identification, tracking, building access cards, and many other things are found everywhere these days. I played a little bit with cheap tags that could be used to interact with phones, but implants are getting more practical, so I decided to give one of them a go. So this guy decides he's gonna give himself a freaking chip in his freaking hand. I know technically NFC is RFID, or specifically is a set of protocols built upon a subset of the RFID ones. But I'm going with the commonplace usage of the term NFID. I think this guy and you'd get along really well. He elaborates.
Actually, I've not come across the term NFID before.
But the way he elaborated on that, that's you and this guy might want to talk. He really just like, oh, I know. Okay, for the unregulated low frequency, but I'm going with the commonplace usage of the terms. RFID for the unregulated low frequency 120 through 150 kilohertz tags that use all sorts of proprietary protocols. NFC for the high frequency 13.56 millihertz devices using specifically NFC. Did that help you out in any way for the NFID?
No, I've got a good idea of frequencies. As far as this is concerned, radio frequencies. But yeah, no, I just never heard anybody call it NFIC ID.
Yeah.
Cool.
I didn't want to limit myself to a single technology or go with 2 implants. But Dangerous Things, yes, that's the company name, sells the next. An implant with both the RFID chip that can simulate or clone fobs and tags on the wild, and the NFC chip, which can store 888 bytes of data accessible to any NFC reader I touch, including smartphones. There are some limitations. There are some limitations. Its NFC can't be used for payments, like for example the wallet more, and the RFID.
In theory, it can be, but it's just that there's probably legal requirements, or no banks have. Well, obviously, this is new technology, so obviously there's no organised sort of thing outside Netherlands.
Like he's doing it himself, like he's his own guinea pig. So I wonder if that's a legal problem right there. Like,
no, I would say your body, your choice.
Yeah.
Use that argument on that.
Well, ethics, though, scientific ethics. I mean, could he get in trouble if he's a scientist or an engineer?
Again, his body, his choice.
I've seen a really crazy Outer Limits episode where this dude put nanobites in his system, and they rejuvenated him. But the problem is he was being mutated into this crazy creature that, like, whenever he got hurt, these nanobites would go and heal him automatically. But then they kept getting more and more. They started reproducing until finally he was going to become like this metal creature that was bulletproof and couldn't be harmed.
The Star Trek Borg concept.
Yeah. I thought that was really cool. I was like, man, that dude's so lucky.
I'm not sure if it's cool, but
I was like, I wish I could be a cyborg drone that was bulletproof and couldn't be hurt. Mind you, though, I was like in my maybe early 20s, late teens when I seen that. So now the RFID can't emulate super advanced security or hold multiple tags, but the combination is enough for a lot of uses. Plus, it's a field of testing set of chips that should be operational. That should be operational for years and years. So I chose it.
I'm not sure if I can agree about not being such a secure thing, because at the end of the day, it's just a storage mechanism. So it's in the technology in itself is not anything to do with security. It's the device, it's what's stored on that device, and what that device is interaction with. That is the security point.
Alright.
It is no more different than having a USB flash drive and storing whatever data you want on there. The USB flash drive itself is just a storage mechanism.
Alright. Okay. Yeah, because it says the RFD can't emulate super advanced security. Or hold.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by that actually.
Or hold multiple tags.
No. Well, in theory, you can.
Nobody's really tried to tag himself, though. You know what I mean? Like, how many people? Well, I'm sure there are some, but how many people really want to freaking put a tag in their skin?
It's the arguments about rather than carrying around a credit or debit card or your phone or something, having all of your access to your banking facilities by a chip underneath your skin, or being able to open up a door lock by a chip underneath your skin.
See, that's where Robert came up with the security tank building. I still haven't been able to find it, but now that I know what implant I wanted, the issue was how to get it implanting. Being quite afraid of something going wrong, I would prefer to get a physician to do it, but I didn't feel like bothering my family doctor with an elective procedure during the pandemic. So this was during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot. Oh, we got the COVID going around. I'm gonna put a fucking computer chip in my system.
My little crack.
He's like, I can either do this or get freaking stuck in my freaking house for hours at a time and not do anything. So, heck, why not? I'll just go ahead and chip myself. That's insane. Okay.
I recommend a medical professional to do it.
And he even justified it, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, the COVID's going on. I don't want to bother him. He's got to take care of all those problems. I'll just do it myself. The hell with
it. He could always go to a private medical company and ask them to do it.
Yeah.
Pay them.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. He says, after some digging, I found the installation partners section in the Dangerous Things website, which led me to Midway Tattoo and Piercing, a studio in Kensington. Where else?
Yeah.
Toronto, where Matt Graziano kindly gave me a quote and scheduled the day. I won't lie, I was quite afraid, but Matt, a biohacker himself, who was quite excited with his literally shiny XSIID NFC plus LED implant, put me at ease. So what do you think about all that?
It's all glowing on. He's got a hand with a light on it.
Yeah, he's all lit up in neon. I think this dude needs to meet Robot. Him and Robot would get a grip. I'm gonna refer that name to him, see if he can make it to Canada and get a tattoo from this dude. At least get a tattoo. I think he would do it. What do you think?
There's probably providers. There's probably people in the US that will do it.
But Robot says he's in India right now.
In India.
Yeah.
Then probably some sort of. Well, there's probably some sort of service in India somewhere. I don't know.
He could probably get somebody to do it there. Now it says, I am a cyborg. Here is my card. So the beauty.
Is that a cyborg?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's an argument. Yeah.
They're all. I mean, these guys. Oh, sorry, I burped.
I mean, would you claim somebody who has a pacemaker to be a cyborg?
Well, see, the thing about these guys I've heard about them, and what I've read about them is like they're all freaking nuts. I mean, this isn't.
Something to do with an artificial hip.
Yeah.
So I thought,
Some of these guys, I mean, it's not even about technology. It's just cool. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well,
I mean,
cool is all about perspective, I suppose.
they grew up watching freaking, Bebop and all these animes and shit, Ghost in the Shell, stuff like that, and they just want it. I mean, they're still obsessed with it. At least most of the guys that I've seen doing this stuff. Now the beauty of Next, and they spell it capital N-E, lowercase x, and uppercase T, is flexibility. It's high frequency NTAG 216 chip allows me to store several different classes of data, not unlike, say, a QR code, and have it accessed by any NFC enabled phones when I touch them at the right spot. And it's the easiest thing to do, so I tried it first. There are several Android and iOS apps that allow writing NFC data to the chip. I already have NFC Tools Pro, so I used it to store a Linktree address, turning my hand into a virtual business card.
Fun enough, just doing a quick search, I found a eBay entry for one of these chipsets, for one of these devices. I just stopped at the moment, but $216 Australian.
Hey man, maybe I'll talk to Robot and have him buy it for me and send it through the mail. What do you think?
You might be able to find a US distributor.
I don't want to put it in my hand though. I want to put it right there on my temple. So that.
Okay. I'm not sure if you've got enough. Yeah, I don't think that would work. You would need something a bit more fleshier.
So, it can't be near the bone and stuff. Yeah. I'm hard. Put it on your butt. I want to be touching my phone to my butt every time I get a phone call. It would literally be a butt call. You know what I mean? Have you ever heard of butt calls? Have you ever heard of butt calls? Bum calls. It's when you take your phone and you put it in your back pocket and you start calling random people when you're walking.
Okay. Yeah.
Those are called butt calls. so I would literally be doing butt calls every time I had to call somebody. I'd pick the phone up and touch my butt. That's messed up.
Interesting. There was a suggestion by a UK National Health Service senior civil servant last year, I think, in relation to installing making mandatory to install chips into toilets.
Whoa.
So sensors into toilets. So in theory, you could be able to check your pee and your stools to see if there's any health problems.
Now,
didn't go anywhere, but yeah, that's an interesting idea.
The chip in your hand would probably be good for like recognition as well. That way, it would only work for you. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking things like door locks and stuff.
Yeah. It is pretty interesting. Now, hacking actual buildings. The URL sending things was fun, although NFC supports in phones on the wild is hit and miss, at least here in Canada. But the other part of the dual chip, the low frequency T5577 allows some other interesting applications, including the one I really wanted, getting rid of building access fobs. Contrary.
Oh,
go ahead.
Hence my point about what's
Now, contrary to the NTAG 216, which can be programmed with any smartphone with NFC, specialized hardware is needed to read the fobs and write them on the T5577. My kit came with the Proxmark 3 Easy, a somewhat outdated member of the Proxmark platform on open source RFID hacking tools, but very useful nonetheless for reading, writing, and cracking several types of RFID devices. Hold on a minute. Okay, sorry about that. But using it requires a client on your computer and a matching firmware on the board. There are several builds of those type around. My board came with an old version of Iceman, one of the most feature complete builds, but in a really old version. Updating it required downloading and compiling the client and firmware as it said. And then they have an edit, and it says previously this required some file editing. Now you just follow the instructions to get the dependencies, e.g. these for Mac OS, then make as usual. Now, any errors here can be fixed with web searching. For example, I had to do a small fix to my homebrew install OpenSSL. When that is done, it's a good idea to start by upgrading the board's bootloader with hashtags, period, I guess, /PM3 /flash boot ROM. I never did do the punctuation. It's just basically a boot ROM, flash boot ROM. That's interesting. It requires putting the board into bootloader mode by pressing its single button while plugging to the computer. My version was so old that I had to keep it pressed through the process, otherwise it was quick and easy. So once the bootloader is on a decent version, the same process, plugging the board while pressing the button, but now you can release it, can be used to update. Okay, once the bootloader is on a decent version, the same process can be used to update the firmware just now running flash full image. It's the ./PM3 flash full image. Alright, now with the board fully updated, type ./PM3 invokes the client, which will detect the board, connect to it, and that's where the fun begins. That's interesting. Now it says these videos, and I guess they're referring to some videos go along with showing how to navigate the client menus. And most useful commands I learned are if search and hf search. Try to read things on the LF or that. Okay. The most useful commands I learned are LF search and HF search that try to read things on the LF RFID and the HF NFC antennas respectfully. If they identify a tag, they will suggest further commands. That's some crazy shit, dude. I was lost. Like, did any of that really make any good sense to you?
Except for the specifics, general sort of principle, yeah.
No, I'm gonna pull that. YouTube thing on here and share it with you. That way you can see it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the dangerous things website at the moment, and looking at the various implants.
Maybe actually, here, let me go ahead. I'm gonna share a video.
This is the Proxmark 3 Easy. It is the de facto standard tool for doing anything interesting with RFID or NFC at all. This tool is used to investigate tags, to test readers, to sniff communications between tags and readers. I mean, you've got a collection of tags here. Let's say you don't even know what's in this key fob. You want to find out what kind of chip it is, what frequency. This is the tool to use for that. Let's say you want to clone something. You don't want to clone this card or maybe an access badge or something into, our XM1 or our Next. This is the tool you need to do that with. So let's just go ahead and open the box. Inside, you're going to get the actual Proxmark Easy tool itself. This is the tool. It has a low frequency antenna here. This is for all your low frequency work. And the high frequency antenna is in this area. I say area because there's actually 3 circuit boards here. The bottom circuit board is where the high frequency antenna actually resides. So when you're using this tool, if you're going to be working with any kind of implant, then and that implant is high frequency or 13.56 megahertz, you'll probably want to place the antenna perpendicular to the implant by placing the bottom of the tool on your hand, not placing your hand on the top. But for low frequency stuff, you would do the same. You'd place the antenna over the implant so that the implant rests perpendicular across the antenna. Now, something to note about the Proxmark Easy here is that this is the port that you plug the USB cable into to talk to it and issue commands, things like that. This is the one that goes to the computer. A lot of these have this side port here, and this side port is for headless operation. It's just simply to supply power to the device. If you have this button here programmed to do sniffing or any kind of pre-programmed function, this is the port you use for power. So that's very important to plug in here, not here, when you're actually using the tool with a computer. Aside from the USB cable, you also include these cards, these test cards. So there's 2 of these IC COID cards and 2 of these T5577 cards. These COID cards, the COID is kind of it's not really a standard name, but it's kind of the name that's recognized to describe a Magic MyFair type of chip. So it contains a special Chinese chip that emulates a traditional or classic MyFair chip. This chip has a difference, though, in that you can change the ID. So C change UID, that's what that means. This low frequency chip, the T5577, we talked about it before in other videos. That link will be down below in the description. But this is a very powerful low frequency chip that can emulate a whole slew and host of different low frequency key fobs, access cards, badges, that kind of thing. So these are really kind of just fun test cards to be able to use and test those features of the Proxmark. We'll go ahead and put this back here. One other thing I wanted to point out about the Proxmark 3 Easy is this getting started guide. So it's very important to basically follow these instructions, learn exactly how to implement the Proxmark 3 client software on your computer, because an important thing about the Proxmark is the firmware. We sell the Proxmark 3 Easy, which this is an open source, originally open source software, and some of the hardware is open source. And it's very important to maintain the correct firmware and software client on your computer so they match. And one of the best firmwares out there is from a guy named Chris Herman, Iceman. So we preload the Iceman firmware branch onto the hardware, but you still have to download and compile the client software to match. So this guide explains exactly how to do all of that, and it's very important. And if you have any questions or run into any trouble, of course you can just post to our user forum and we can help there as well. And one last thing before I put this away to mention is this device here has these posts. So you can see these little chevrons and they point to these two posts. These are the actual connections for the low frequency antenna. If you are setting this on some kind of metal surface, these two posts can ground together or against these other grounding pegs, or even if you hold it and you're doing that with your finger, you can drastically reduce the performance of the low frequency antenna. So just be careful about where you place it when you're trying to use it. If you're not getting the results you want, it might be because these posts are getting shorted or somehow compromised a little bit. But that is the Proxmark 3 Easy unboxing. The site might be called Dangerous Things, but remember, safety first.
That's so what do you think? Gotta unmute. They mute you. You're muted. You're muted, Mark. You gotta unmute.
Yeah, I was just looking at the source files themselves. There's a GitHub
That's insane.
Page for it, you know.
Did you hear their comments about the chevrons? Like, if you put it in the wrong place on the computer, in those chevrons, they can short out. So you got that shit inside of your hand. In this program.
Yeah, but it's the thing that's underneath the skin is encased by glass anyway.
So
by your saved glass.
That's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. NFC readers and writers are fairly common to come by, so
I may have to like go deeper and try to find out where that anonymous building is that my brother keeps talking about. The what is it? NFC chip. I'll check it out on YouTube. NFC chipped employers. Chip and scan the office that microchips is staff. Oh.
The smartest people on earth know how to spot a good deal. That's why they shop.
Let me see. Oh, that's the BBC. I don't know if I should be sharing that shit. I don't know. I don't want to fuck with the BBC. I'm serious. You know what happens when you fuck with the BBC, right? You remember me telling you last night about Mr. Bean, right?
Yeah.
He's small cheese compared to the BBC. Like here in the United States, you just don't even freaking watch the BBC in London. It's not permitted. Now, the BBC will let us watch BBC in America, but that's it. You don't get. We don't get to see your guys' stuff.
Yeah, you don't get to see the public services. You get commercial. BBC America is a commercial company.
It's it's Americanized.
Much like BBC. Yeah, much like BBC Studios, they're a commercial company that run under their subsidiary companies.
That's some cool stuff, though. Well, I'm closer. I'll watch that off of stream, and then I'll find out the building, and then I'll have Tan check it out and see what he thinks. Because I want to verify it. He's right there, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure the last time I heard about it, it was in Ontario, and that's where he does the festivals and stuff up there. So I'm sure next time he does one of those festivals on the square like that, he'll be able to figure out where the building is. YouTube play it off like you're not interested, but you gotta admit this is some pretty cool stuff. It really is.
It's interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but
I mean, you're not gonna go chasing after it. I understand, but it's like popular mechanics, kind of interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. From an engineering perspective, technical perspective, yeah.
I think that I'm not gonna go get myself chipped. Well, I might if Robot's willing to go buy it for me. Have him send it to me.
Well, like I said, you probably can find a US supplier.
But it'd be cheaper out of India.
Import duties.
Well, I mean, it's better than getting him out of the Ukraine. Now, you want to talk about crazy. Importing. Try to buy seeds out of the Ukraine and see what that gets you. You know, these people, man, like talking all this big stuff about, we gotta go support freaking Ukraine, but they don't want to freaking allow Ukrainian seeds to pass freaking
In fact, the Dangerous Things company is based in the US. WA, which is
thinking about maybe getting some neon lights for my forehead. Maybe get one of those eye scopes like on frickin' Mr. Robot's Mad Hatter, where like shoots shoots images.
The company's based in Washington. The company's based in Washington, Washington State.
Oh, okay. So that's on the West Coast.
Yeah.
It makes sense too, though, because like, what is that? That's Toronto over there, isn't it?
Well,
or is that
Vancouver? Vancouver is Canadian.
Yeah.
Vancouver and Victoria being the north of the border.
Mm-hmm. They're really big on all that stuff. Let's see here. Oh. They are here.
Yeah, based in Berlin.
John put out another video. It's cool. They are here. Is what he called it. Oh, that's cool. He's actually using his original setup the way he. That's cool. That means he's actually starting to get back into wanting to do his old compilations.
Cool.
Old John is doing great with interviews. Don't get me wrong, but like the old stuff he did was also cool as hell too, because he went through and actually did the edits on them and stuff like that. And it was just the way he did his shows or his videos was just amazing. Like, I don't think it'd be a good idea to give that up. So.
Yeah, just found out that Dangerous Things is just south of Seattle.
Just south of Seattle, huh? But they're probably
southeast of Seattle.
They're probably wanting an arm and a leg then. Especially being over in that area, everything's way, way more expensive. Once you get past Denver, prices just start going up. From Denver all the way to the West Coast.
Okay.
Like, it's almost impossible to be even a like lower middle class person living in Colorado, Denver, and all that. I mean, it's way, way expensive. And then as you go further, you go into like Nevada, which you can be poor to live there, don't get me wrong, but it's still expensive. They pay more money. But once you start getting up into like Portland, Oregon and all that, and Seattle, Washington, they have a lot of expensive shit. Like California, when I was living out there, California, this was back in like the 90s, 91, 92 maybe. I remember back then a pack of cigarettes cost $5, and that was in the 90s, you know. I'm like, are you serious? It's just now here getting to where a pack of cigarettes costs $8. That's how far ahead California was from us.
But California, because of tech boom in the last 20 years, they've sort of priced themselves.
I am going to be right back. I'm going to have to get me some more coffee and stuff, so I'll be back. The good thing is Tan did the introduction, so we don't have to do that again. So, I'll be right back.
In order to you're gonna have to pay the piper. Oh wow, I didn't even think about that. Oh boy.
I don't know, man. Like, for me, I never even checked like how many people could be in the room and stuff, but.
I didn't know that it was like that.
That's a good topic to talk about too, because like freaking, like even back in the day, like these laws they go all the way back to even like the VCR and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like the warnings at the beginning of movies.
Yeah.
No, like that's the exact same stuff. It might have been
they
updated.
still put them on DVDs. They do, don't they? In the beginning, I do. I haven't watched the DVD in forever, but I could imagine. Huh.
They're probably a little bit more updated, but like I'm pretty sure it's about the same stuff. Like Mark had me check out the one that he sent me, and I mean that thing was huge. You know that they didn't just sit down and make that up in the last 5 years.
Right.
Somebody put some time and effort into
what was it?
It was copyright link, wasn't it, Mark?
Can't remember this.
We were having the conversation, and I remember you shared it with me. But it was huge. I mean, I started reading some of it, and I finally said, "Look, I'm just gonna cut that out." It was like I think it was our first or second Tech Talk.
Oh.
Some time ago.
Yeah. It just hurt my head just thinking of it.
You know what's so crazy? Your head hurts now?
No.
My headache finally went away. Oh, I was about to say my
Yeah,
headache finally
it
went
does.
away.
It does. I was just like, just thinking of copyright laws, you know. Oh man.
I just thought that was interesting because that's like transference of energy. Like I've had a headache and not felt good for like the vast majority. No, you know what's crazy is before I felt fine, and then like we went to the lake, like I said, and I was dancing. We had took a walk before that. Everything was good. I woke up really happy, really high energy levels. Like I don't know, I do know, but I don't even like talking about it no more. I'm just gonna handle it. But it's crazy because I go from I don't know. People's energy is just thrown. I made some money in the market today, though. If that's any consolation.
That's cool.
Yeah, SPX showed out today.
No, SPX. That's the one. Actually, yeah, it was. When I was doing my Coinbase stuff on Praetorian, somebody asked me questions about it, and I checked them out. And what was it? Long term is what I was thinking whenever it came to them. Like, if they seem pretty decent. Like, but if they had interest, they'd be even better if it was long term.
Well, it's like because it's like the top 500 of
Yeah.
the stocks. Yeah, and like I'd be tempted to see, and it's dropping. I'm glad I got out when I did because it's dropping, and now the market's closed until Sunday at 6. I think it's 6. Wow, it dropped significantly too. See, I was about to kick myself for getting out because I had saw it rising for a little bit right before I exited, but I guess before the market closed, it why is it still moving? It usually doesn't move when the market is closed. Something's not right here. Oh yeah, so it is closed. It's just showing the movement. No, but I was thinking I was gonna have a problem, and then next thing you know, so I was like, let me just go ahead and get out because I didn't want to leave it in all weekend because I've done that before and I've made a few $100 doing that. But today was proof that I was good to get out because it dropped Wow, it dropped significantly. See, I got in at 43. Let me see what it says. I got in at. It was 43, if I'm not mistaken, 43.50 when I got in, and okay, yeah. So I got in at 43.60. So when I got in it was 43.60 and I got out at 44.17. So it wasn't bad. But oil, let me see what's oil doing. What's oil look
Now,
like?
hey, another thing to look at, and I mentioned it to you and Mark before, with with Mark and Tan actually before. Here in commodities with the corn, okay.
We just learned about corn. That was homeschool stuff, and that's the number one crop grown in the United States.
Yes,
And
and it's
Montana,
booming.
Illinois.
It's booming right now.
Really?
They got big income, or what they call it, the end of the season, the crop finals. They freaking got huge freaking return. Like,
there's a website where is it at? I have it in my other email that you can trade crops. You can trade corn. You can trade cows and something else. Like you can, you know where to go for that. I used to have it. I don't know where it's at.
Check out Ag Day. They'll give you links to where you can do commodities off of the stock market. So, but they've got.
And this is a perfect season for corn. It's fall. Yeah, because they plant in May.
But don't keep them in for the winter time because the winter time is when they switch or they shift. That's when cattle have to be fed and corn crops aren't growing.
You can trade corn futures on Globex. Globex platform from AP. Okay. Follow.
But
Oh.
don't fall for the soybean either, okay? Because
Commodity.com.
the soybean, everybody likes to say we're big on soybean, but that's really freaking Colombia, okay?
Yeah, I was about to say we're not. I only know that from a talk I used to listen to on an app called Callin. That's something else you should consider. Callin is a good app. And they do a lot of talking, and
I
it's a
don't,
lot of news
I
people.
don't trade. I do this shit for fun, dude.
No.
I'm
Callin
a
is
sick
like mine's,
bastard.
but better. Callin is like mine's, but way better. Like it's direct talk. You're in your own chat room. So you'd have a chat room, but instead of having to get on Jitsi, we just join your call-in station. So you'd have Live with Roger Hanson as the name of it. And how we have the chat rooms and all we can do is text in there. In the call-ins chat room, we'd go into your station. We wouldn't have to call in on Jitsi, and we'd all be in there, and then all your shows would save, and you could stream for as long as you would like. It's really a great app, actually.
I just had that happen to me this morning, dude.
What?
I got a freaking voicemail on Skype.
Really?
Yeah.
You can get voice. No, you cannot have any more candy.
I
Hey,
actually
get out
got
my face.
a voicemail, and I'm gonna play it. I know you guys probably aren't gonna hear it, but I'll play it.
I didn't know that you could get voicemails on Skype because honestly, well, I guess it's like a regular phone then, huh?
Yeah, I'll play it so that it'll at least be on the stream, because this is what's his face? Not George, but
Oh, Nyoki?
yeah, Nyoki. He was so interested in it being on the show, freaking he left a voicemail. So I know he's legit on wanting to do it. So girl.
They're saying here that you have to pay per month to have phone calls. So I can't. I was talking to you guys earlier, so I guess it's. Oh, that's international. Call any phone, Skype number from 25. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, play the voicemail. I'm just looking at Skype. I didn't know.
Now, if you guys want to hear it, you can hear it on the stream. So.
Roger, yeah, this is Naroki here. I know a lot about this particular issue, but there's a guy who I'm in contact with by the name of DDJ who used to do Misandry Today, who definitely knows about the legalities. If you want to let us know when you're doing this particular show, please let me know. I would love to get myself and maybe even get him on board, because he is just chock full of information about the legal system in regards to men and children and that sort of thing. My area is more in the area of the Manosphere, MGTOW in particular. I have some experience in relationships, but DDJ is a guy who's much more knowledgeable about this, in particular about child custody. I think he would, if you can get both him and I on, that would be a great idea. Anyway, let me know. I'm going to send you the same message on another channel, and I will talk to you later.
All right. So I just wanted to play it to where we could get it on record for the stream. So give Naroki a shout out. I'll tell him straight up if he wants to be on the show. What I told him, I'd be happy to have him and DDJ on the stream, you know what I mean? Because I didn't expect to have to go back over it again, to be honest. I didn't think people were going to react like that. I woke up this morning, man, and freaking everybody was going nuts. I mean, literally, they were going nuts on there.
Did you tell them about this show?
It was just the show me and Mark did. It was just me and Mark. I mean, apparently, it hit a lot of people because, I mean, we had like 5 people making comments all at the same time. Well, that's a lot for us, so you gotta admit.
No, it is, because I get what you're saying. No, definitely.
And this was like this was like an entire conversation going right down Skype. I mean, and George, oh my God, George. I couldn't believe how excited he got over it. He wanted to be on the show.
And stuff random phone call earlier. Skype call earlier.
Now, and mind you, I've been trying to get George to come on the show now for what, 2 weeks with Karma. Me and Karma both mentioned it.
And you put this chat link in the Skype. I feel like if you put the Jitsi, okay. Why don't you do this talk on Jitsi? I mean, on Skype too. Can you not double?
Well, being honest, Skype sucks. I mean, that's about the best way. Like, you know, it's cool that Jeffy wants to do Skype and everything, but like a lot of people stopped using Skype like 5 years ago. You know what I mean? And they took it off of Google Chrome for a reason. You know,
I didn't know that it sucked.
I mean, it's really, really messed up.
What's messed up about it? We always seem, I didn't like, what is it, just his operation?
Well,
prior to now, I've only used Skype for business orientated calls. Yeah, it's only been meetings where I've only just used, been using Skype for more for the personal related stuff. Yeah, it's not really, I don't know, I don't technology really.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Got no service. It functions. It's just another client, so it's not another voice over IP client.
But I do have to say that I was impressed with it, using it this way rather than what it was on Google, because it was a lot worse when it was connected with Google.
It used to be a Google component. Google sucks regardless.
And I think it was connected to Google Live when they were doing Google Live back in the day. So
Google had a Google Live? I never even heard of that.
Yeah, that was
the many services that they used to be disbanded.
They got rid of Google Live right about the time when they got rid of Google Plus. I can't tell you which one went first, but I know it was right around the same time. And then they incorporated all the stuff from Google Live into Google or YouTube. So.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It was. And I'm okay with that, because if they didn't, I would have lost my branded accounts. All the branded accounts I got on YouTube, they'd have been gone. I mean, once they got rid of Google Plus, they would have been disappeared.
I didn't even know. So Google Plus, what? Wait a minute. I know what Google Plus is, where they give you extra storage and stuff like that, right?
No,
that's not Google Plus.
More of a communication platform, more of a messaging platform.
Yeah, like they didn't have games and stuff like that, like they had on Facebook. You know.
But it was different than Google Meets. Google Meets, Google Plus, not the same. Okay, and Google Meets is. And see, it was something else that they had for Google. There was something else from Google Messages. What was it? It's not Google Plus. It's something else that they had when it came to messaging. Oh gosh.
That was what was it? Something Drop.
I'm about to look it up. What's that?
Was it AirDrop or?
No, Google Message Service. It wasn't it. It was Messages by Google. Google Messages. No, it was something else. Oh, Hangouts. That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking about. Hangouts.
Hangouts.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
now, did they
But that's
bring?
different from Plus.
Did they bring Hangouts back in Gmail?
No,
I haven't seen it in forever.
no, they did actually drop a load of services within the last couple of months. I think Google Stadia, the sort of game store, the sort of Steam, third version of Steam, was dropped in the last couple of months, or is in the process of being dropped.
Yeah.
But
So
Google seems to just release services and then a bit later rebrand them or just drop them.
yeah, they got Meet, they got Space, and then they've got Chat. So they got new Chat. That's in the emails too. Oh, okay, so they got Meet, they've got Spaces, and they got Chat, and that's in the emails. I said it twice because I had it on mute. So the Gmail. You guys are hearing me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have meets. They have chats. Chats. I remember chats and meet. I got more introduced with you when you guys were talking about doing it. Who said I text Summer? I emailed her, but she never emailed me back. So I don't know what's going on there. Does she live in this country?
No, she's from England.
Okay.
So
I think John said she had something going on with her grandson or her nephew.
Yeah. Now he's got an interesting story too. I've been listening to a little bit about what he was saying on John's Discord. So
who?
Her son.
Oh.
So it sounds pretty interesting there too.
Oh yeah, I did see. Like I get the notifications, but I get so caught up that I hardly, like even on Skype. The only reason I paid attention was because the phone was ringing and it said it was you. Yeah. I thought you were doing this.
I don't even know how that happened.
So I can call people from your station. I can just call people.
Yeah, I guess I better go in there and look at the settings. I guess.
Well, that's not a bad thing, unless
I gotta be careful. I'll start having Mark coming down on me, getting hardcore, and putting me in my place, saying, "Look, Mister, you can't be having these random calls showing up on my phone."
Is it late there now, Mike? What time is it?
It's just gone. No, it's 10:15.
No, it's not that bad. And then it's Friday.
Yeah.
So do you be up all night? Because then if it's 10:15 now, Jaffe's show is usually like 11 something. You're up all night, aren't you? All night?
3:30. Again, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I'm going to make it. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not going to be there tonight. I have shows that I've had scheduled. It's literally the 11:11 portal, sitting and listening to someone else talk, which is probably, I cannot commit to that. It's 11:10 to 11:11. So I have a music show tonight at 10, and then I have my 11:11 portal, which I'll do from 11 to 1. I'll be on live. So, I mean, I might catch the tail end or whatever like that, but this is like something big, and I cannot sacrifice how great this energy is going to be to listen to. I don't know. I mean, I think it's Mr. Robot tonight, right? Yeah, no, I can't. Mm-hmm. I cannot let go of this energy for that. It's going to be a great night. The moon, everything is going to be in alignment. I think I'd be foolish to forfeit, type of thing. I'll listen to the replay.
All right, so
replay.
I can call forward from Skype to voicemail.
Who's forward? You mean a car dealership?
No, forward. Like forward.
Oh, forward. Call forward. Oh.
Yeah.
That is cool as heck.
I
And
have to do in Skype.
to voicemail, and then I can switch to call forwarding. I can actually have my Skype phone calls going directly to my phone.
Yeah.
Wait a
Looks like
minute.
it's
Arizona
you-
doesn't use daylight savings time? I'm just
No.
reading your text message.
Well,
So right now it's the same time in Arizona?
apparently, from what George said, he said that that daylight savings time is used in one of the reservations, which is in the Four Corners, right there from Arizona and Nevada and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's set up to where one reservation is in the center and then another one surrounds it, the Navajo and the Hopi. And one of them uses daylight savings time and the other one doesn't.
So it's two different times, even though the places are
These times,
literally
it
right next to each
doesn't
other?
doesn't really matter, no, because daylight saving time, as far as you're concerned, ended last Sunday.
Yeah. So,
But see, when we say it ended, it's like I get it so confused because it'll be like daylight savings ended, but
I guess that's why I used the phrase reverted. The term reverted. You are in standard time now.
let's see. This is
so
good
that's the
because
difference between EDT and EST. That's why
Yeah.
you were telling me that that one time.
Mhm.
See, I just
Yeah.
thought Eastern Standard Time was so it's not standard if it's daylight savings time.
Yeah, well, see, daylight, it's like Eastern Daylight time. When I was using daylight time on this thing right there, I've got to go in there and switch it to Daylight Standard Time, DTS, or DST, or something like that.
EST. CST.
CST, yeah.
EST.
Central Standard Time instead of
because
Central.
so
Instead of CDT, it'd be CST.
CST. When does this stop? Didn't I hear something about them saying they're going to stop doing that? Like basically,
No,
we're just going to keep
they've conformed all of it around. I think eventually Arizona has to freaking fall into line too, so it's become a federal law.
What time is it in Arizona right now?
What'd you say, Mike?
Just to answer your question first. Los Angeles is 2:20 now.
That would be
West Coast. East Coast is 5:20.
Yeah, it's 5:20 here. Is Arizona the West Coast?
Now Arizona's right next to Arizona, but they don't do the daylight save or the standard time.
So then they're 2 hours behind instead of the 3 hours.
No, I mean
Like,
literally, they don't change their time forward or backwards whatsoever. It just stays.
Another issue is that CST also represents China's standard time.
Really?
To confuse things, which is UTC plus 8 hours.
That is crazy.
But that's kind of confusing then, because now that it's CST, how would you know if we're talking about China or Central?
Yeah, precisely.
You know what I mean? It's just like
I'm
it could be like 8 hours late for something because. Geez.
And now, we got Mark with the UTC Universal Time.
I know you guys.
He drives me nuts. I mean, seriously, he does. I have to.
I only know that it's 5 hours for me now.
I did point this out to Barshi the other day because she put in EDT and UTC times for the latest blog article announcing the next tunnel meeting.
Yeah. I wish you wouldn't have done that because, like, I wanna miss that.
You've got no excuse,
I just then I was under the impression it was this week, and I thought I was really all excited because I had a show and I didn't have to watch it. And then all of a sudden I go in and look at the notice and it's on the 16th, and I'm like, man,
you don't have to watch it. You'd have to join. After all, it's going to be recorded anyway. So.
I probably could just go in and watch it afterwards because
I love how your network is growing. By the way, not to cut you off, like you're doing so good.
I just being honest, I'm surprised. It's like taking off and everybody's actually working together and getting things done. I mean,
yeah, I don't think that you should be surprised. You should kind of expect it, how that whole manifest our life thing. Because you've been striving for it. You said you did different stops, and like this was going to be your last merry-go-round, and it looks like this one keeps spinning. So good stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Good.
So, I mean, pissed off at freaking YouTube for freaking 19 cents because like they just started their monetization.
Did you say 19 cents?
19 cents. I just
hang up on you now.
I just started doing the monetization thing right before they freaking started pulling the freaking monetization shit where you had to like have 10,000 viewers and stuff like that. And I think it was not 11 cents. It was 11 cents. So
do they let you post your make regular posts on YouTube? Just a regular post?
Yeah.
I just got this access. I have never had that access before. And then shout out to YouTube because whoever is running the scenes back there opened that little can of worm for me recently. Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm being hacked. We're gonna get ready to go. I can hear it and I'm watching it. But the standard. This is the type of stuff you gotta report to the DOJ if you want it to stop, because if not, it's just gonna keep happening. But hey, I'll see you tomorrow, Saturday. Yeah, I'll be through.
All right.
Have a good night. You too.
You too.
Oh, hey, there you are.
There he is. Yeah, I had to step away. I had to go get some coffee and everything.
Yeah.
Mark is in here, but he's muted. He had to go eat, so I figured.
Okay.
Let me go grab that coffee real quick, and I just noticed you were on. Huh?
Pretty late dinner for him. Okay, go.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I'm gonna put you up on the front. That way we got your cool background on there.
Okay. Hey, by the way, I overheard you saying earlier about using some OBS background remover that doesn't have the shadowing effect that I have.
No, that's Blender. Now,
Blender does.
You know, on your green screen, how you see a little bit of that whiteness right there?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
If you use masking with that, you can go through and mask your head and around the sides of your body right there and put the background that you want on the video. So.
Well, see, because this thing is it's tracking the body movement, right? So it's not adapting very well to the. It's not compensating very well to the.
Yeah.
I heard that OBS. I'm using this camera filter called chroma key filter. right? And then in combination with the background removal, I use the chroma key to set the color, background color, and then I use the background removal filter to remove that color from the camera.
Yeah.
So it's not working very well in adapting.
Now
I heard
the movement, is the issue right there. Like, and the best way that I've seen anybody do it, they said they had to. I'm thinking it's a retroscoping is what it's called. I can find out.
Well, it's gotta be some plugin to OBS that can do the job, or whatever's doing whatever. The thing that you just said.
Yeah, I just went over it last night, so let me
on Blend.
Checking it out.
Yeah. But on OBS, I heard that there's the StreamFX plugin that works better than this one that I'm using.
Now, if they have StreamFX, it's rotoscoping. Is what it's called. And,
if it has rotoscoping, okay.
Rotoscoping is the word to look for, and FX. Look into the FX. And
the StreamFX plugin for OBS. I checked into it a little bit, but it doesn't have. Apparently, they ran into some licensing issue on Windows, so they don't have the Windows installer anymore.
Oh, yeah.
You have to build it from source if you want to use it for Windows.
That's crazy.
But apparently, it has a plugin. It has a feature that does, I think, what you said, and it does a better job at with the silhouetting.
Now, see, technically, what they're doing right there is rotoscoping. Okay, but the thing of it is they're not doing a good job at it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're getting little bits and pieces on the side.
Yeah.
And it's better with you because you've got short hair, but you get Mark and he's got all that bushy stuff up on top. You know.
Okay.
So it's just kind of translucent in that area. But and also the colors, like if you want it to work really good, make sure that that with rotoscoping, like you have that white shirt, make sure that it clashes with the walls in your room.
Oh, well, I have a bookshelf behind me, so it's kind of brown.
Yeah, something like that.
It works really well in removing all of that. It's just it's not adapting to my body movement, right?
Yeah, but you got to understand too. It's also looking at what's behind you too, and in order for it to take it out, it's got to distinguish between what's behind you and what's actually you. So, like if the color of the clothes that you're wearing is matching up with the wall, it's going to make it harder for that program to do its job. So. So.
Here, let me take off the background and show you. It's doing a very good job at removing all of that. It's just when moving out.
Yeah.
Take off the back. Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Well, even then, it should be doing a better job because you got a black on white. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not really doing much of a change.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of speeding up, actually.
What do you mean speeding up? Oh, it's speeding up with the black background?
Like you can see it around the edges of your body that it's speeding
up.
Yeah,
it's more obvious with the black background.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, what's up with is your hair puffy on top?
No, it's like this.
It looks like you got a fro.
No.
It does. I mean,
let me see if I can disable the filter so you can see the real me.
You got a fro. You got a fro glow.
No, I just have a short haircut.
You remember Coming to America, right? The flow glow. It was
The
the
afro.
stuff, the stuff on that commercial where you put it in your hair and you had the freaking weave with the fro glow.
Oh, okay.
The girl's boyfriend, or the one that she was dating, the one that Eddie Murphy liked, he was a model for Flow Glow. So.
Okay. Let me see if I can add.
But yeah, I'm looking into the retroscoping now. I'm using you and Mark as a example. I pulled the pictures that I told you about. And I want to see if I can set up a mask to like do a really cool office.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, you're duplicating yourself.
I'm duplicating myself. Alright, and with this one I can take out the filter.
That makes it interesting.
Yeah. Oh, this one. They both have the chroma key filter. Yep. Well.
Now. It's like I said, on regular encoders, like even like VFX and all that stuff, or XSplit and stuff, I couldn't tell you how good any of those are. You know what I mean? Like most of the best work with masking is usually done with like After Effects and Blender, and then I think I forgot what the Epic Games game thing was, but I think they do masking too.
Okay. I think OBS allows you to do masking. It's just that very easy.
I've never tried to do it through them, to be honest, because the virtual camera is really freaking weird. And whenever it was told to me, I thought it had to do with like those virtual goggles. You had to use that. That's all that's as far as I went with it. So like I've always been curious about masking and stuff like that. Oh, there you go. You got. See, they blocked out everything according to the program. So now, you're getting the black screen because they can't fill it back in. See what I mean?
Yeah, it's different scene I switched to. It's just using the same.
Once they pull that off, then it's gone. So you're just masked.
Yeah.
Now, if you can center that, then I can do a better job, pull it off of the video, and then frickin' mask it up right and put you a good background on there. Make it like something space age. Cause I can see you're into the neon lights and stuff.
Yeah, I'm into that dark photography room.
No, are you cool with the cyberpunk backgrounds and stuff like that?
The what background?
Cyberpunk. Like Blade Runner.
Oh yeah, Blade Runner. Yes.
Okay.
I like that.
That's the new term for Blade Runner.
This is cyberpunk. Is the new.
Yeah,
the
it's
new
the
term?
new Blade Runner stuff. So, just for reference, I had to learn that myself because my son especially, kept talking. Well, I like cyberpunk, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Cyberpunk. And he's like, here, look at this. I'm like, dude, that's freaking Blade Runner shit. That's like that's stuff I grew up on. Like,
right.
But yeah, I can pull some cool stuff up. And then like that. that background right there.
Mm-hmm.
If I could set it up to where those circles are moving, would you like that?
Yeah. Well, this is just a still picture.
Yeah,
You
but
put,
I can make it to where those circles move.
Yeah, through Blender.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's cool.
Make it
I
to
can
where.
send you this.
No, I mean I've got it on video. It's all good. Well,
Yeah.
actually, yeah, send me the photo. Just
I can send you this, and then you can make it animate.
yeah, make it animated. Set it up, but I'll do it from scratch so that there's no issues later on when the EU finally makes photos copy infringement. They said they were going to do that. Is it royalty free?
I think they are. They're a premium version.
Oh, okay.
Got these from the free
Well,
pics. Free pics.
Yeah. I've actually I go to Pix. What do they call that? Now you're gonna have me going on the internet.
Yeah.
I'm like, hold on. It's right here in my freaking favorites too. Pixels.com, I believe is what it's called.
Huh. Sounds familiar.
There's a shitload of them.
Yeah, a lot of them. This one I got.
Yeah.
Free pic.
Free pic.
Freepik.com.
Free PIK.
Freepik.com. What I got.
Oh shit. Did I knock off the stream? Yes, I did.
Oh.
That was me. That was me, I apologize.
Did you get knocked out? Did you knock yourself out, or what happened?
I went on my favorites and then clicked on my pixels.
Oh, you took away from Jitsi.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Right.
I keep forgetting the fact that I'm on the browser, and I've done it a couple of other times. See, there's my fellow Jitsters who's posted all those links. Karma came in, and it was the first time she's seen that. She's like, why are they saying I'm a fellow Jitser? And a Jitster. Like,
She got her mind. She got her mind in the gutter somewhere. You thought she read something else.
Yeah. I like, so you've never seen that before? And she's like, no, I've never seen it at all, man. I was like, I'm a Jitster.
Jitster, right? Jitster.
Yep. But let me see here. Here we go. I've got this. I'll share the account right there. Nobody has to like go in and do anything there. Like you don't have to pay for a membership or anything. And
right. Oh, Pexel.
Yeah, no, they do.
Oh wait, what? You have to create your own account in order to download?
You do have to do that, I believe. But the thing of it is they got like shitloads of free stuff.
Alright.
And the stuff you make, you can actually put it on there yourself. Like this, I have stuff on there from when I was playing around with Ancient Egypt and coming up with my own stuff. And I put that on there.
Okay, I see. So you post these stuff here.
And then you can also explore.
You can download all of them.
Yeah. And then you can explore and find stuff on here.
That's cool. So if I can do a search for streaming background.
They have office backgrounds too. That's what I was.
Cool.
Like if you want an office setting.
We can use. Yeah, I can use these for my next back.
Now this one actually is pretty cool because it has a travel agency look to it. And here, let me post that. If you get a chance to look at that one, I posted the link in the Jitsi chat on the bottom.
Okay.
But this one would work out good for you. I think it would, for a good, like a professional look. Maybe even for Mark, but I don't know. He's not really big into stuff like that I can tell. Whoa, dude, you're moving too. Hey. What the hell? That just threw me off. I was like, whoa, dude.
It's like a ghost floating. like a ghost floating about on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm editing on the fly, you know. I'm editing my scene on the fly.
I looked at that and I was like, whoa, dude, you like got real small and it slid to the side. I was like, oh, hell, dude.
Whee! Infinite window.
Well, like you were in the center at first. And then
what happened?
Are you there?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
I see
I'm
what
here.
You did. I see what you did.
I'm here, but are you seeing my my camera in full or just half of?
It's showing your. There you go.
That's
See,
cool.
back when we were younger, this would have been psychedelic cool shit. You know what I mean?
Back a few years ago, this was would have crashed our computer.
Yeah. It was like
but now it's able to deal with it. It's like we're in the Matrix. The agent. I'm Agent Smith. And there's infinite copies of me.
Like in the side chat thing right there. That would have been straight off hackers. That's that supercomputer they had on there.
Right.
Where they had information flowing through those freaking, I don't know, they look like they were like glass versions of hard drives.
Yep.
I forgot what they called it. It'd been cool if they had come up with a computer like that.
Yeah.
Let me go in here. I'm gonna post that last link. Oh shit. I hit the wrong one. Post that last one on the stream.
Yes.
Or the chat.
Okay.
And this one is Workspace and Travel Agency. That one is really nice.
Okay.
It's just average and normal, you know what I mean? But it kind of has the whole globe thing going on there. You can position that anywhere you want to. If it's like that on OBS, I don't know, but like you can.
So this is the one I was talking about.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. They have limited.
Yeah.
Free stuff, and there's these free. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, you're into the sci-fi stuff, so I should.
Yep.
I should be more. I should be more interested in looking for the sci-fi stuff. So. Popular searches.
There's gotta be sci-fi stuff on here.
Yeah. Galaxy wallpaper. Cool wallpapers.
Cool wallpapers, Galaxy wallpaper.
Yeah. Now a lot of this is more. Oh, there we go. Now iStock is what it is. They get sponsored through iStock, so like any.
Yeah, I see that popping up. That's the stock.
And a lot of these I can make, so I don't really stick to them. But like the cityscapes, those are pretty good because they put in RGB. And
Okay, this one. Oh, this is sponsored by. Jeez.
And you'll notice they mingle among one another too. Like you'll probably find a sponsor from Pixels on that website.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And then I'll find one from the one you're on.
Right.
There we go. Oh, this has got you written all over it. I'm gonna.
Where are you looking at?
It's a high-rise building during the nighttime, but it's really cool.
Alright.
And I'll put it in the chat too. Actually, I can just video share. I don't know why I'm.
You use it. You use it. I don't see you using any of these backgrounds.
Well, I mean, I don't have the ability to.
Yeah, you do. On Jitsi, you can.
Well, I mean, like, have you seen when I do it? Like, it literally blurs me out. Like, I disappear.
Oh, I see. Really? Oh.
Yeah. So it's my cam. It's pretty crappy. You see that?
Where are you? Your camera?
No, right on Jitsi. It's my background.
Oh.
I'm screen
that's your
sharing
background.
right
Where?
there. You see
where,
that screen
where
share?
Are you?
I'm right here.
No, not seeing the screen share.
You're not seeing the screen share?
Not seeing the screen.
Alright. What about now?
I'm seeing you on this. I'm seeing your screen share on the screen, stream, but not it.
That's weird.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Okay, now I see it. Yeah, now I see it. How do you sharing it off of your camera?
No, I'm sharing that on screen share for Jitsi.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. I have to click on your camera to see it. I see it now. Yeah. Okay.
That's the one I see.
Yeah, that looks kind of cool, but I'm into more like kind of a room with some
settings.
Cool room settings with cool background. Yeah.
Yeah. I can
like
look
the Jedi temple kind of stuff.
I see. The coloring though is what I'm saying too. Like, if there's anything you don't like about the coloring, mention that too, because I can keep an eye on it. Like over here on the side, you see how they have that blue tint that's coming up by the light?
Yeah.
Do you like that effect?
Where are you? Oh, that blue. Yeah, I like the neon kind of effect.
Yeah, and then if you notice up on top of that building where it's got the blue, it's got kind of extra lighting glowing off of it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's basically the kind of stuff that I always ask.
You can do that?
Yeah, I can do that stuff.
Okay.
I'll make you into Darth Vader.
Okay.
Or actually, I can make you like what's his name off of freaking Meatballs. You remember Spaceballs? I'm sorry, Spaceballs.
I haven't watched that one. I've heard of it, but
you've never seen Spaceballs.
I might have watched it in
a long time ago in a galaxy far away.
Right.
It was.
Oh, is it like a mock? Is it a mock version of Star Wars?
Yeah, it really is.
Like Nick Moranis?
Yeah.
Is it Nick? Okay, I think I watched it. He's maybe too long ago. I forgot.
He plays as freaking Darth Vader, and everybody on his bridge are like a bunch of freaking idiots. I mean, just stupid as hell.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Vaguely coming back to me. Yeah.
It's funny as heck.
And he wears his stupid Darth Vader helmet, right? It's
Yeah, it's like
covering all of him.
it's like 3 times the size of his head.
That's right.
That was like the best movie he ever played in. I mean,
yeah.
I loved it. So, well, it's
coming up to 7 here.
Yeah, you want to do the
Mark,
ending?
Mark's not coming back. So
Yeah, he probably fell asleep. It was
he went to eat dinner and then fell asleep.
Fell asleep in his freaking fish. His fish.
Fish sandwich or fish what? Fish taco.
Fish. No, what was it? He said it was a fish salad or some shit.
No, fish something.
Yeah, and then he said a side order of potatoes.
He makes them, right? He's not going out for dinner, right?
No, most likely he is making them. Because, like, a lot of the stuff he talks about, there's no way, like, you can get that ready-made. You'd have to cook it yourself.
Right.
Sounds good, but I don't think any... Well, he might be able
Would have
to.
been pretty late for him.
Yeah.
It's like almost midnight.
Yeah.
And
So you want to do the outro for this thing?
Yeah, man. You want to put your camera and all stuff back?
You go for it. It's got you. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Let me.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, we got you set up to where it's just you on the screen.
Just me. Okay. Well, everybody, that's the wrap for this episode 13 of Roger Hanson's weekly Minds Round Table. We've been this week has been low key, I guess. Got people dropping in. Mr. Robot was here too, was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was here.
Was he on the stream?
He was on the stream for a quick second.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's a rare appearance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then we had Mark way at the beginning, and joined it, and then Carmen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a pretty good turnout. It was sparse and in between. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I got most of it recorded. That with everybody in it, so I do have the footage of everybody, just so you know.
Cool. So you cut it out, and chop it up, and make it all nice, sweet, compact, no filler. Right?
Right. I'll do that.
Yeah, do your magic.
Oh.
All right. So thanks for doing that. Thanks for doing the live stream. This is it was a good idea. We never thank you, Roger, for starting this stuff and for keeping it up. I do appreciate you. In spite of your opinions against mine, you really stick with it for them.
I love
doing
mines. It's just the people that are in charge of mines. It's just irritating.
That reminds me of a story. Let me tell this quick story. I don't know if I told you guys this before. My trouble running in with the Canadian customs officer.
Mm-mm.
Did I ever tell you?
Mm-mm.
All right.
Nope.
Quickly then. So I had this run-in when I started working and going on business travel, and I came back and I carried like 3 laptops because I was going on demo trip. I know where I threw it. I threw it on my mines when I came back. They examined the laptops, and I had no receipt for it, so they're giving me a hard time. And I said, they said, well, you're gonna have to leave the laptop here, go home, get the receipt, and come back and receive and pay and get it back. So me and my young, out of university, loudmouth, inexperienced, I said, how am I going to how are you going to guarantee that my laptop will not damage and my data will not get damaged? well, I leave it with you. And then the guy says, well, don't you trust your government? To which I reply, well, I trust my government, but it's the people working for them that I don't
See, I knew you was a rebel. I knew it. I could tell.
Alright, so then that's the end of that. Next week my boss came back and he had to pay $3,000 to get the laptop back.
Oh my gosh. See? I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean it's my loud mouth, so there are subtle ways, and you know I learned years later. That was my freshman out of college kind of period in the workforce and dealing with the government officers. There are subtle ways to talk yourself out of the situation. I just went for the direct approach, which is not always the best. All right.
I like that story, man.
That's a good way to end the live stream, right?
Right.
All right. Okay. See you next week.
All right. You have a good
Bye,
day,
everyone.
Dan.
All right. Bye, Roger.
Bye.
Go. You do the countdown.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. This is part 2. A special part 2 of today's weekly Roger Hanson's Minds Roundtable weekend event. We had so much fun that Mark came back after dinner on a full stomach, so we're ready to go to round 2. So we decided to come back, and since we come back, Friday night, chit-chatting, friends, talking among ourselves about what we had for dinner. We might as well stream it and record it on Roger's channel for everybody to watch if you're interested. So, yeah. Part 2 of episode 13 of Roger Hanson's Minds Weekend Roundtable begin. So.
All right. I've got an idea too. If we go like 4 hours, we can freaking invade Jaffe's freaking stream with us.
We go 4 hours from here.
3 hours
from now. 4 hours. So that'll be like midnight my time.
That'll be 4 a.m. my time.
Poor Mark could be
You don't need
out.
to sleep. You have to be Mark. You have to be on Jaffe's stream, right?
No, I do.
Thank God I've got coffee.
Roger. I see. Roger does. You don't. You don't. Okay.
I'm in some weird
Isn't
thing
it
called
3 hours time?
It's 6. In 4 hours it'd be 10 o'clock here, and that's when Jaffe starts.
No, isn't it 3 hours time?
Yeah, 3 and
In
3
3
hours
hours
and 3 hours and 40 minutes. 3 hours and 39 minutes.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So like 4 hours.
I'm like in some weird thing called the freaking crow's nest, and I don't know what that is, but it does not sound good. You know what I mean? Like it's.
What are you talking about?
I mean, he said you're in the crow's nest, so.
Oh,
Robot,
that's where that's his cave?
I guess. He said that he's doing Robot's interview, and I'm in the crow's nest, so.
Okay. Oh, so Robots, so he's doing Robot's interview and you're joining.
Yeah, he's not going to know what to expect. Mr. Robot's going to hit him like a ton of bricks. I mean.
Who's interviewing who? No,
Jaffe.
Jaffe's interviewing Robot, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait until he interviews him. Mr. Robot's going to hit him like a ton of bricks. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had some really interesting conversations with him. I don't know how he's going to be able to handle it, because he's all into the like politics stuff. You know what I mean? Like the
Jaffe is or Robot is?
Jaffe is.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
So Jaffe's interviewing Robot, right?
Right. So it's
and Robot's gonna interview him back.
No. He's...
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're saying Robot doesn't? He's not gonna know what Jaffe's.
No, it's the other way around. Like, Robot's gonna talk about some interesting stuff.
Oh yeah. Now, okay. Yeah.
I know he's kind of okay with some of it because he let me and what's his name? I forgot his name. He's always going on a show too, talk about aliens and stuff the other day. So he's
okay.
He's kind of okay with that, and I know he's okay with dreams and stuff. You know what I mean? Like dream interpretations, but. Me and Robot, like I did my ancient history stuff, and Robot would barge in talking about Atlantis and shit. You know what I mean? So,
well, that guy seems to be very knowledgeable. He's doing a lot of different areas.
Yeah, he does. He
look at all the groups that he created.
And what was it? His ancient history when I post in there, and he has a lot of good stuff that he puts in there too. But the conspiracy thing is where he shines at, because I think if he honed in on some of them, he could get more precise. But I think the topics he could come up with if he'd actually start his own stream would be pretty good. So I was talking to Mark about it earlier, and he's talking about the black nobility. You know,
the black nobility.
Yeah, that's the Catholic Church. The Jesuits in the Catholic Church.
Oh, the Black Pope you were talking about earlier.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, like I was telling them about something I did a while back, and it was the Order of the Golden Fleece. You know.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever heard of them before.
No.
But that's cool.
I've heard of the Jason and the Golden Fleece.
The Order of the Golden Fleece. Let me double check. Now you got me guessing. I'm like...
Is that anything related to Greek mythology?
No, this is the Holy Roman Empire. It was a secret order among the nobles. And the whole object...
The Holy Grail was the thing. Yeah. I don't know about Golden Fleece.
Yeah.
11th, 12th century, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, by 11th or 12th century.
And they just broke up one of the sects within the last 200 years, but I think the one in Spain is still going.
Oh, wow. Okay, there is such a thing.
Is it Golden Fleece?
Order of the Golden Fleece, yeah.
Yep.
15th century.
Yep. It's
full
blown 100%. It's the real deal. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I was that's the kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I got into, like, because it's not only a lot about like the secret societies, but it's a side of it that people don't really know about. Like, they always talk about Freemasons and stuff, but they don't know anything about this, you know.
Right. Okay.
So.
Well, you talked about this where? Which stream?
It's on my YouTube. I did this shit years ago. I mean, like, I've been interested in that stuff for a long time now, so.
Founded by Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy.
Yeah, he. Don't get me started on him.
All right, you've already done it, but I'm just curious.
Now,
first time I've heard this.
I can tell you that this guy did this just because of his wife. He married a Spanish princess, I believe it was.
Isabella of Portugal.
Yeah, and the reason why he created the fleece was because it was in ceremony of his wedding to her.
Okay.
So,
Is this when chivalry got started?
No. Chivalry started back whenever they first started the order. Brothers, like, you know how everybody over in, like, England and France and Germany and all that think that they were, like, their own separate areas?
Right.
Well, the truth is like their royalty was actually family members. You see what I mean? So the royals were all descendants of, I forgot the guy who started the Holy Roman Empire. I forgot his name, but they're all descendants from him. And well,
the guy that started the Holy Roman Empire isn't Caesar, Julius Caesar?
Oh no, see, that's another misconception. Everybody thinks that's like Rome. The Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Empire aren't even close to the same.
Oh, the Holy Roman. I was thinking like Constantine.
No.
Yeah.
Constantine is the one who created the Byzantine Empire when he split away from
Rome?
the Roman Empire into two parts. You had the East and then you had the West.
Well, he's the guy that made the Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So isn't that when the Roman Empire becomes the Holy Roman Empire?
No. The Holy Roman Empire came about after the fall of Rome.
Oh, okay.
The Roman Empire fell, and that's when Europe went through the Dark Ages.
Okay.
So when people are talking about like the Dark Ages, they're talking about when Rome fell, and the technology that was given to Europe because of the technology Rome had kind of dwindled and broke down, and then they had to start coming up with their own stuff. So during that time, yeah.
Sorry, the Western Rome, Ottoman Rome, because remember East Rome survived for another 1,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, until Constantinople, yeah.
Yep. I think they survived up until like I think it was like the 1500s.
Yeah.
That's messed up. And then like the people who freaking sacked them literally lied about it and said the Ottomans did it. Okay, and it was like the freaking during the Holy Wars, like when the French and all them were freaking sending soldiers down into freaking Israel to fight against the Ottomans. They literally sacked a freaking Christian city because, you know what I'm saying? I was like, why would you do that? That's ridiculous. Like, they literally, I mean, Constantinople was a big deal. I mean, why would you do that?
Yeah.
They must have knew that the Jesuits were up to something insidious.
Really?
Yeah, they
were. That's how it ties into the Jesuits.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to refer to Mr. Robot about all that. So, but yeah, I was gonna pull it up. The Holy Roman Empire, and I can get the gist of it. Yeah, here we go.
European political entity. I'm bringing it up.
Is it like on the Wikipedia?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also known as the Holy Roman Empire of the German Nation. 1512 was a polity in Central and Western Europe. Usually
headed by the Holy Roman Emperor. Who was the first one?
It developed in the early Middle Ages and lasted from almost 1,000 years, for almost 1,000 years, until its dissolution in 1806 during the Napoleonic.
The Napoleonic Wars, yeah.
That's pretty long. Now,
So,
Pope Leo III
Pope
crowned
Leo III,
Frankish king,
Charlemagne.
Charlemagne. Yep.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Yeah.
he
he crowned him the emperor, the Roman emperor. Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
And all the kings and queens are supposed to be the descendants of Charlemagne.
Mm.
So,
Like all the people from England are descendants of Charlemagne.
Well, England is they're soiled. They're
What?
yeah, they're soiled.
There was wasn't it the Quest of the Holy Grail, that movie that the Mark,
What is that?
With that that the Quest of the Grail was the movie.
I'm thinking of the Monty
comedy.
Python.
Yeah, Monty Python. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So wasn't that something like the original founder of England was somewhere descendant of somebody?
That's Charlemagne. That's what they're trying to say. They're saying.
Okay.
Well, no, actually, I don't know about all that because England goes even farther back because the Romans actually settled most of England.
Mm.
And no, I don't know, because that even I couldn't tell you if the Vikings hit the island first or if it was the Romans.
Vikings from the 9th century AD, and Romans obviously from the 1st century.
Yeah, so it would have been the Romans.
Mm.
And so England was around before the Holy Roman Empire was even thought of.
Yeah, I thought they went way back to early descendants of the early Christians, even.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing of it is like when I said that their Holy Family is like soiled is because of King Henry VIII, I think it was. King Henry. What's the name of that song? I am King Henry VIII. They've got that old limerick.
The Cockney thing.
Henry VIII. I am.
Yeah. Well, he was
VIII,
Queen.
I am.
He was Queen Victoria.
I got married to the widow next door.
Yeah. he was Queen. He was Queen Elizabeth's. Wait, no. Which one had the red hair? Was it Elizabeth or Victoria? The one that.
I don't know, Mark.
Queen Victoria, Queen Elizabeth. It's not the one that was born in the last.
Queen Victoria was Queen Elizabeth's grandmother, wasn't it?
No, Elizabeth was the granddaughter.
The daughter of Henry VIII.
With Mary.
Mm-hmm. And see, she was illegitimate, and a lot of people don't know that. Like she was the only one that actually survived out of all of his kids, and there wasn't really a lineage there. So, wait, no, hold up, wait, okay, yeah, and then what's her name? She was up in Ireland, and they do to this Bloody Mary.
Queen of Scots. Scots.
Yeah. She was actually the legitimate heir for the throne, and that was through lineage. But if you go farther back, it gets even worse because of War of the Roses, because there was another issue there with the War of the Roses.
Queen Elizabeth the First was the daughter of Henry VIII.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And every woman he ever was with, he got tired of them, cut their heads off. He said, "I'm tired of you, bitch."
But Henry VIII was the one that broke away from the Roman Church, right?
Yeah.
Because of his marriage to Anne Boleyn.
Yeah, and the Roman Church wouldn't allow him to divorce. So
right.
he said
he wouldn't let him divorce Catherine of Aragon.
Yeah, and Boxing Catherine is a good movie if you haven't watched it, by the way. It's a really, really good movie. It's older, something that I wouldn't tell younger people to watch it. I'll put it to you that way. But you guys, I think will like it.
So Elizabeth I was the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn.
Yep.
So that's why you say she's kind of illegitimate.
Yeah. Because Catherine and wait, no, I don't even think she's. Wait, yeah, she might be Anne Boleyn's. Is she the daughter of Anne Boleyn?
Right here.
Yeah.
Just right here.
Yeah, her. Yeah. Now the reason why she's illegitimate is because she wasn't recognized as.
Right, because he was still married to Catherine of Aragon.
Yeah. And even after his death, like, the Catholic Church was still around. Like, they didn't get excommunicated from England until later on, when they tried to bomb Queen Victoria, or Elizabeth. I'm sorry. There was a bomb that was placed under the throne, and if she would have been there, she'd have been killed, and they blamed it on the Catholics, so they had to get the Catholics.
Must have been the German.
I think it was the Catholics. I mean, those Catholics.
No, man, it's gotta be the
hardcore.
Germans. Germans are usually up to things like that.
When I was
we don't have Germans in the audience, do we?
When I was in school, man, we used to freaking get in a fight with the Catholic boys, and I'll tell you what, they can freaking punch, man. They used to.
Really?
Yeah, they could. Catholics are fighters, and they play it off like they're all goody and shit, but they can freaking fight. I'm gonna tell you right now, they can fight. I remember on this one too. That's why I have my issues with Beethoven, or not Beethoven, but Shakespeare. Okay.
What issue do you have with him?
Shakespeare doesn't exist. Like the guy that they're claiming is Shakespeare only has a 7th grade education.
So then who wrote all that great work?
It wasn't Shakespeare. Not the guy.
Who was it?
Even on the contracts that he had to make, he spelled his name wrong. Okay. Like, he could barely read. All right.
Well, so there's some sort of genius back then that created all this great work and attributed it to William Shakespeare.
I think there was a whole group of them.
Oh, all right. Now we're into conspiracy theories.
No, I mean, seriously, I think there was a whole group of them that did it together, because there was some of them, like, in the plays, okay? Everybody is real big on the plays when it comes to being, or in England, okay? So don't get me wrong, a lot of people today respect it, but like back in the day, that wasn't the place where noblemen were supposed to be seen. You know what I mean? That was kind of like the shady neighborhood that you didn't go into.
You mean the theaters?
Yeah, the theaters. Like the nobles, they actually set up their own little concert area in the freaking palace and stuff, so that they could watch them there in the palace. All right.
What's your source, man? You're an American. You talk. There's an Englishman
I
right
did
here.
the research. All you gotta do is read, man. I mean, it's like you just read this stuff. And
Yeah,
then,
but it depends on the stuff that you read. It's not everything you read is believable.
I'm reading stuff straight from freaking Mark Twain, dude.
Oh, okay.
Who
So Mark
personally?
Twain says that William Shakespeare is a fake.
Mark Twain traveled to England, did the research. Freaking who else? I just had a thing on him. Walt Whitman researched it. Freaking even Emerson, who is Mr. freaking intellectual, freaking denounced Shakespeare.
Walter Emerson.
Yeah. No, Walt Whitman, and then freaking Emerson is. I can get his name real quick.
15th century. Let me see if Mark Twain ever met up with Shakespeare.
No, Mark Twain's
No.
1800.
Later? It's 1800. Okay.
Mark Twain is.
He's in the 1800. How the hell does he know that Shakespeare was a fake?
Precisely.
He checked the shipping logs. Okay, like for anybody who left England, they would have to freaking sign in and sign out on shipping. On the manifest for ships. Okay. You couldn't leave England without freaking putting a signature somewhere. Okay, now this man was able to write to be or not to be, and he was talking about Vehemic law, okay, which is German. Okay. A man that freaking never left England would not know freaking about Vehemic law because
actually that's Prussian, not German.
He can read. Can he?
Yeah, I have to remember Germany didn't become a sovereign country until 1870. Whether
was
technically younger than the US.
It would have been Prussian law. So it'd probably be even a different name from that too, because. Well, no, Prussia.
Yeah. There's several states, several different.
But Vehemic law was prevalent in that area, okay, and learning law in England, people in England, just the ordinary people, didn't learn about that. You had to go to one school in the entire country to freaking learn about law, all right. And guess what? William Shakespeare's name is not freaking written in any books pertaining to him learning law whatsoever. So, how did he know about these things? And a lot of his writing is very, very what do they call that? Controversial during that time period because he speaks about law. He speaks about freaking things that happened in other countries that he wouldn't have known about.
But these writings were written during his lifetime. Yeah. His book, the books that are attributed to him.
Yeah, those right there are written, but even like the amount of words that are put into them, okay? Yeah. One person doesn't have a vocabulary that's that large. I mean, his vocabulary was insanely large.
Well, books can be written by transcripts can be written by multiple people. Doesn't mean that Shakespeare didn't have an influence. Also, you stated that there was only one school for law at the time, and I just checked. The University of Cambridge was founded in 1209, and the University of Oxford was founded in 1167.
Now, Oxford did Oxford teach law though?
Presume so.
Don't assume. You got to check it out. England was very precise. I mean, like, you had to go to this college in order to learn this thing.
1096, not 1167. Yeah, time at 1096.
Now, I believe Oxford was one of the first universities, too, wasn't it? And then
Yeah.
Yale, I think, was in France, wasn't it?
So there's a Wikipedia page about doubt of his authorship, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reading here, it says an overwhelming majority of mainstream Shakespeare scholars agree that his authorship was not questioned during his lifetime, or for 2 centuries afterwards.
You know why, don't
So
you?
certainly in the 20th century, Mark Twain or somebody came in
Well, you know
18th
why,
century,
though? You know why
and
it
they
wasn't...
started doubting his authorship.
You know why it wasn't questioned, though, right? It was because Shakespeare was freaking idolized. He was almost turned into a godlike statue. Okay, you know where he's buried? Huh?
Where?
He's buried in a
Buckingham
church.
Palace?
He's
Oh.
buried in a church. They've got a mausoleum setting up in the freaking pew area where people can go and bow in front of him.
Is he a member of the church?
I don't even know. It's never been mentioned.
Mm.
Like, type in there and find out where Shakespeare is buried. They'll show you. They'll show you just Shakespeare's burial site.
Yeah. Weird.
This is what makes it even more weird. Okay.
Holy Trinity Church, Stratford.
Stratford of Avon. Now click on that real quick and they'll freaking show you, or images, go to images. Up on top, click on images. There
Holy
you go.
Trinity Church is an Anglican church, is it?
Now you see that statue right there, the first one? That's
This one?
That's the holy statue of Shakespeare. They literally go to that statue and they bow in front of him, dude.
Holy statue.
Holy
Is he a member? Is he a member of the English church though? Why would they bury him in the church?
Yeah. It was a Christian. It was a.
Okay. That makes sense.
You see,
That would make sense. Then.
the Shakespeare that lived in that area freaking didn't spell his name like that. Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, they might have spelled it in Old English.
Yeah, that's modern interpretation.
Yeah. They had Old English, man.
Are you serious?
What?
Like,
you didn't know they had Old English?
It's not Shakespeare. Like his name was like Shakespeare or something like that. Like it didn't even say.
Okay.
It didn't even say Shakespeare.
Right. Oh, I see. Let's see. Maybe this. You mean in the tomb?
Like the man they claim who was Shakespeare didn't even spell his name correctly, or like that.
He spelled it correctly for that time.
Yeah. It's old English, or maybe okay. Shakespeare name spelled Old English. Let's see. Oh, like this you mean? Shakespeare. Like that?
Yeah, maybe. Like
what was William Shakespeare's original name?
No, hold up, go up. Don't move there. The original guy from Stratford, they're talking about it. Shakespeare's real name was recorded as William Shakespeare at his baptism in 1564.
William. Oh, this is how they spell William back then? Williamus.
They called him
the Latin word for the William, man.
They called him Will in the sonnets of most of his contemporary referred to him as
It's a Latin word for William.
No, up top. Scroll back up top and see what that first one says.
The milder version.
The milder version.
Elizabethan spelling.
Was not
Elizabethan spelling of the Stratford man's name was Shakespeare.
Yeah, no. See, that is the Stratford man who they're claiming is Shakespeare and who's in that.
Alright.
Okay.
The Stratford man's name.
Yeah. Now, see, they're trying to say that is Shakespeare. Okay, he only had a 7th grade education.
This guy is?
Yeah.
Or William Shakespeare.
Well, William Shakespeare doesn't exist. You gotta understand that.
I'm just reading something from.
I feel like it's Friday night. I feel like I'm in Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I'm just reading something from Professor Sir Andrew Jonathan Bates, CBE, FBA, FRSL, who's a historian, well known, sort of known, British historian who would disagree with you.
What does he say?
He states that Shakespeare did exist.
He's a Baconian, or he's an anti-Baconian, is what it is. Over in England, you have a debate going, which is Baconian versus anti-Baconian. You can't listen to those people because they're freaking nuts. First of all,
what's a Baconian?
They're the ones that believe that Francis Bacon was the Baconians are the ones that believe Francis Bacon was freaking Shakespeare. Okay, just one person. then you have freaking the people who are anti-Baconian, which are arguing with them, and they're mostly like college professors and shit that should know better. Now
so Francis Bacon was around Shakespeare's time, yeah?
Yeah. Now the thing of it was Francis Bacon and Shakespeare's, they wrote too much shit to be one person. Like Francis Bacon wrote just as much literature as what Shakespeare did.
Right.
Okay.
Well, he's this philosopher. If they're living around the same time, they must have had run into each other, right?
If he existed.
England is quite a big, large country.
I actually looked at the map. I was surprised. He is right. Like, England is a lot bigger than I thought it was.
It's not as big as well, we looked at the map the other day. It didn't look that big.
Well,
right. Compared to North America.
It's not like I'm going to go up the road and fall into Buckingham Palace or.
I mean, you can travel all around Europe in like what, a day or two, right?
I always thought it was like really, really small because every time you see them on TV, like English people are riding bicycles and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like,
let's switch over to maps.
England is 130,279 kilometers squared.
Now compare that to the size of France. Okay, that's my whole point. It's actually pretty big.
Oh, compared to France. Well, okay. So here's France. Here's France right here. France looks bigger than the UK.
Now, with me, what I kept messing up on is I really didn't take a look at it. I was comparing the UK to like freaking like Scandinavia up north. It's because a lot of the countries in Scandinavia are pretty big.
Okay.
That was
like
where
Norway.
I was making my mistake because I didn't really look at France and then compare the size of England to France. It's actually a lot bigger than I thought it was.
Are you talking about England or are you talking about the United Kingdom?
Yeah, England or the UK. England is just a little thing here.
The United Kingdom.
Right.
As a matter of fact, if you want to just talk about the entire island, like Scotland included, it's pretty big.
But back in that
case, are you talking about the Republic of Ireland as well?
Well,
which is not part of the United Kingdom.
Out of respect of the Irish, I cannot include them into the debate because, like, Irish people, freaking, well, if I did that, then I'd have to leave Wales out too, because I can't
Yeah,
disrespect.
because of Northern Ireland is being a part of the UK.
So Mark, when was the UK formed?
The Act of Union. Good word. There's two Act of Unions, and there's the Act of Union between Wales and England, and then there's a later Act of Union between Scotland and England.
And see, Scotland is actually the true royal line for the British Empire, right there.
Empire, yeah.
Okay.
The Wales was incorporated into the into the Union in 1530.
Okay, so the kingdom was there before that.
Yeah.
So back during like Shakespeare's days, it would have been the UK.
And Scotland was 1707.
And see, my whole point is, well, I guess they could have. He could have. He could have made it across that little trench right there into Spain, but I mean, you don't travel that freaking trench way like that. That's dangerous territory.
Bacon was born in London, yeah, and where was Shakespeare born?
Shakespeare was born where the church is at
Stratford?
Avon.
Yeah, Stratford, which is now is that part of London actually?
Yeah, so they're in the same neighborhood, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but you have to understand too, though, when it comes to London, that was where everybody was at. Like that was the general area back then.
Yeah, that was where Oxford was, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is.
Actually, no. I'm sorry. Stratford upon Avon is nearer to Birmingham than it is London.
Actually, type it into the map. It should pull it up.
Where, from Stratford to London?
Yep. From Stratford to London. It'll give you even a line showing you how far away it
Stratford is like the suburb of London.
Yeah. See?
Technically?
Scroll out.
It's right here. Here's Stratford,
I see it.
and here's London. Yeah.
See? I
mean, so you don't tell me that like
it's actually
you can't tell me that Stratford.
No, it's actually in Warwickshire.
Oh.
In the East Midlands.
Who?
So
where? Who was born? Shakespeare was born?
Stratford upon Avon is actually in it's in the East Midlands.
Yeah, so you have to do Stratford.
So it's outside of London. Yeah, it's outside of London.
Okay,
Stratford
but it's
upon Avon.
Still in the neighborhood, though, right? Not that far.
Yeah.
So Bacon's in London. Shakespeare's in Stratford. You can't tell me that they didn't, interact during their whole.
What if they were the same person? Like what if the Baconians were right and said that?
Are you American conspiracy theorists, man?
I'm not a.
So the two people there, you go back to their hometown and you can investigate whether there was such a thing as a Francis Bacon born in this town. Then you go to Stratford and find out if there was a person named Shakespeare born in this town.
And that's also a fiction that a lot of people believe. Like they believe that we have all these records from the 1500s, and that's just not true. There's a lot of history that's lost, like birth records and stuff like that. There's some situations where a lot of people who were famous never even freaking had records of even being born. Well,
okay, yeah, I can believe that. Like back then, they didn't keep. Like even in the 19th century, in my hometown, my grandmother didn't even know the exact date of her birth. So.
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of the history when it comes to England period is like myth. Like there's no actual documentation that
But
says
but
it's
then
true.
but then you have the oral tradition, the oral
Right.
history, Roger.
Right, and you have to depend off that.
Interestingly, the compulsory registration of births didn't happen in the UK until 1853.
Okay.
And in the United States, there wasn't a standardized system until 1902.
Right.
Well, like even with mail and stuff, okay, Shakespeare never received any kind of mail when it came to packages and stuff.
Oh, mail. Okay.
Yeah, like, and when he died, his freaking will. In his will, he didn't give anybody anything. He gave his freaking wife their marriage bed, and that was it.
Okay.
And that was it. Like, all those freaking cool freaking writings that everybody's talking about, he didn't give them to nobody.
Well, who did they give it to? I mean, but they didn't become famous until after he died. They didn't become popular until they were like worthless.
They had been worth something. I mean, you understand he also owned playhouses too, right?
Did he own play?
Did he?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one.
He owned playhouses in London. He was partners with the freaking what are they called? The college wits during the time. They were all in business down there in the playhouses and stuff. And there's another guy, he was a commentator, he went by Green, and he used to always criticize Shakespeare too. But I used to be able to find some information on him, but I haven't been able to find anything here lately on him. It's like it's not even there. There's a lot of interesting stuff when it comes to this stuff. You could just get enwrapped in it because it was so good. I mean, yeah.
Wow, this is all like biblical Bible conspiracies here.
This stuff's been going on for
this is from
200 years. Christopher Marlowe, okay? Now, that dude is cool. Now, he could be one of the candidates as one of the writers for it. Christopher Marlowe.
Oh, yeah.
Now, he ended up dying in a knife fight, so... He's definitely a good candidate for being one of the writers of Shakespeare's plays. And let's see right
Didn't
there.
we have a discussion about this several months ago in Generals? Remember having a discussion with you, possibly you or somebody else?
They're actually going from college to college teaching this stuff. Like this
teaching these doubts,
teaching these things about Shakespeare, the Shakespeare theory. I mean, college students are learning about this now because people aren't getting both sides of the story when it comes to Shakespeare. They're all just
I don't doubt this. This is kind of stuff that the liberals would propagate.
No, this is before any of all this stuff was going on. Like, this is like genuine freaking doubts. Like, there's a lot more evidence proving that Shakespeare did not exist than what there is that he existed. I mean, it's overwhelming.
I'm not sure if you can call them it's evidence.
Well,
theories, let's say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even in his writings, the nail in the coffin is how big his freaking vocabulary was. Okay, Shakespeare's vocabulary was insanely large, and they've even brought it up as an argument. Like, there's no way one person in one lifetime could have the vocabulary that frickin' Shakespeare had in his books.
But again, this is the arguments that multiple people wrote.
Right. Now I can.
So yeah, Shakespeare was
okay.
one.
So I got a name for these Shakespearean doubters. They're called heretics. Shakespearean heretics, man.
Maybe we should go to the church and bow at the mighty Shakespeare.
That's right, the Church of Shakespeare.
Oh my God. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, I've always found this interesting. This is the good stuff. Be honest.
Was Shakespeare a woman? It's the video. Is this was Shakespeare a woman?
Now that could be liberal. That I don't think I've ever heard anybody say Shakespeare was a woman.
I mean, that's better than saying that he didn't exist.
Not really. I mean, not really. Now, what's his name? Orson Welles?
Yes.
They believe Orson Welles could have possibly been a woman and that he didn't exist. Because, what was it? A woman was present during the time, and not too many people had contact with H.G. Wells or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, that's interesting too. But I never really looked into that one.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Orson Welles in a number of different films, and I'm pretty sure.
No, not H.G. Wells. You saw what's his name? The one that did what was it? The one where
Citizen Kane and
the one that did freaking
War of the
Worlds. That's his That was his grandson.
Touch of Evil and the Trial.
Oh, so H.G. Wells is
H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells did that one, and Orson Welles is the one. Orson Welles was the grandson that did War of the Worlds.
The third man. Yeah.
War of the Worlds. So.
Right.
Now, that's cool by itself too. Like, you know the story behind that shit, don't you?
Yeah, you mean like somebody heard it broadcasted over the radio and they thought it was real?
They all freaked out. Like people were.
That's been proven to be a myth. That was a myth.
Yeah?
That was
but
that didn't actually happen.
The reaction from it, like they put it on the radio, man, and people were flipping out.
No, the flipping out thing is a myth.
It's myth. It's been debunked.
Yeah.
So people weren't like
mass hysteria.
There was no mass hysteria whatsoever.
No.
Right.
Well, there was a mass hysteria. There might have been the odd one or two people, but there was
a mass hysteria of one or two people.
Yeah. Now, I had to go through all that shit when it comes to Shakespeare. You have to freaking do something when it comes to this. You said that it was a myth. So, where did you hear this from, man?
I've
heard it from different sources.
Because I can hit the Google search if you got like a reference.
Google's your best friend.
Just
War of the
tell me
World.
where to look.
Myth.
I don't know.
Mass panic and hysteria swept the United States on the eve of the Halloween of 1938.
When all too realistic radio dramatization of the War of the Worlds sent untold thousands of people into the streets or heading for the hills. Now, was it a myth?
Well, Well, you gotta believe the
Oh, it was
BBC,
on.
right?
No. He got that off the BBC. You don't listen to.
Don't trust the BBC.
You don't frickin' like listen to the BBC. Come on, man.
That's right. That's right.
I've been listening to the BBC in 10 years.
The BBC used to be great. When I was back home, like in the 80s, the BBC is the most trusted news source that we listened to.
I'm sorry,
but because of the communist government, we had to listen to it in hiding.
Yeah, but you do realize BBC is state ran, right? Like.
Well, it used to be decent, even though it's state ran, right? But now it's just propaganda.
You know what that means, though, right? Like
what?
You can't watch anything without state approval on that channel.
What? Oh, you mean like from another country?
No, like if it goes on the television screen, the state approves it. If they disagree with it, you don't get to see it. Like, period.
Not quite that. We're not. You might surprise you, but the UK isn't like North Korea or China.
I know that. I mean, I'm not saying you guys are communists. You know, I mean, but still, state-ran television is pretty hardcore, dude. Like, just the fact that you have a state-run television channel. Now, you had other options. Don't get me wrong, because
every country has some like public sponsored. Like in America, you have the Voice of America.
No, that's not a real channel.
Yeah,
like,
you've got.
That's like.
The VOA is like the American equivalent of the BBC.
Now you should be talking like PBS, Public Broadcasting System.
Yeah. PBS.
Now that's more state ran. Now the BBC though, in what is it, Canadian Broadcasting Channel, the CBC?
No, the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Those are state ran, right?
Yes.
ABC in Australia.
Yeah.
So, you guys are being ran by the king. Well, it was the queen at one time, but now it's the queen.
Well, way back when, years ago, it used to be a trusted source of news, right? They were impartial, and they report the news impartially.
Well,
years ago, way from back home.
10 years ago, I used to be a listener of BBC Radio 4. Quite often, and BBC Radio 4 is a much more political, non-music station.
I liked BBC back when I was in my 20s, be honest. Now, like, I would go like even farther back, like they were good 30 years ago. But I mean, a lot of the stuff they put out now is just horrible. I mean, but now, what was the name of that other channel that you guys had with Benny Hills and all that on there? And like, what's his name? We were just talking about him.
Monty Python.
Monty Python.
BBC. The Benny Hills. That was on SCTV in Canada. It was in the CBC used to play them.
Yep, but it's the one where it has the frickin' the building at the end of it, and it's on the ending of the Benny Hill show.
The building.
I forgot the name of it, and it has
the commercial companies have changed hands so many times over the last 30 odd years.
I can pull it up.
You mean the Parliament building in London, or?
Yeah, it might have been Benny Hill's ending.
I think you're thinking of London Weekend TV.
It's always right there at the end of it whenever they're in.
You can't just.
I gotta mute that. Don't want to get in trouble. Anything English, I am not going to do that, because if it's involved with Thames.
Thames. Oh, right.
Now Thames
That building.
Thames was a good production place. I think they were.
Thames Street Television. Okay, yeah, Thames Street Television. Was acquired by Pearson TT Television in 1994. Then got merged into another company in 2000. And then into another company. Oh, got rebranded in 2001. Yeah, over the last 30, 40 years, we've seen so many commercial companies come and go.
I think that's actually kind of cool, because like you guys have a lot of variety of TV shows too, like, and there was a lot of shows you guys had I didn't even know existed. Like, I didn't know anything about Shameless until about like maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah. It was done by Channel 4. Can't remember the name of the production house.
And that's quality stuff. I'm sorry, but like, I know people want to see like the, dignified English TV shows and stuff, but like when you're watching Shameless, that's the real deal. You know what I mean? That's what goes on in England.
Well,
and,
in some parts of England.
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't say it happens.
It's like, I could imagine how that affected people when that show was on. I mean, it had to have been like just even when it came here to the United States, it was such a big a hit. I think they're still.
Funny enough, I was never a fan of that program.
Like I never knew about it though. I never knew it was out, and they apparently ran for like 15, almost 20 years.
Possibly, yeah.
Because all the kids grew up and moved away in the story. And
I've only seen a handful of episodes.
So I thought that was pretty interesting. I've got to go to the bathroom. I am going to explode. I'll be right back. I gotta be right back. Tan said he'll be back too, so give me a second.
Okay.
They just kicked him off here, didn't they?
Did they?
Or did he leave?
No.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
He probably had to sign off real quick. I'm still got. There you go. So, like, there's other interesting things too when it comes to Shakespeare, like the story on, like, his inheritance is really, really fascinating. I mean, even if you don't believe it or not, you should really read that, because, like, he refused to give his inheritance to his daughter because she was married to a guy who was arrested for burglary. And back then, burglary was like carnal. You know what I mean? Like being a homosexual and stuff. And then it gets even weirder because Francis Bacon ended up being taken out of office because he was accused of boogery as well. And then all through this, I mean, just accusations of boogery keeps popping up, you know what I mean? And it's just strange how they end up in these incidents around people who are included into this conspiracy, I guess you could call it, you know what I mean? But the word buggery just keeps popping up. It's like that was their favorite thing back then, is to accuse somebody of being a homosexual, because that would, like, screw them up, I guess, in society.
You're talking about Shakespeare's eldest daughter.
Yeah.
He had three. Yeah. Two twins. They were born in 1585, and one, the eldest, born in 1583.
It just gets more and more just like going down a rabbit hole. The more you learn about it, the crazier the story gets. I mean, the story of Shakespeare by itself is insane. I mean, it's mind-blowing. Like, people hear about his stories, but they don't really look at his life and what it was supposed to be. It's, even if you don't believe it, read it, is all I'm saying, because it's really interesting stuff.
Okay, you're talking about John Hall.
Yeah.
Physician. Attended Queen's College, Cambridge in 1589.
Now, see, he could have known about law, because I know they taught law in Cambridge.
But yeah, he was a physician, so he'd be studying medicine.
He wouldn't even. It wouldn't have been law. Did they mention the part about the boogery?
No, I can't see anything here. Shakespeare.org.uk.
FUK. Oh, in the UK.
Yeah, .org.uk.
Okay.
It's just something, yeah, no, it doesn't say anything about inheritance or anything.
No, they claim that he was arrested, and that's why Shakespeare refused to give his inheritance to him.
Okay.
To her, and then when he ends up dying, the only thing he gave his wife was their wedding bed, according to what I've heard. They mention any of that?
Not what I'm looking at anyway.
See, you've been sensitized. They even mention it. Did they mention his death?
It's an entire site just dedicated to him, so I would have to go through a number of different pages to see. And for a page married to Shakespeare at the age of 18.
They talk about his father being like a sheep herder and owning his own sheep, stuff like that.
Okay. Not that I can say, but
because that's kind of important. That's really a big time in his life, actually, because that's when he started learning how to trade and everything with his father. They'd go and trade sheep hair, whatever, sheep's fur.
Well, yeah. Well, as we call it these days.
Wool. Yeah, sheep wool. They would trade it in London. They'd travel to London all the time, and that's where they got one of his or some of his signatures and stuff. His father's signatures. So they know that his father existed, and they know that Shakespeare or how the way it's spelled SPERE, I believe. That they know he exists, but it's not spelled.
I think you're reading too much into that. I think it's just changing language since that time.
I haven't seen anything that indicates a change in the language, though. I mean, I've found absolutely nothing that indicates that.
Well, we don't use words like ye olde tavern these days. I'm not going to go down to the ye olde tavern. I'm going down to the pub.
Now, in his writings too, there's always a dot in it. Okay, and when people put those dots. When people put those dots in it, it usually means that it's code for frickin' it's a different name. You know what I mean? They're writing under a different name back then. And it was used a lot, and that was another argument that they had, because if you look at the original writing, there's always that dot in between Shakespeare and then a dot right between Shake and Spear. So that was another thing that they brought up too. Shakespeare.
Never heard of that before, but Yes.
Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Images. Wow. Yeah, Hamlet. Prince of Denmark. They got yeah, and this is a copy. That's
according to ShakespeareAuthorship.com, there is no significant there is no reflection between the different pronunciations. The, the different pronunciations are just more or less interchangeable.
for the spelling, then it would just be basically how he spelled it.
Yeah. It's just an interchangeable thing. It's just...
Now, right here, I've got, and this is copied, but it's a reprint. But they do have something that appears to be Shakespeare's signature, and they've got other things in here, but this is like right off the text, so I don't see them. I don't see them, screwing with it if it's straight off the text. But
yeah. Also, on the same site, it says there is no evidence whatsoever that hyphenation in Elizabethan times were ever thought to indicate a pseudonym.
Yeah, but that's
other proper names of real people were sometimes hyphenated.
And see,
so
where's that coming from?
ShakespeareAuthorship.com.
Now, are they pro-Baconian or anti-Baconian?
I'll let you have a look. I added the domain name to the chatter.
Because you got to be real careful with that, because these guys, man, they're nuts. Articles of Oxfordian faith is that there is a great significance in the village. Various spellings of Shakespeare's name. The spelling Shakespeare, according to most Oxfordians, was used to refer to the author of the plays and poems, while the spelling Shakespeare or Shakespeare, which that's the one I've heard, Shakespeare, in the versions sometimes promoted by more militant Oxfordians, such as the oh my God.
So it's this regional sort of differences. It's just common, yeah.
Militant Oxfordians. I'm sorry, dude.
No, man. I'm a militant Oxfordian.
Wait, what are you showing on screen there?
This is the Shakespeare signature. I'm just getting a kick out of this, what they just said on here. Like, they actually claim there's a militant group of
Oxford University.
like militant Oxfordians, such as Charlton Ogburn, was used to refer to the Stratford man. Now, a milder version of this claim acknowledged that Elizabethan spelling was not absolute. Yeah, okay, so it would have been the Elizabethan spelling. That's where they did the changeover in the spelling. But see, Elizabeth was already dead and gone during this time period. You got to remember, this was King James' time. So
Shakespeare was in Elizabeth's time.
a little bit of both, actually, because King James, he frequented the plays in secrecy, so that he didn't expose the fact that a royal member was going down into the plays. That's where I found out he was homosexual. You know that, right? King James was gay.
No. Okay. Allegedly. Aaron, you are incorrect. Shakespeare lived for. Oh, sorry, not Hamilton. No, Shakespeare was born in 1564 and died in 1616. Elizabeth died in 1603. So it is during Elizabeth's reign.
No. When did James take office, though?
James the First was born in 1566 and died in 16. Reigned between 1603 and 1625.
Yeah, so he would have had a little bit of time there.
Yeah, it would be at the end of
Shakespeare's career.
Last 13 years of his life.
Mm-hmm. And I've heard where he actually did sneak out to go see the plays. He was a William Shakespeare fan, so. And there's also another conspiracy about that where he was homosexual, and like the playhouses, like I said, a lot of people didn't go down there because that's where they always considered the retrobates to be, and when they said retrobates, it was usually like homosexuals and stuff like that. Like with the royals and the dukes and all that. There's an argument to say that James was possibly bisexual. Yeah. Which, could be taking place because, like, a lot of people thinks he's like the one who wrote the King James Bible, and he's not the one that wrote it. He just freaking.
It was just in his time.
He commissioned it.
He commissioned it, yeah. So
I'm sure if he even commissioned that.
And he was into a lot of weird shit. Like, he's the one that actually ended the witch hunts and everything because he got involved in it and then started finding out that, like, the stuff that these witch hunts were doing, hunts were doing was, not really freaking legitimate. So he actually even wrote his own book on being a witch hunter and what to look for and stuff. So he was into a lot of weird shit. It wouldn't surprise me if he was a homosexual, to be honest with you, because, like, homosexuals seem to have that way of thinking. You know what I mean? Like that. Like,
they want to ban witch hunts.
Well, not just that. Like thinking outside of the box. Like if you've ever hung out with
Okay.
like a gay person and talked to them, like they really do think
Sound
differently.
weirdly, right? They sound differently. They act different.
Yeah. And he was one of those. Now, which James was it that frickin' Cromwell cut his head off? Yeah, King
Sorry?
James. It was his grandson, wasn't it?
That did what?
Cromwell ended up frickin' cutting his head off.
That's King Charles the First.
King Charles. Yeah. Now he was what King James's grandson, or was it his son?
King James the First died in 1625, and King Charles the
Second.
First.
Let's see. Cromwell is where the big controversy comes from, because he shut down the playhouses. All right. For some reason, he felt it necessary to shut down all the playhouses when he took power.
Actually, you're right. Yeah. James the First ended his reign in 1625, and Charles reigned from 1625 to 1649.
And that's when Cromwell did his deal. So something was going on there where frickin' Cromwell cut his head off and closed down the playhouses. Nobody could go. There was no form of media allowed during the first, I think, 6 months. 6 months to a year after Cromwell took power. He shut them down.
Yeah. Cornwall being the sort of ruiner of fun, who cancelled Christmas. Well, he did, didn't he? He made it illegal for Christmas to happen for 5 years or something.
That's crazy. See, I didn't know about the Christmas thing. Like, God. You know how hard that had to have been for the English? Like, seriously, like, Christmas was a big deal for England. I guess it still is today. I mean, like...
Yeah.
You know?
People, yeah.
Me and my sister were just talking about plum pudding.
Christmas pudding, yeah.
You know, like, that had to have been pretty rough. Wow. Oh, wow. Super Ninja's back. You see that?
Super Ninja.
Super Ninja.
Oh, yeah.
I almost forgot.
That
was your COVID mask, right?
Yep. Super Ninja.
And see, right there is what I was saying. Like, there you go.
That's the real me.
There you go. Okay, so there we go. We got the real view of tan. We got this the simulated view of tan. Oh, did you guys hear that they finished up on their strike with the SAG-AFTRA? The SAG, where they were they were on strike over the AI and all that stuff. They want it.
Oh, you're talking about the Writers Guild, US Writers thing, yeah.
They finally ended that.
Writers Guild, okay.
They said that they came to an agreement, and the last thing that they had to discuss was the artificial intelligence stuff. But there's going to be a lot of big differences, I have a feeling, when it comes to the AI. I just found that out night before last. That Fran Dressler, she came on TV and was supposed to have done a big expose, I guess, on it. And when I seen her on TV, dude, she looked tired as shit. Those people put her through hell. Like, you could see it in her eyes, man. She's like, oh, I'm just so happy and everything. I'm like, yeah, right, you're happy that shit's over is what it is. Because, like, and I tell you right now, everybody doesn't believe me, but that's actually big news. You keep an eye open. Like, you know how a robot gets on here and he does the artificial or the AI music and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And then Moose is even doing the AI pictures. You watch, that stuff isn't going to be happening very much longer. There's going to be a lot of that shut down. I could almost bet you.
We'd like to know the details of this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if she mentioned any of that either, but I'm sure it's going to be coming out if it wasn't mentioned.
If it was sort of news reports, don't expect any details to be provided.
Yeah, and that plus you got to remember that's union. That's not technically state and legal stuff. But I guarantee you something's going to something's going to happen. It's because like that thing we were talking about with Activision and the putting all the games up on the cloud.
There's a competition commission issue between Activision and Microsoft. Yeah.
Now there's a lot of gamers that freaking honestly believe that like everything's going to be put on one platform, and that's just the way it's going to be. You know what I mean? There's a lot of them that believe that.
Those gamers should understand that we about competition and that we all don't live in some sort of great Marxist utopia.
You better open up your eyes, buddy. It's getting there. It really is. You could have got away with that back in the freaking 80s and the 90s, don't get me wrong, but right after the freaking wall fell, from that point on, it's just getting closer and closer. Everything. It's like the Soviet Union fell and the United States and Europe just became more closer to freaking what the Soviet Union was, and it's like they're going to come to a balancing point. You know what I mean?
Actually, I'm not sure if I even agree with you on that point, because I'm thinking of the sort of movements into 1950s, things like the Frankfurt School of philosophy or School of social economics. As I've stated before, the long march through the institutions has been going on for a long, long time.
Now you're talking about the
socialism through both private and public sector organizations.
And I do understand that because I think a lot of people who don't believe it has a hard time understanding that these plans started way long ago after World War II, and they've been working them up. Like, they didn't just come out, you know what I mean, and say, hey, this is a good idea, everybody needs to do it. Like, the majority of stuff that's going on in the EU has to do with the corporations. Like, everything's dictated through the corporations, and they're the ones that call the shot in Europe. It's not like they're EU Council or whatever the hell they call themselves. They even set up a huge freaking a huge building for all these representatives to show up at. You guys are gonna have a European Union federal government It seems like how we have our federal government here.
Yeah, that's what they do. I was trying to look for. I did have a quote on my.
It's like, hey, I seen it.
Which was a quote that was written, that was produced by the creator, one of the founders of the European Commission, or no, the EU.
Yeah.
I can find it all about how the EU was never meant to be just an economic group. It was always meant to be a political sort of standard.
Wait, so did the UK leave the European Union?
They're supposed to.
Yeah, in 2016.
In 2016 they did.
They still have to sign papers and be released from the EU, though. Like, there's
there's still arguments about if we are actually still part of the EU.
Like they have to ask. They have to ask to leave the EU. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? You know what I'm saying?
We are
technically left. In 2016, they technically left.
Yeah.
But
they have to ask, and to do it, they have to sign the paperwork.
What in the world?
Technically, legally speaking, we've left, but there's still questions about things like Northern Ireland.
Well, fuck Northern Ireland. I mean, seriously.
Northern Ireland is part of the UK.
Did you hear this shit? No, I mean, seriously. Okay, I said that before. Like, no Irish woman should stand up in the middle of Parliament and frickin' take up for frickin' the EU. That is insane. Especially with all the shit they've been through. You know what I mean? Come on. They're just gonna sell their frickin' freedom away after frickin' all the shit that's happened in Ireland. You know? Seriously. You know how much freedom they've got now with England? I mean, compared to what they had even 30 years ago. I mean, seriously, they've come a long way just within the end of the turn of the frickin' millennium. I mean, you don't hear about half of the shit, not even a tenth of the shit that happened in Ireland. Why would you give up what you've got to go back to another frickin' dictator? That's the way I see them as. I see them as dictators.
Yeah.
You know.
And then, well, you've got countries like Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic that's slowly pushing away from the EU at the moment. And Greece is a mess, and even Italy, one of the founding members of the EC, there's a lot of arguments.
Well, look at what they did to Greece. Like, Greece is so far in debt with them. They're like slave labor. You know, they're gonna have to work their asses off for freaking decades and decades in order to freaking pay the EU for debts that they owe.
That's as if the EU survives.
Right. So didn't Greece declare bankruptcy a few years ago?
I believe
so.
The debt, then what does that mean? Are they all their debts are written off?
Well, I mean, I've never really looked at it as like when in terms of country, but like with the United States, we have a debt threshold. I know that much, and if we don't pay our debts, then we fall into what do they call that, forfeit or default.
Default.
You know, so I couldn't even.
What does that mean in reality? Yeah, what does that mean in reality?
Yeah, no. Is that bankruptcy? Default?
Mhm.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, like terminologies are different. Because, like,
I mean, Germany at the moment is maybe not technically going into recession, but in reality they're in a recession.
they're the ones that started all this shit.
Yeah, Germany and France.
Yep. And, I also get shit about freaking the socialist thing. Like, everybody wants to fall in line saying that socialism started in, like, Russia or China and stuff like that, and they don't understand those are the two countries where socialism started, France and Germany. You know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Which of the Marxist guys were from France?
Well, everybody gives Karl Marx the credit for it, but it was actually a group of them that intermingled in between France and Germany. And Karl
Oh,
Marx,
there's Marx and there's Engel and who else?
there,
Frederick Engel.
was that woman. She she bounced in between them, in between Germany and France, and I forgot her name, but she was pretty famous back then. But that's how it basically formed. Like, she was networking between France and Germany, and they were coming up with their ideas.
I mean, arguably, socialism was a byproduct of the French Revolution.
Well,
Arguably,
you know what the true definition for realist means, right? What a realist really is.
God.
Like, it's pretty easy. Realists, it came up pretty much right around the time of Enlightenment, and
Mm.
Actually, I should have done.
Actually, you could argue that
Classic real.
the concept of socialism actually came out of Adam Smith and John Locke.
No, it was in
Mm.
18. The classic realism first appeared as a description in literary style in 1882. Criticism of Milton's poetry. Its usage relating to the visual arts dates back to at least 1905 in reference to Masaccio's paintings. But that's just in realism for the arts. Wait a minute. Yeah. Let's see, this is, philosophy. Philosophical realism. There's logical realism, aesthetic realism, philosophical realism. Then Austrian realism might be. Yeah, philosophical is usually not treated as a position of its own, but as a stance towards other subject matters. But as a stance towards other subject matters, like, basically that goes into, like, critical theory and everything, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not treated as a position, but it's got its own stance towards other subject matters. Like, they discussing like critical theory, how black people were traded into slavery. You know what I mean? So what they want to do is they want to focus on the United States and slavery rather than the whole subject of slavery as a whole. You know what I mean? Because they want to portray slavery in America rather than slavery in general. That's how critical theory works. It's the view of certain kind of things, ranging widely from abstract objects like numbers, moral statements, to the physical world itself. Has mind-independent existence, i.e., that it exists even in the absence of any mind perceiving it, or that its existence is not just a mere appearance in the eye of the beholder. That's really weird. So,
actually, rather than arguing that modern socialism came out of John Locke and Adam Smith, I would go even further back and say socialism came out of Thomas Hobbes.
Yeah, no, I've heard a lot of people talk.
1651.
I've heard a lot of people talk about Hobbes. Then there was another guy. He was really big into religion and everything, and like realists would attack him because of his writing, because he wasn't really big on the realists for one thing, which most religions were in clashes with realism. They didn't like the subject matter they were bringing up, you know. So, but I remember hearing about Hobbes. Now, what resulted from realism was age of what do they call it? Romanticism, the Romanticism movement. Like you know the Brothers Grimm.
Yeah.
They wrote about Romanticism, but a lot of people don't know that they were also linguistics experts. They actually are the ones that developed linguistics, and that caused a lot of issues with the realists, because they started talking about where language came from. Like, instead of, you know, what's written down, where do the words coming out of your mouth originate from? So they were able to trace it back in history.
So the entire etymology.
So
yeah.
You had Romanticism, then you had freaking realism, and that just evolved into what we call socialism and, I don't know, anti-socialism. Which, I don't know, conservatism, liberalism.
Yeah.
If you
classical liberalism.
Yeah, classical liberalism.
Yeah.
Now,
not to be confused with the American modern usage of the word liberalism.
Yeah. Well,
which people overly abuse these days.
But I mean, I can't just say England anymore. It's getting pretty bad everywhere now. Like, Bob Dub was talking about that stuff the other day. I mean, like the whole socialism thing it's even making it to New Zealand and shit, you know? Like, it's pretty interesting. And
as we saw with who was the previous Prime Minister of New Zealand during the COVID lockdown period.
She was talking about that too.
I think of her name. Yeah.
But the good news is the Work Party has lost all power there. So the Green Party is probably going to take over
Yeah, but the Green Party is another, well, at least in the UK, the Green Party is just another name for
Socialist.
another socialist party. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
They have the Green
So-
Party up here in Canada too.
yeah, they're here too.
Yeah, extremely left wing.
Well, I said it like this though. I mean, the thing about the Green Party is at least they're honest. You know what I'm saying? At least they're
Are
openly
they?
they're openly admitting that they're socialists. That's where I'm getting at.
I disagree. They don't claim to be socialists. They just claim that they want to save the world.
Well, I mean,
by any means possible.
They
So, yeah,
openly they
I wouldn't say
openly
that they've
admit
been
it.
so.
They do admit it. Now, like your workers party, okay? That's the equivalence of our Democrats, okay? Now, the Workers' Party and the Democrats are point blank socialists. Any way you look at it.
Labour Party?
The Labour Party, yeah.
Yeah, Labour, modern Labour in this country has lost touch with the so-called working classes.
Yeah, and
that's happened ever since Blairism.
But they don't want to openly admit that they're freaking socialists. They want to deny it, even though they're bumping elbows with them and doing the same shit. You know what I mean? And our Democrats, they're trying to differentiate between the word progressive and Democrat now. I'm a progressive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also the entire concept of socialism has changed because at one point it was all about workers' rights, the sort of working class thing, and now it's all about corporatism.
Mm-hmm. Exactly the thing they were supposed to be against.
You
know, like that was the one thing that Karl Marx was supposed to be against. And then I found out about him in his later years. Like in his later years, he was one of those intellectual tarts sitting around at a coffee shop talking with the young ones about philosophical bullshit about the stock markets and shit. Like a lot of people don't know that. Like they talk about how he was young and he freaking, wrote the social or the Communist Manifesto and all that shit. But they don't realize when he got older, he was a totally different person. He used to sit around in coffee shops and hanging out and talking about freaking the stock market and shit. I just found that out. Actually, they've got a documentary out about it.
Okay.
It blew my mind.
Where? On YouTube?
Yeah. Well, it's previously been on the TV. You can tell when you watch the documentary that it came off the TV, but it is on YouTube. I don't know if you guys are ever into watching documentaries or not. You're Minds members, so there's a good chance you are. That's true.
Watch them sometime.
It just amazes me when people talk about socialism like it's just here in the United States. Like it's not the truth. It's actually a lot farther than what people think it is. It's really, really a lot farther.
Well, they talk it's because it's surprising that the Americans have let it spread.
Yeah, the same country that introduced the world to McCarthyism has gone down completely.
Right.
Well, McCarthyism was only 70-odd years ago.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to get technical, though, we were actually the ones who started not started socialism, but we started a lot of the stuff that resulted in what we know of as socialism today, like eugenics.
Margaret Sanger.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Mm.
That's voluntary eugenics that's here, and the difference between voluntary and involuntary is in China you can only have a certain amount of kids. You know what I mean? And if you
not anymore.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah. That's another thing, man. That's,
you know, so
I think once they figure it out, once they realize what they've done, uh, they they withdraw that pretty quickly. It's like they the generations are dying, and they don't have enough labor force to replenish.
You know that the freaking population in Europe is going sterile, don't you?
You know, Japan.
We've had something, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard Japans are doing that. Like women are now delaying marriage in favor of work.
Well, in freaking Europe, they're having issues where they're having to have different DNA mix and mingle into the European stock because they're literally freaking going sterile. Their birth rates.
This is one of the arguments for increased migration into Europe.
Like that's what they're saying. So all those European men, they ain't able to get it up and do the job. No.
But as the country start accepting foreigners into their country, that's bound to happen.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm kind of, for me, when it comes to this whole border thing, it's like fucking, why the hell did that shit even start? You know what I mean? Like, we were, it's just ridiculous, to be honest. I mean, like, freaking, you know how many immigrants came to the United States without border control?
Yeah, but remember, the United States is a young country, and they had plenty of space, or a lot of space, for.
But you know what I'm trying to say? I mean, like, when did that shit start? When they freaking opened Manhattan Island up or some shit? You know, I mean, like, all of a sudden.
What you mean the border crossing?
Yeah, like that shouldn't. I mean, really, that shouldn't. I mean, it's just kind of.
When did they start?
When did they start? That's the big question.
They've been going for a long time, haven't they? Like, I mean, like the Mexican cartels been trafficking people all across the border for a long time.
Well, that's a crime. I'm just talking about people.
It is.
I'm just talking about people crossing the freaking border. You know what I mean? Like, there were shiploads of freaking people coming from Ireland, dude, for at least 200-300 years.
Well, again, if you want to look at it in the wider perspective rather than just modern sort of migration, then America is built upon immigration.
Right.
Exactly. But that wasn't that different because the way back then, American was inhabited by the locals.
We were free.
And by the indigenous people. Well, and the Europeans were just exploring.
They were killing them off as they went. You know what I mean? We got rid of all those wigs and sent you guys to Canada. then it was time to take over the Indians because they kept freaking talking about how many white people were coming over to the country, and that's when it became an issue. So, you know, which they had a good argument. A lot of them were worried about it when it was happening because all of a sudden these white people were appearing on their freaking lands, you know. And they didn't, like, Indians didn't consider the land as their property. You know what I mean? So they didn't believe in owning land. They believed that,
Well, I mean, no,
you know,
no. I, I, I think some of them do, and then they were just in a sharing mood.
they
They want to share the land, but so I mean, so they were generous to accept the foreigners in the share, and then I mean, they there are goods. There are some goods done by the Europeans going to these native people, right?
hmm
I mean,
Yeah, I'm going to
wait
be
until
extremely controversial. I'm
yeah.
going
I
to be
mean,
extremely
yeah.
controversial here,
There are
and
there
say
there are
say that
bad
we
there are
built in
downsides to it,
civilization.
but I'm talking about the plus side. For
Yeah,
centuries, for millennia, they've been living in there with their own, customs and doing things that they've been doing for centuries, and the Europeans.
they froze you up. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go in and do it again. Yep, they got me. You guys there? Alright, let me pause that real quick. Wow.
Okay,
fine.
yeah, we're here. We're here.
Okay. I just they it literally just booted me off the internet. It had nothing to do with
Oh,
all that stuff. My internet's been freaking out too. Me and Mark had to
right.
go through that the other day when we were doing our first actual episode.
Yeah,
So,
yesterday. Oh,
What does that
mhm.
what does that do? What does that do to your stream? Did it stop? Did it finish it up? It looks like it
um,
is on. I'm viewing the stream there, and it says it's the recording is being processed. So I think that finishes the stream.
now, the cool thing about it is I got this backed up. So that's the one thing
Uh,
I think we made a pretty good decision on is to do a backup video because, like,
you mean the recording?
yeah. So,
The OBS recording? Okay.
yeah, the OBS is recording.
I was wondering, Roger, how much storage have you got? Say if you recorded and backed up all of these
Yeah.
I've got 2
things, then you must have
terabytes.
a
2 TB.
massive amount.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 1 TB, and it's been like 6 years since I've had it. Still
Mm-hmm.
like a little, just over half
I
full.
bought actually in this laptop I've been using I upgraded the 512 gigs storage to the latest Samsung VMA the
Okay.
990 model.
Okay. Well, wait. I do have two.
It's cutting again. It looks like it is. Yeah, it is. You guys there? Man, this shit's getting crazy.
Mine's partitioned all over the place because I'm using it as a boot disk as well. So I've got boot partition, I've got a Linux partition, I've got swap partitions, and I've also over provisioned it. So
now that you have like hypervisor, oh, what was it? The VM. Oh, wait a minute. What is your main partition then? You running Linux?
Yeah, I'm running Linux as my only main operating system. Everything goes running any other operating systems are running through VMs. But yeah.
To be fair, man, if I wasn't so lazy, I'd use Linux too. But I'm just too freaking lazy to do it. Like that's
Well, some of the new Linux distributions are now very easy to install.
Installing is fine.
It's like point and click, and then it's all graphical user interface. So
installing it's fine. just the actual operating system, but like there's other
Yeah.
shit involved, like
Yeah.
all that cool lazy stuff that Windows gives you. You have to
Yeah,
do
yeah.
manually. You know?
Like, yeah, how are you gonna? You're gonna have to find an equivalent of the Blender tool.
No, Blender is actually it works really good on.
It's cross-platform. Yeah, it's cross-platform.
Yeah.
Blender's cross-platform. Cool.
It's Blender's it's got a DMG installation reaching all Macs, and it's got MSI or executable installation for Windows.
And believe it or not, it's recommended to use Blender more on Linux than what it is on Windows.
I'm gonna have to check it out, Blender. I've been using. I used to use Sony's Vega Studio.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, and then I found
just remember one thing when it comes to this stuff, okay? Don't waste your money on freaking Adobe Prime. That's just expensive, and you don't have to pay for that. I mean, you really don't.
Never bought Adobe.
But just don't ever let anybody convince you that you need to pay for that shit.
What is Adobe Prime?
Okay.
It's
part of their SaaS packages. It's not part of the cloud packages.
And it's all just video edit. You know what I mean?
Adobe Prime is video editing. Okay.
Yeah, and like you can get. I'm not going to say 100% the same effect from Blender. You can get the effect you want from Blender, okay? Plus, you have freaking computer generating capabilities. Like you can do CGIs.
Oh, right. That Adobe, yeah, and they have that AI tool.
Mm-hmm. Blender does. Now Blender.
Blender also does?
Yeah, Blender. Well, the more important part about it is you can actually learn to do it manually on your own. A lot of this shit everybody's saying so great with AI, man. I mean, there's nothing different than going in doing it manually on your own.
Right. True.
You know, like this AI music shit, like the voices on there. That's nothing more than the narrators that you get off of freaking your browser. You can go in your browser and freaking put up read aloud.
Speak aloud.
Yeah, speak. Yeah. Put that up on your browser, and it's the same exact voices. Same exact voices.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, Google has the Google Translate has that voice that you can use.
Mm-hmm. The same stuff. I mean, and they're pushing it on to people like, oh, this is artificial intelligence and stuff, and it's like, are you fucking serious? I went in and I heard that, and I was like, I think I sent a message back to Mr. Robot saying I've got that on my narrators, every single one of them. And then if I want to change the voice, I just change the I forgot what it was. It's where you change the frequency, I guess. Or make it lower the pitch. That's all you gotta do.
Right.
Change the pitch to get a different voice.
Right.
Like I can make a chipmunk voice like Mark had earlier. I can do that with my voice. It's easy. My goodness. Hit pause.
6 architecture or PPC architecture?
Oh, I'm not sure. 2000.
Because if it's x86, then if it's either, it should be easy to install an alternative operating system or not.
Oh, I see. Didn't think about that. Could try that and see. Yeah, I don't know what hardware or architecture it has, but it might be interesting to have a look. I mean, it could be very slow. I have Mac OS 10 on it right now, and I was trying to upgrade to like 12, and it just wouldn't allow it. Let's just say the hardware that you
macOS
have.
10 was the macOS 10 was the last x86 version of
Yeah,
OS
Mac
X,
OS
I
10.
think.
Oh hell.
What happened to you, Roger? Did you get kicked out again?
Yeah, no, the internet keeps bouncing off and everything, and on this time it actually gave me the option to join the room again after the internet came up, so I'm going to have to do something. This is like getting really, really insane, so I think
Right, macOS 10 was the last PowerPC.
yeah.
PowerPC, okay.
Yeah.
That's probably
Yeah,
why,
PowerPC.
right? They haven't switched to the Intel
Yeah, they keep
architecture.
knocking me
No,
off.
it's ARM, isn't it?
They keep knocking me off the internet and stuff, so
Oh, Roger.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want to get 2 hours sleep before your next live stream?
Oh God. Yeah. Well, it kind of annoys me they're doing this internet thing's happening. Like it just.
Yeah, it could be a problem for you on Jaffe.
It's happening to everybody, to be honest with you. I mean.
Yeah, what is this going on?
It's
like 2000 Y2K problem all over again.
Oh. We haven't got the worldwide blackout, which I was hoping for. I wanted to
I
be
wish it was the year 2000 problem again, and then it could be paid a lot of money like it did last.
Yeah.
So it would have been nice. It would have been really good. We could have all made it big, been warlords and
tech lords, not tech lords. Yeah,
tech lords.
Yeah, tech lords.
Well, I was thinking Road Warrior kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like the really cool stuff. Like we could take over the world and
like being like Mega Mind. You know, like Mega Mind.
Take over the nuclear silos and make everybody dress in leather with freaking chains and shit and spikes. Mohawks.
No, take over the world behind my desk. Shadowy character, yeah.
You guys wanna end this before we lose the internet? Cause
you can do. Yeah.
You know that stream might not come out all that great. I'm not sure. I don't know what's gonna do.
We'll see. Yeah, because we have to restart it a couple of times. Hopefully, it doesn't get overwritten.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
If nothing else, I'll redo this one on top of it. Do a live stream with the recording.
Okay.
But,
right. Could be.
Okay, so you better.
Okay. Let's do our outro the second time. Okay, everybody. Thank you, Mark Rogers, for joining us for this late chat, part 2 of our Minds Roundtable, episode 13, on November 10th, heading into November 11th. Oh well, already November 11th on Mark's side. So happy Remembrance Day. I'm not sure what the appropriate, salutary is for that day.
Not sure if it's
maybe it's serendipitous that we're doing this on November 11th, right? Like we've never done this second part of the live stream before, so that's cool. So thanks anybody who has been watching out there, and thanks to anybody who will be watching our replay. And again, thanks, Mark, in the conversation. See you guys next week.
Thank you.
Good night.
See you guys later.
Mm.